What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the Notorious One, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA, also known as EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, nigga, bro, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me in Southeast Asia Mr.
Your third leg
Greg. Also the man with one throw by hole. That is still the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist. The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist. The Morpheus of the mating matrix. The chocolatey Confucius. The Black Moses. The deliverer. Also known as the man that walks ecclesiastically in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. See God Allah. And you're looking at the reigning, defending, 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Did you see a brother over the last 3 weeks? I took a break. I wanted to be seen and feel seen. We went on Lean Tour 3, and I was in the land of the rising sun, as you can see in the intro, taking my time, taking 3 weeks off, taking a rest, because Hollywood is about to take over the internet. I had to show you what you were missing. You know, you took me for granted. You took me for granted. You said, man, this nigga gonna be here all the time saying the same shit. And I said, let me give you 3 weeks of boring YouTube so you can see what you're missing. Now, can't you tell me that YouTube ain't shit without CGA? What else was on YouTube? What else did you watch? Did you watch some incel manospherian, gay manospherians? Did you watch these incel manospherians whitewash my shit? All right, swagger jack my shit, wake up too late. All right. I was on the Lean Tour and I went viral, all right? Unlike the Freedom Bros, I was over there going feral, as only I can do. You're here at season 9. Guys, you're in season 9. Do you guys realize what's happening? Do you guys realize what's happening? We're at season 9. We're at the After Pill. Welcome to the After Pill. No more gay manospherian incels. We're here to reveal the truth, more of the truth that you need to hear, because these men are coping out here. We have some coping ass men. Cope. They just cope. And they ain't there. But look, I'm going to show and prove that these people are still, they're barely catching up to CGA. They're barely catching up to CGA. They're acting like they discovered this shit. Bro, I'm going to show you a video of me back in 2021 talking this shit. All right. I didn't warn you. CGA warned you, as they used to say. I warned you of this very day that we're in today. But a lot of the broke men, and the black men especially, they're broke. They haven't bossed up, and they still trying to play the same old game and run it back. But it's too late. I done told you. It's too late. And not only that, the despicable nature of the so-called manosphere caping for Andrew Tate is got to be disgusting at this particular point. It is one of the most disgusting displays of support for a human being I've ever seen. Now, that's no disrespect to Andrew Tate. I got mad respect for him in his internet game. All right. His internet game, he changed the game. All right. He has changed the game for the internet. He has created what you have is the modern day internet for social media. He's created that. All right. And much props to him and his team for basically showing the world how to run social media accounts. He's the king of it. As a matter of fact, he's locked up right now and he's still got people posting his messages. This is he's one of the only few people in the world that can accomplish this. So much props to him. But at this particular point, if you're an Andrew Tate supporter, you got to go ahead and flush yourself right down the motherfucking toilet. And I'm going to tell you why. You have to flush yourself down the toilet. And if you're 16 years or younger, learn how to pee straight first. You know what I mean? Get some pussy first before you talk to me. If you're 16, maybe 19 years or younger, and you support Andrew Tate, you're a tater tot. Get some pussy first and learn how to pee straight before you come talk to me. I don't have no time for no 19, 20-year-old incel who can't pee straight and fuck for more than 3 minutes. I don't got time to even talk to you. You're a useless human being. Why? Because you're a young male. You're useless to me. You're useless to me. I cannot do anything with you. You can't even shoot straight. You can't even pee straight. Ain't got 2 pieces of pussy at all. And you want to come in here and cape for Andrew Tate. Go fuck yourself. Go royally fuck yourself. I ain't got nothing to do. Now, if you're a grown-ass man and you're caping for Andrew Tate, that tells me you're an incel and you ain't got enough pussy. I mean, come on, bro. We cannot be grown-ass men caping for Andrew Tate. I have zero respect for you. Absolutely none. Zero. We're in season 9. I hope you guys know we're waking you up. And I didn't start off with a topic about women because it doesn't matter. What's wrong is these bitch ass men out here. All right. The men are the problem out here in 2020 motherfucking 6. It's the men. You're slow. You men ain't shit out here. You men ain't worth a goddamn dime. 2 motherfucking red cents. You guys are lost. You guys have lost the plot. You know, I started off season 9. By the way, you're going to see on the Coach Greg Adams channel, we're streaming live tonight on the Coach Greg Adams channel. Oh, yeah. We're starting off live tonight on the Coach Greg Adams channel. Get on over there. I'm going to have a compilation of all my intros over there later on today. Okay, but it's far time to wake these bitch ass niggas up because you could have followed CGA, but you didn't. But I warned you about men who profess to be pimps. I've been telling you. I warned you about this pimping thing. I warned you about this pimping thing, and you guys didn't want to listen to me. The problem I have is men up here who are pushy deficient think that they're going to pimp some hoes in order to get access to sex. You don't really want to pimp hoes for money. You just want to look good in pictures with women, act like you making money from them, but you're really not. You claim to be a P, but you ain't a P. You're a Q. You're a curious at this particular point. You ain't no P. And I warned you a long time about following pimps. Pimps are the most disgusting individuals on the planet. Now, there's really no real need for a pimp today, but there's men out here that can do absolutely nothing else with their lives. So they become pimps, you know? They'll become pimps and then eventually they'll transition out and become a rapper or a blues singer or a pastor or a cult leader. They basically have no other way in life to survive. But if you're out here still pushing the narrative that he's an innocent man and all of this, well, I have this to ask you later on in the show. I'm going to keep you waiting. Later on in the show, I'm going to show you why he's the pimp I warned you to never become. And you can go back to my old content. I told you all pimps become this at this particular point. Not a cult leader. He's already a cult leader. You guys are in the comment section going to prove it. He's a cult leader. But he's also proving himself to do this. And you got to ask yourself, how can you respect a man that does this one thing? We're going to cover this later on in the show. And if you want to call into the show, we're going to do that tonight. And we're going to give you the rules to call in and voice your opinion about how you disagree with Hollywood. And how can you at this particular point disagree with Hollywood, CGA? We are in the after pill There's no need for us to come out here and tell you about things about women that we've already shown and proven known. It's the fact that men don't accept the reality that women are today. You just don't accept it. Now, you can be around the world like CGA, worldwide, internationally known CGA. You can go around the world and figure this out, but you don't want to. You don't want to become better. And that's your problem. You don't want to become a better man. And that's why you're the fugazi, incel, gay manospherean that you are today. That's why you are an Andrew Tate supporter, because you a bitch ass nigga. You a beta male. You a beta male at the end of the day. But we're going to prove this later on. No need to bait. No need to bait you. But we're in the after pill, the glorious after pill. It is so freeing to be in the after pill, to be in the presence of CGA. Now, let me tell you something here. We got almost 1,000 people in here. You guys have watched people over the last 3 weeks live stream and not get 1,000 people. They didn't get 1,000 people the entire stream. Here what I did is took 3 weeks off to give these sucker MCs time to catch up to the one-man band, the one-man wrecking crew himself, CGA, and they didn't get one or more than 1,000 people in a whole entire motherfucking stream. And here I am, 16 minutes in, minus the 5-minute intro, 10 minutes in, and I'm already over 1,000. Let's motherfucking go. That tells you the power of the notorious one. Let's go. New world order. I'm feeling myself. And I miss you guys. I miss you. I'm talking to you niggas. I miss you. YouTube ain't shit without CGA, and I prove it. I mean, but look, that's neither here nor there. We got some other great episodes here to cover today, but to contribute to today's show, $ the notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal. It is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the bottom of the live chat. New world order on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. We're talking about Andrew Tate tonight on the main event, probably about at the 2.5-3 hour mark. So if you're an incel, if you're a gay manosphereing holding on to hope that you're going to defeat feminism, boy, did you get a wake up call. And of course, I've been gone for a couple of weeks. And I've been seeing I've been got a chance to get on the internet much. I was in China, all right, not on the internet, can't watch YouTube. I was over in Cambodia messing with lings. I was over in Vietnam. I was over in the Philippines with a few lings. I was in Japan for a whole week, hopping islands. I didn't have a chance to see all of the videos about Andrew Tate. I made a video about it myself, and I was like, man, this shit getting out of control because Andrew Tate's in trouble. He in trouble. Your hero's in trouble. All right. Your operative is in trouble. And this isn't the shit on him, because I have nothing disrespectful to say about him as a person. It is the men out here caping for this nigga at this particular hour. It's you. It's you. And you're everything that I told you you were. A band of bitch ass niggas. I mean, I swear to God. I swear to motherfucking God at this particular point. Is this your game? Huh? Crying about a nigga in jail. Crying. You niggas are. You niggas are crying.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
Like what? Unbelievable, man. I'm like, I know y'all niggas. It's like Tupac is in jail. Hey, look, bro. When Tupac went to jail, we was like, yeah, that's fucked up, you know, but he did what he did. He'll serve his time. But y'all niggas crying on the internet. He's got horrible conditions. He's living in horrible conditions. Nigga, it's jail. I'm gonna tell you, bro. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. I try my best not to go to fucking jail, but
look at this bitch.
Because I know it ain't no vacation. However, this nigga asked to go to jail. If I'm not mistaken, didn't he ask to go to jail? He was like, "Come get me, lock me up." And then when they locked his ass up, this nigga got a series of tweets of how fucked up it is in jail. Like, nigga, you asked for them to pick you up. And then niggas are saying free him. You asked to go to jail, nigga. Hey, last I heard, when you ask for something, you're expected to actually be okay with what you asked for. You asked to get picked up several times, my nigga. You bitch ass niggas sitting around like, oh, they done picked him up. He asked to. They asked him. He said, come and get me right now. They came and got him. Oh my goodness. It's a sad day. I'm like, golly. He asked to fucking get picked up. Woo, sheesh. I'll play the video of him saying, come get me right now. And they said, okay, I'll get you. And the nigga's like, hey, but don't at me. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at you, bitch ass nigga. Because I ain't never asked to go to jail. Not one time. I've never asked to go to jail. I don't want to go. You know what I mean? Like, if they threatening me, please don't take me. What do I need to do to not go? So that if they get me in there, I'm going to be like, well, I don't want to be here. At that point, I can complain about the accommodations. When the accommodations are presented to me, I can say, I really don't want to be here. And I will have a legitimate gripe. But don't get asked to go in there and then complain about said accommodations. You're not hearing me. You bitch niggas aren't going to hear me with this one. I'm trying to wake you up and slap you out of your ignorance, out of your belief systems. You can't ask to go somewhere and complain about said accommodations once you get in the motherfucker. Come on, bro. But let me not get ahead of the game. Let me get to these earlier contributors to today's show. Let me get ahead of the game. Because the bitch niggas are already going crazy. Shout out to our brother Tyla says, I did a Michael Jackson moonwalk and spin, and you landed on your tippy toes when I saw your YouTube notification pop up on your YouTube app. I'm glad you're back and healthy and safe from the land of the leans. I'm just dropping tuition for today's lesson, free agent lifestyle, and it is for life. Shout out to you, brother. And who is this? It's our brother Tyla out there. Shout out to you, man. We are back and we are motivated. We're ready to go. All right, we're ready to go. Swarthy Rizzo says, Coach, what's more smoke and mirrors, Dubai or major cities in America? I don't want to speak disrespectful to Dubai. All right, because once you're there, they'll lock you up, and I don't want to be locked up. But, I do encourage you to travel because, you will find that a lot of the things that people talk about in terms of traveling, when you get there, there's not much there. But yes, go. All right, you need to go so you can figure out what's there or not. And plus, if you're only there for 3 to 4 days, you're not going to see very much. And you're only going to see mostly the tourist areas and maybe the tourist attractions. And then that's that, and then you're back home sitting in Topeka, Kansas or Tupelo, Mississippi. Like, what the fuck happened? Spend some money and all that. But yeah, man, a lot of these, I encourage men to travel. I've been telling men to travel for quite a long time. All right. But yeah. What's smoke and mirrors? Shout out to our brother. It is. Caitlin says, our South of African honey, Tyla, said she wants a man to simp for her. I'm just curious, would you simp for Tyla? She does say in one of her songs, if you say you love her, put her in Chanel if she's worth simping for. All right, I think I do have a segment about Tyla in her commentary about men need to simp and stop being divas. We're going to talk about that. So I'm not going to answer it right now, but I do appreciate you for being on top of that. I am going to cover some things that might be old news to you because, well, I saved up these healthy topics and I thought some of these I missed the opportunity to talk about. And some of these I'm going to bring them back from the dead. Okay, so we got our brothers on the Cash Is app. All right, who hit me with a big Cash Is app? All right, there were people hitting me with Cash apps. So I can't go back too far, but Rico Suave says, enjoy your vacation. Ian Williams says, salute to Hollywood CGA. Shout out to you. Oh, and if you're here, and you missed the intro, we have a new intro, so you can go back and check that out. All right, go back and check that out. The new intro. It's Hollywood CGA, the after pill. All right, Rio, Big Buck says, love that intro. Always bossing up, moving forward. Every single time I do a new intro, every 6 months, roughly. All right, we do the intro at the beginning of the year. We do one at the middle of the year. And I celebrate a new season at the middle of the year, getting into fall, which is August. Technically not, but that's my refreshing, my rebirth, my recreation. I take a break. I come back stronger. I come back with a new intro at the middle of the year. And that is the opening of my new season, which is going to be season 9. We're going in 10 years. All right, almost 10 years. And later on, you're going to see a compilation of all of my intros for nostalgia purposes. Some of you guys are new to me and you've never seen the evolution of CGA. Some of you guys are old school and you want to see those old throwback intros. I'm going to have that up on the Coach Greg Adams channel later on today. Shout out to our brother No Government Name says, we take you for granted, Coach. Free agent lifestyle for life. Sometimes you got to step away. Your absence is more important. All right. Your absence demonstrates your relevance. When you're always constantly in front of a person, they can't appreciate your absence. Thus, they take you for granted. And I said, I can afford to take a couple of weeks off of YouTube streaming and to show and prove that I'm a valuable asset of good information for people, men and women, to get onto this conversation out here. But I also have to show and prove that I can evolve. Right. And each time I come back, I evolve into another layer of excellence. And I want you to do it. This is a demonstration of what I want you to do. Maybe not on my level, but I want you to be able to do this, because staying the same ain't the game out here. Shout out to our brother Health in the chat. Says, salute to you, Ling Sensei. Enjoy your Ling filled stay and a bottle of soju on me. That was last week. He says, take me out with the where my scamming ass niggas at. I don't even think I have that, but that was maybe a couple of weeks ago. I see. All right. Shout out to D from Cali. Says, Coach, it's sad that Myron is still preaching to take away women's rights. Weak men want to control women instead of bossing up. He is contributing to the problem. Boss up and pick the women you want instead of forcing someone to change. I'm a therapist and I see this all the time. And I'm just letting you know, guys, look, I don't know if what Myra is teaching you. I know what these age group of men are doing. All right. I see them crying on the internet quite a bit. And not to say that I didn't have the same conversation arguments maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but you got to grow up. You got to experience the world and realize this. Guys, the past is gone. Larry Bird's not walking through that door. And for men to believe that the only way they can win is to control women, you're shit out of luck. I mean, that's not the state and nature of today's women in the urban modern world today. That's not there. Okay. We're going to talk about that in 50 Shades of Greg, maybe today's episode or later on this evening. Being able to control women is gone. All right. And we see this with Andrew Tate. All right. Andrew Tate is exhibit A today. His whole method was to control women, and he did it for a period of time. And now he doesn't. Now he's in prison or he's in jail fighting extradition. What I want men to understand is that this life is long. It's a short life, but it's long as a motherfucker day to day. What I'm going to tell you is this. In order for you to be the complete man you need to be, you need to survive and hit 40. Get to 40. Okay. Andrew Tate, barely 40, and he locked the fuck up, possibly for life. That's not men. See, when you're a young man in your 20s and 30s and you think you have all the answers, as my grandfather said, keep living. Keep living. Keep living. You're going to wake up and get humbled by life. Life will humble your ass. And for young men, it's cool to play the poor game at 20. Try playing poor at 30 and 40. It's a whole new game. You can't be I'm going to be broke and poor and the women going to like me for me. It's a horrible approach. So I'm always trying to tell men, you got to evolve. You got to get better. You got to boss up, because what you're able to get away with at 20, maybe in your early to mid 30s, it doesn't happen much at 40 and 50. And who wants to be 40 locked up for 50 years? Who wants to be 40 and trying to control women in modern time? I'm going to just tell you guys, it ain't it. That's not how you're going to get today in today's modern woman. Controlling them is not the answer. Okay. I'm going to tell you later on in 50 Shades of Greg how you best can get around this idea of women, but taking away their rights and stripping them away, this is not going to do it very much. And if you study much of the men of the past, they've attempted to do this and still got played by women because women are very manipulative. Even men that had multiple women and concubines and wives, their wives used to sneak out on them. Even the kings and the senators, the emperors of Rome, their wives used to sneak out of them to fuck the gladiators. Women gonna find a way to do what they need to do. Okay. Slapping them over the head with Bible verses is not gonna help it. And this does reek once again of men's ignorance, that if you don't travel, you won't understand this. You have a narrow perspective and point of view of life that centers around, I would say, unfortunately, religion and Christianity, localized point of views, regional perspectives that are not indicative of the world. You live in a new world. All right. And here's the thing. I want to say this. I'm going to say this because I'm cooking with hot fish grease. The United States of America is how old? How old is the United States? And this is quite the shocker for ignorant people and for people who don't live in the United States. How old is the United States of America? All right, the United States of America is for the white man owning it. We just celebrated 250 years of these United States of America, of the white man's history of the United States. So we celebrate from 1776 to what we have is 2026 as 250 years officially as a country. You have to understand that is a very young country. And we have a tremendous amount of history, complex history wrapped up in that 250 years, where people are always trying to get the line back to dating and relationships to one of these years within that 250 years. Normally 1890, 1920, 1950, 1960s. We hear about these years, 1970s, 1990s, as the peak years of America. I just came from China. Their history is 3,500 years. Okay. 3,500 years. That's on the minimum. You can really spread it back 5,000 years with their empires that they're still talking about to this day. 5,000 years of emperors and people and the Mongolians invading them. What I'm trying to tell you is you're trying to chase a baby and put the baby back in the bathwater. I don't know what you're trying to do, but it's your ignorance that keeps you in the belief system that in our young country that there was a better time, and you're trying to drag us back to that better time. But there's a future ahead. We hope the United States can continue into the future, but you're talking about a short blip period of time that a lot of the history was erased prior to that 250 years. It was completely gone and erased. So we don't know what people were doing before that. We can't really tell you for certain. So this is what we're talking about. We just have a group of men who don't know, and we have a group of women that have figured out what they want and they have the ability to get it. And we have a group of men that entered into a world where they thought they were going to be issued a woman that they get to control, and they don't have that reality. And guess what? Boom. This is what you have. The incel gay manosphere. You have people trying to drag women back to control them, to get what they want. And I've always told you that ain't ever going to be the way. It's never going to work. Not today. Not in today's world. Not in today's America. That ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. Larry Bird is not walking through that door. You're not going to get repealed the 19th Amendment. And I have to separate myself from these fucking idiots. I have to separate myself from these fucking idiots preaching this bullshit to these incel young men and these ignorant 16-year-old men who can't pee straight and never fucked a girl for longer than 3 minutes. I cannot tell you how I want to separate myself from this group of people, because these group of people are the dumbest people on the internet. This group of people are the dumbest people on the internet. I cannot tell you anymore. These people are the dumbest people on the internet. I don't care what kind of truth you think they're telling you. If they're telling you you're going to repeal back women's rights and you're going to get them back, these are the dumbest people on the internet. I'm not going to associate with these people. These people are losers. Do not attach me with these goofy ass people on the internet. That includes Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, any of these maggot manosphereans talking this goofy shit. Any black man trying to get black women to get back to some sort of submission. Any of these goofy men on the internet, separate my name from these goofy motherfuckers today. I've been doing this for a long time. Separate myself from these fucking idiots trying to get black women together. All right. Oh, my Lord. You guys are a lost cause. Lost cause. I'm not with this. This shit is over. Enjoy what you want, but it ain't going to be me. It ain't going to be me. All right. And then these niggas want to interview me. Oh, don't waste your time. Guys, if you're a manospherian and you want to interview me, don't waste your motherfucking time. Please leave me off your show. If you want to debate why women need to listen to men, leave me the fuck alone, please. Ecclesiastical marriages, leave me out of this conversation. I have some better shit to talk about. Please. How feminism has destroyed society. Oh, my Lord. Feminism is cancer. Guys, feminism is ingrained in our society. It is woven in to the world. And it ain't going anywhere. So wake the fuck up. I don't know what to tell you. But look, you know what? Before we get into this shit. How y'all need to ban OnlyFans. It's over. It's over. O-E-V-E-R. Yes, O-E-V-E-R. Oh, over. Anyway, we're back. What we doing here? We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. O-E-V-E-R ass niggas in the building. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's get it in. All right, where's the intro at? I don't know where it is. I had an intro for it, but it's gone. I don't know. All right, there it is.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. New world order. Straggle and Sniggle Theater out here. It says right here, I see the potential. All right, I see the potential. We have a black man perusing Walmart in Kansas City, Missouri. All right. And he says he sees the potential with a P, and he is approaching a woman with some sort of meta glasses on. He has meta glasses on, and she's shopping over in Walmart. As we show you, there are just levels to this shit. There's levels to this shit. But he says, I see the potential. And anytime you see this is me snitching on the culture. Anytime you see this P, all right, this P icon, this means pimp. All right, just so you guys know. Anytime you see that P, and it's certainly going to be a black person talking about it, this means pimp. All right, and where the pimp is on the topic today because Andrew Tate is a self-professed pimp. All right, and so what these men tend to do is they got to go out and recruit. And AKA recruit means cold approach or possibly knock somebody's hose. And so they go out there and they run game on a woman to do what? Get them to believe that they want a relationship and then eventually put them on the blade. A la Andrew Tate. All right. That's straight out of the Andrew Tate playbook. All right. But it says right here, I see the potential. Now let's take a look at the potential.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. This is definitely giving Kansas City, Missouri. I mean, her hairline is thinning all the way down the middle of her head. I mean, she has a middle head part all the way down, thinning out completely. This is definitely related to some sort of drug use. We got a damn pog in the background scratching her knee. Kansas City, Missouri's finest. Let's see right here. I see the potential. Potential P.
I'm blown away by how good you look.
I'm blown away by how good you look. Again, when I talk about P's and pimps, I always tell you guys, never aspire to be a pimp. These are low-life creeps. These are any guy that brags to be a pimp and today, you're a creep, low life. I mean, because these are the biggest liars and manipulators out here. All right. These are losers, couch surfers, broke niggas. You know what I mean? I see the potential. I'm blown away by how beautiful you look. I mean, look at this scraggly ass woman. She looked like she smelled like wet chicken. She looks like she smells like wet chicken and burnt marijuana roaches. I mean, come on, man. Meth pipes. She's got problems, man. This woman probably 26 years old, a full meth addict. But let's continue here. I just had to pause it for station identifications and shit right here. But look, this is what I call these pimps. Never aspire to be a pimp, ever. These men will actually have good 2 years and be in prison for 12. All right, let's continue.
Oh, really?
You very nice, very attractive. You my type for real.
Really?
You should let me take you out on a date and I can show you the time of your life. You know what I'm saying? You got like a phone number or Instagram?
Yeah,
we can make things work.
Yeah, why not?
Man, I mean, come on, man. This man, sir, she needs to be cleaned up. Okay, she don't need to be back on no blade, busting it wide open. All right, and then you strangling her and whipping her with the belt. All right, and this type of thing, threatening her to get her on, putting her on the drugs. All right, she don't need these old pink areolas out there on these streets. All right, she need to get her life together. All right, and you know, she had hope for a second. Oh, this nice man walked up to me, and now I'm on the blade. All right, this is crazy work. All for $40 fucks in a motel. All right, and robbing dudes. All right, but let's continue here. This is bad news.
I want to know everything, every single detail about you. I want to know everything. I'm blown away by how good you look.
Okay, so look, this is where you have to look and go, I'm blown away by how good you look. I mean, sheesh. Is this the game? Man, this the game. You just don't understand, coach. This the game.
Yeah, that's brother Star.
I just want to know everything about you. I want to know what you do on a daily basis and whatnot. Okay. And of course, men follow this, but they don't follow it to be P's. They act like they're P's, but they put this into dating. All right. They then make this a dating strategy, which is an error. Okay. This doesn't work for dating. It does work to have hookups with meth addicts and fat, obese women. All right. If that's what you're aiming for, low hanging fruit. Yeah, you're going to have sex with a lot of women with the itchy scratchy. I mean, but this is pretty bad. This is low. And not only that, to lead in with these horrible lines. All right. Just lying. And she knows you're lying, but wowzers. I mean, this is crazy work here.
Oh, really?
You very nice, very attractive.
Very nice, very attractive. I mean, really, nigga. Like, this is why you can't. Is it worth? Come on now, dog. Is it worth lying?
Come on, man.
Is this what y'all call P? Is this P? I mean, where's her upper lip? Where's her upper lip at? I mean, what is going on here, bruh?
You my type for real.
You my type. No, you're my type. And she looking off to the side like, are you sure? This can't be real. But of course, it's a black man. It is very, very real. All right. She looking at this nigga like, hold the fuck up. All right. Give me my sound effect. I know it's too early in the game. She can't believe this shit. She all showing her teeth. This can't be real. Oh, by the way, guys, these are your wives that you need to take their rights away from. These are the women that some of you broke, busted niggas could date. You can fix her. All right. She don't need to be peace, but she come on out here getting pimped on.
Really?
You should let me take you out on a date and I can show you the time of your life.
Take you out on a date and show you the time of my life. Is this P? Is this P? He says this is P. Is this what y'all doing out here? Yes, they're selling them dreams, and this is why they get arrested. Let's continue.
You know what I'm saying? You got like a phone number or Instagram?
Yeah,
we can make things work.
Yeah, why not?
I want to know everything. Every single detail about you. I want to know
everything. I want to know every detail about you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Is this gonna be worth a beat down, beating her up, controlling her, trafficking her across state lines? Is this what you want? I suppose it's free. I mean, you ain't got a job anyway. Why not? And we got Sniggle Theater here. We have a guy out here who's fell in love with his wife. We don't judge here. We know there's someone for everyone. According to your low self-esteem, take a look at this right here. I mean, what kind of back is this? All right. Look at this.
Big back, big back.
Wow.
Big back, big back.
Like, that's incredible. Like,
I'm always hungry.
And then there's always gonna be a black guy next to this. She's so big, her hands, they just laying on the fat on the side of her bra fat. I mean, they just hanging on the side. I mean, she just got her shoulders rolled all over. Like, this is unbelievable. But of course, let's see what this happens here. Let's go ahead and play the video. Look at the wowzers, the knock knees going on here. Is this a wedding? This is a wedding ring. Yeah, nigga, I see you. You on camera. Look at these. Oh, my Lord. What in the world is this? Wow. What the hell? Oh, my God. No way. Okay. And I know, look, we all like a little fat woman from time to time. I know. I get it, bruh. And we see your goofy ass, Mr. I'm a player. Look at him. And here's the sad part. This guy could be he's in decent shape already. All he needs is the proper mindset. But of course, men, black men, Africans, Nigerian niggas, Jamaican, Caribbean niggas, you guys got low self-esteem. You have no belief system in yourself. And then when you see a man like me jump on the screen, you wonder why I have a belief system in myself, why I'm Hollywood. All right. And you're sitting over there trying to figure out why I got where I am. Well, because low-hanging fruit. I figured out a long time ago that I can't keep running around town like this. This is embarrassing. All right, I'm worth more than this. I'm in shape. I'm still young. I was in my 30s, mid 30s. I'm still good. I got time. All right, but you don't want to give yourself time. You just go ahead and just take the easiest offer. Go with who likes you. And then there you go. All right, there you go. And now there you go right there. You see no other way out. No other way out. And your way out is through woman. Your way out is through woman. I can't tell if this woman's standing forward or backwards. Are those back titties? Are those back titties? Are those titties on her back? I mean, somebody answered this question for me. Hold up for a second. Where the titties sound effect, right? Real quick. Those are titties on her back, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Put your titties the fuck away, bitch.
I'm not.
Put your titties away. The police are on their fucking way right now.
I'm covering them up. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah, man. Those are titties on her back. I mean, she has a bra backwards on. All right. But look, I'm just describing her. You can't know. I'm wondering why her head is on backwards. I mean, it does look like her head is on backwards. And look at this nigga. You know he in bad shape. Look, I mean, with her feet. Look at her feet. Oh, oh my goodness. Them knees are knocked. I mean, this is a mess. How bad you want an immigration green card? Like, golly, he don't even want to hold her hand. Oh my goodness. This poor woman. She just needs someone to love. She a good woman. She seemed like a good woman. Golly. And look at this nigga. Yep. Oh yeah. I'm gonna pause it on the point of the video where you know he embarrassed like a motherfucker. Look, he laughing and sniggling. He's sniggling. Yep. Yes, sir. Right there. Right there. Where he know he up to no good. See, here's the thing. Where's the gotcha bitch real quick? Okay. It ain't there. All right. I got to get my sound effects back in my sound effect game going on. All right. But here's the thing. This is why I tell you why men ain't shit today. Is because they do shit like this. Like, this is your way out. Like, you don't know, boss up. No. Get a haircut. No. Get the gym. No. Figure out a way to make money. No. All right. This is your way out. And then, of course, I don't mind when women do this because they're women.
Gotcha, bitch.
But when you do this, I can't respect you. Just like the previous guy, the pimp. All right. I can't respect you as this is your way out. And you dead ass wrong. You dead ass wrong. You could do better, but you a lazy, shiftless nigga. Okay. Lazy, shiftless nigga. All right. And there he is. Look how he's sniggling. And how you looking at her. He about to do her dirty. Yikes. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Well, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. I just seen something else. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's Straggle Sniggle Theater out.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Okay, man, we're back. Shout out to you. Just give me the lines. Don't pass the scroll. Mugga, 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 mullo. He about to do that big old fat woman dirty, and she gonna be mad as hell. We got Fuck You Boss Up coming up here, but let me get to some support. We got MC Hamster says, Coach, you may no longer need to be working with your personal trainer. The amount of victory laps you're taking in 2026 will keep the extra weight off. Hit us with the Thanos. Shout out to you and Thanos.
You could not live with your own failure.
Yeah.
Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Shout out to Rocknon Ingram. Shout out to you, man. Them victory laps out here. If you're not following me on Instagram, I don't know what's going on. Shout out to Mr. Linden in the building. And KW. Shout out to KW and DG Seymour. Respect, enjoy Asia. JCSD says salute. And shout out to Black Boss. But JCSD with a sponsorship. That was like last week, but we'll support them because I was on the internet. Shout out to you for a sponsorship while I was out in Asia. I'm rich, planning my next move. I can't tell you what my next move is because don't you know bad boys move in silence and violence? Take it from your highness. All right. But yeah, man, we out here moving around and making moves. I put some shit down out there and had a good time. Had a good time with the land of the leans. What are we doing, man? All right, we got the segment is, oh wait, let me check these other ones. Let me check the cash is app. How about we do that? It is our brother here, Gregory Benjamin Smith, says, I got the cert and next is hitting that $100,000 job. Shout out to you, man. Keep it moving. Keep on moving. Don't stop. No shortcuts. Just keep it day by day. It may take you longer. It may take you shorter. You may face some setbacks, but you just got to keep it moving. All right. And realize that nobody's coming to save you. Shout out to Enzo. Says, keep saving lives, CGA. Getting a vasectomy. Shout out to you, Free Agent Lifestyle for life. Congratulations on that and the decision that you're making for that. That could be the best decision for you and for people who want to get a vasectomy. You know, make sure that you're old enough to do so and know the judgment and the decision you're making. And also, before you do so, you might want to freeze up some of your sperm prior to it so that you don't have to go through the reversal process. If you do want to have kids, you have some vials of sperm for Ebony K. Williams to distribute and give to whoever you want to once you want to have children. All right. So that is available to you, but it's going to cost you a little bit of money. When it costs you a little bit of money, you can freeze up your sperm and then, you know, you can have kids. There's options for you, but I'm not going to push you to get a vasectomy. All right. I'm not going to tell you need to get it at 18 like somebody told you to do. All right. I'm not going to tell you to do it. All right. But shout out to you for making that decision. A very heavy decision, but the process is very easy to do. And if you're married, it's a little bit more complicated. You might have to get your wife to consent for you to do it. All right. It's not legal. That's not a legal thing. I had to actually explain this. All right. People are like, that's not legal. I mean, I didn't say it was legal, but if you are married and you go into a doctor's office and you say, I want a vasectomy and your wife is not there, the physician might be reluctant to do so. They're going to be like, first of all, you have a cooling off period anyway. You just can't run in there and get your balls, your vas deferens snipped. All right. You're going to have I think it's a 30 to 60 day cooling off period from the time you do your consult to the time of the procedure. But if you are married, the physician might ask you, hey, are you married? Yes. Does your wife know you're in here? Yes, she knows. Well, I might need a little bit of letter of consent. I might need her to come sign this off. All right. You can't just go ahead and get snipped. She'll fucking kill you. All right. She'll sue the doctor. All right. She'll sue the doctor. So the doctor doesn't want a lawsuit, letting the husband walk in there and the woman wants to have 5 kids. Not going to let that happen. So take care of yourself in this decision-making process. What are we doing here? Let's get back into this. F you boss up. All right, where's my boss up sound effect?
Boss up, nigga.
What I'm learning about today's men, and it saddens me, especially on social media. Social media just saddens me at this point. I'm a content creator, and I just can't even look at social media. I can't even comment on social media. I just look at it and go, this is a disgrace. All right. Yes. It's my job and all that. But I just look at what gets put out and what I'm hearing from men and what I'm hearing from women for that matter. And I just shake my head at the state of men and particularly black men. It's just pathetic. All right. It's a pathetic state of where the man is. And where the man is they don't want to do better. Right. They're just basically like, I don't want to do better. All right. I can be broke and be successful with women. I don't need to get a better job. I don't need to do better for myself. I don't need to get in shape Because in order to do that, I'm not going to get in shape because they attach it to women. As we tell these men, they live their lives through women. They don't want to get in shape for themselves. They don't want to get in shape because, well, I don't want to get in shape because women are going to, X, Y, and Z. I don't want to get money because women are going to use me for money. Right. I'm going to get women without the money. Like weird mindsets where I had to say, these men don't want to boss up. I mean, I'm like, that is tragic that men are in this situation. Now, we see where women are going. That's one thing. But to see men constantly coming back like, why should I become a better man for the quality of women that we have today? Well, who said you need to be better for women? You're out here. Your whole reason to not to become better is because, well, the women that you're going to get or not get is going to determine your happiness in relationship. Why not get better for yourself? Like, I do see a smudge on my glasses, and it's quite annoying. All right. But why not become better for your own ego? Because really, the bar is in hell. With this being said, I have a guy right here in this segment.
Boss up, nigga.
The fuck you boss up segment here. This young man says, I knew it was over for me. Right. I knew it was over for me. Let's take a look at the young man that you're going to see here on the screen. I don't want to talk about the guy himself, but take a look at the young man here. All right. Young man, again, don't evaluate where you stand in life at this particular age. He looks like he's just maybe at his late 20s, early 30s. And he's got some work to do. He's got a fucked up nose. Yeah, his nose ain't all that good. All right. Recessed chin. Yeah, big ass lips. You know what I mean? Big ass buck teeth. Yeah, I mean, look, who cares about all that? But why you got a bird chest? Why you ain't got no haircut? Okay. And why you got that old dingy ass graphic t-shirt on? So now he's at his house. He's comfortable, but let's listen to what he says here. And this is why I'm telling men, bro, you could have fixed this yourself. Okay. You could have don't come in here with these old sideburns and this shag complaining about why women won't give you the time of day. Like, I'm not hearing it, bro.
Knew it was absolutely over for my ugly ass. I knew that no matter what I say or what I do, these women are always going to view me as a square ass buster, an unusual piece of shit, and a lame ass nigga who's just nothing. I know that my presence alone makes these bitches skin crawl. I know that if these women got the opportunity, they'd flick a booger at my punk ass just because I'm a nigga who's trash. Just look at my punk ass, a 22-year-old bum ass bitch who still lives with his parents, a nigga who got nothing going on for himself. Why would any bitch want anything to do with my ridiculous ass? I'm not no cool nigga. I'm not no desirable man. I'm a nigga who's not enough and a nigga who will never be enough. And that's on Josephine Baker's grave. I know I make these women want to throw up, and that's how it's always going to be. Since a kid, I knew it was absolutely over for my...
See, this mindset, I can't support you. Like, and possibly he's an internet comedian doing self-deprecating humor. Okay, I suppose. I'm not sure, but I don't know much about him. This is the only video I saw about him, and we're just going to review this video. I don't know much about him. You might know about him. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is a lot of dudes in the manospheres. This is the incels. These are the men that don't want to boss up. As soon as you tell them to do something better, why don't you fucking make your face match the skin color of your neck? Right. Like the skin color of your neck and your chest is way off, separate shade from your face. White people, you have this problem too. But black people, you look like Richard Pryor when you look like this. Like, bro, like what the fuck? Go out there and get in the sun, my nigga. Your face, the only thing catching sun. Your neck and your back and chest ain't catching no sun. How about you do some push-ups? 100 throughout the day. Not at the same time, but start with 100. Go get a haircut, nigga. Move from your mama house. Like, I can't be out here listening to these incels on the internet talking about what women need to do and how they need to change and how you don't want to become better because these gold diggers are going to take your money. Bro, go to the barbershop, nigga. Go learn. Just shave your head off. Just shave all the hair off. Just take one and shave it. See, this type of guy gets mad at me for bragging on the internet. You out here bragging on the internet. You flexing. You showing too many receipts. Okay. Now, not taking shots at him specifically, but there's too many guys out here like this. Put on a suit, nigga. Go get a mock turtleneck. Like, what the fuck? Clean yourself up. Go get some cologne. The fuck? Like, come on, man. We can't cape for men like this. Like, this pathetic. These are the men that get Andrew Tate. They start listening to Andrew Tate at home. We're listening to Andrew Tate while living with their mother. Mad at repealing the 19th Amendment. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. No way, bruh. No way. And no way will I ever allow myself to talk this bad about myself. Not without telling you how good I am prior to it. Now, every now and then, I'll give you a little bit of humor and tell you how, you know, the few things that might be wrong about me that I fully accept. But I'm going to talk big. I'm going to big up myself before I talk negative. You, on the other hand, want me to be humble like this. All right. I never talk this bad about myself. I'll never go out like this. I don't even care if it's for fun, shits and giggles. I'll never be like Andrew Tate and say, I'd rather fuck a 10 transgender instead of a 1 Hulk Hogan female. Never in my life will you hear me saying some wild, weird, gay, maggoty shit like that. Just to have humor, just to humor incels. All right. You're never going to hear me do it, but you guys will defend it.
Ugly ass. I knew that no matter what I say or what I do, these women are always going to view me as a square ass buster.
I mean, you got sideburns, bruh. I mean, come on. A square ass buster. Is this the trick ass millionaire guy? You have sideburns. You have mutton chops. Mutton chops in 26. I mean, you ain't seen a barber in I don't know how long. What is going on, bruh? Like, I don't get it. But and change up your wardrobe. Like, god damn, nigga. Like, you wouldn't do well with a passport. Guys like that do not go to Philippines. They're gonna run from you. Them motherfucking little lings are gonna run from you. In the Philippines, you're gonna strike out. Because people think there's a bunch of losers out there. There's some loser niggas out there. There's some people out there, but they got money. Okay, so that fixes the problem. They willing to spin and trick on them little girls and spend $85 for a little mushu pork. Okay, and a little egg foo young. All right, but you nigga going out there broke with that graphic t-shirt, you gonna come out there with that little ass afro walking around Manila and Makati. All right, they gonna run. They gonna be like, oh shit. Damn. Anyway, this is crazy work, man. Y'all got to boss up in 2026, and we were saying boss up in 2023, man. Good Lord.
Boss up, nigga.
All right, good Lord. Well, speaking of, we have this article right here on Fuck You, Boss Up. And this is all stuff you should have known about. It says the stress of being poor can cause long-term damage to your brain, according to a study. And this is why I tell, especially the American Negro, get away from your broke ass nigga relatives. All right. They are brain damaged, especially if they your aunties and your long-term aunties and they've been broke all their lives. Mexicans, you too. If you aspire to be something, get away from these motherfucking crazy ass people. They're gone. Being poor causes brain damage. Not a surprise, because we hear broke people on the internet talking goofy shit. All right, because they want the world to be accommodating them for being broke. All right, nope, it's not going to happen. It says the stress of being poor may cause long-term damage to your brain. Long-term, persistent financial hardship may be linked to faster brain aging and poor cognitive health later in life. This is according to a new study led by researchers at the University College London. Researchers examined data from 2,759 people born in Britain in 1946, tracking their financial circumstances. From age 26 to 53, participants who repeatedly experienced low income or difficulty paying the bills performed worse on memory and processing speed tests at age 53. Brain scans conducted when some participants were between 69 and 71 also showed signs associated with greater brain atrophy among people who had experienced persistent low incomes. It says the associations were especially strong amongst men. All right. People raised in disadvantaged households and those carrying a genetic variant linked to an increased risk of as I call it, old-timers disease, but it's Alzheimer's disease. But researchers said chronic stress and inflammation can help explain the connection. Constantly worrying about money may also consume mental capacity that would otherwise be available for memory, decision-making, and other cognitive tasks. However, the observational study found an association and did not prove that poverty directly caused the permanent brain damage. The researchers said reducing prolonged financial hardship during adulthood could potentially help prevent cognitive health and lower dementia risk later in life. In other words, boss the fuck up. It says right there, boss up. If you boss up, this will help. Okay. If you boss up, this will help. That's what it said. Okay. It helps if you boss up. Now, what did I tell you earlier as a young man? Yeah, that poor shit at 25 and you can get women when you're poor and broke. Yeah, it sounds nice. Try 40, try 50, try 60. Brain damage. Brain damage. The struggle didn't choose you. You chose the struggle. This is not an argument. When you prolong this for long periods of time and you cope and then you actually, oh, it's actually better to be poor and not like these rich muckety muck, you're literally going to cause yourself potential cognitive issues in your brain. You're going to fuck your head up. It's not going to be a good life. Do what you need to do. Just don't pimp any women. Just don't pimp any women. Okay, what else do we got here? We have FU Boss Up. All right, we have Clavicular coming up later on in the show. Clavicular. Are any Clavicular fans in here? I'm assuming because I'm talking about Andrew Tate. Clavicular fans may be in here. Press 1 if you're a Clavicular fan. I know when I talk about these Manosphere Zero heroes, you think I'm jealous. I don't know how you see that. Like, I'm jealous of a man in prison. I'm jealous of a guy that got a nose job at 24. Like, it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing today? This is a weird operation. These gay incel manospherians. Guys got a weird operation here. Any gay incel manospherians in here? Press 5 if you're a gay incel manosphere content creator follower. All right, anyway. Press 5. Anybody that presses 5, go fuck yourself and jump off a bridge. Take a long walk off of a short pier. Go fuck yourself and all of your fake manosphere heroes. All right, just so you know where I stand. I stand 10 toes down on it. Go fuck yourself. All right, you're a lame loser. All right, how about that? Just so you know where I stand on it. All right, there's no possibly, maybe, well, maybe not you. No, you too, nigga. Homospherians, somebody called it. Any homospherians in here? Homo maxing in the manosphere? Let's not hang out with girls tonight. Let's all guys hang out. All right, go fuck yourself. All right, that's what I tell you. What are we doing? They leaving the stream. All right, they left. All right, okay, I won't talk about Kvicular till later when you come back. But we're on Boss Up here. I have to keep saying that just to make you guys know where I stand. All right, there's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. All right, what do we got here? Home ownership. CGA been trying to tell y'all for a long time. You guys are cooked. All right, you're not owning a home. Who remembers when I said that? I kept saying, guys, you're not going to own a house. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Well, coach, what do you want us to do? Rent all our lives? You don't have any trouble. Like, you don't have a choice. Like, some of you guys won't even rent. You're going to be living with your parents until you're 40. Like, you're fucked. All right, I've been telling you that like since 2019 or 2020. Well, coach, this is the argument. You're saying it's better to rent? I'm not saying anything. I didn't say anything about that. What I said is you ain't owning a house. That's what I said. Don't tell me about the, I want to debate you on this. I don't need to debate you about the benefits of owning or renting. What I said is you ain't going to own one anyway. So you ain't owning one anyway. So it don't matter what's better to rent or own. That's not even going to be a point of conversation for your monkey ass. So people just, I don't know what you're listening to. What men always trying to argue all the time. I'm like, I'm not here to argue. What I'm telling you is this is the state of the world and deal with it, nigga. Now, at some point, some of you guys are going to beat the odds. I hope so. But You ain't owning a house. It says right here, hard work isn't enough to achieve the American dream anymore. This says a Wharton professor. Welcome to the great postponement. Let me ring the bell for a second. Let me ringeth the bell. Now, when I was saying this in 2019, 2020, you're going to hear CGA talking about this in 2021. Guys, when I was saying this, you realize how much people were calling me doom and gloom. People trying to debate me. I was like, the American dream dead. All right. You will own nothing and be happy. You better figure out another way. You better boss up. You better rustle up some shit. You can move to another country, a foreign land. I don't know what to tell you. But American dream's dead. You're not getting the white picket fence and the wife and the golden retriever and the 3.2 kids. Good luck. Good luck. Most people aren't getting that. And that's namely, there's a bunch of reasons why, and I'm not going to go into it, but there's just too many reasons why this is true. But the great postponement is an interesting point because that's what we're seeing people do in their life. They're postponing all of the achievements that they would have normally achieved earlier in life, like having kids, getting married, graduating, going to school, graduating from college. All of the markers that got people to initiate life, you guys are postponing it, moving from your parents' house, and then you're coping about it. See, it's one thing to postpone it and say, well, because of this, I'm postponing it, but I'm going to get it later. What we're seeing people is cope. So we're seeing people cope and say, we have people that are parents, Gen X parents, saying they don't mind their kids living with them until 30, and then saying that they're going to save for a house down payment up until that point. Cope. No. First of all, you Gen X parents can't afford to give your kid a place to live, like pay for their apartment or pay a portion of their apartment, or you have a condo that you own that you can put your kids in. You can give them a launch pad, a start. Well, because now you're not financially prepared for your life. You certainly can't do that. So you got them living in their fucking childhood bedroom, moving from place to place with you up until they're 30, saving for a down payment. Most of these men ain't saving for no down payment. They're not. And most of the women aren't either. Okay. Although they'll claim that more single women than men are buying houses. All right. But let's take a look at those houses and where they are. They're low value houses they'll never fucking resell, somewhere in the middle of West Virginia and shit like this. All right, they're never going to resell this house. They're 1 bedroom, 3 bathroom townhomes, horrible layouts that nobody else will ever buy. All right, and they're likely to get those foreclosed on too in any economic downturn. So we already know this. Don't at me on this one. Now you'll have people go, what's wrong with living with your parents? People in the past did. Well, this ain't the Little House on the Prairie. Let's go back again. America's a young country. You're going to go back to Little House on the Prairie days where people lived in communes? How you going to get a fucking job? Living in Tupelo, Mississippi, and on your front porch of your nana's house. All right, come on, stop the bullshit. This is what we're talking about. And I told you we're going to go down this time. It's just a matter of time before people understand that there's no way out. New world order. There's no way out of this. This is the direction that most people are going to go. New world order. All right. This is the direction most people are going to go. And also, men are not going to see a reason to work hard because they can't get a woman. Okay. Men work hard. Technically, they buy houses and work hard because, well, a woman is motivating them, or they're trying to big up their life to get access to a woman. Not that they don't have that as an option much anymore, especially younger men. Guess what they chose to do? Drop out. Drop out. So they're not pushing forward. They're not out here trying to big up their lives and work hard. And not only that, working hard here, you're seeing people become wealthy, if you will, doing the things that doesn't require hard work. Okay. It doesn't require hard work. And so this is what confuses a lot of people. All right. This was confused because we grow up and said, well, you got to work hard. You got to do this and you got to work hard, right? Well, not today. Now you got to kind of work smarter. You might have to work longer hours. You might have to, work from home, but you're going to work 14 hours. But working hard, laborious jobs at the plant, packing meat, pause. manually laboring and putting, mowing lawns and shit. Yeah, that ain't gonna get you the American dream. Okay, that's not gonna get you the American dream. So what we're seeing is a complex cognitive thing that they can't connect how people are becoming wealthy. They're like, well, why is this internet person wealthy? Why is this podcaster? Why is this celebrity? Why is this guy with AI? They're seeing people become rich, but not working hard. TikToker or whatever it is. And they're like, that's not hard work. Well, it is. But people will choose to say, well, I'm not going to do that type of work. So they choose to not do that type of work. I'm not going to day trade. I'm not going to invest. All the things that require some sort of grifting and selling yourself on the internet or whatever it is. Girls are getting rich being entrepreneurs as OnlyFans girls and escorts. I'm not going to do that. So they go back to do the regular job. I'm just going to work hard and get a stable job. And they get laid the fuck off. And they end up working 30, 40, 50 years. They get to 50 and they haven't made any ground. And I'm like, that's going to be tough for you to have the American dream. Not only that, if you do something like that, you're going to also need a spouse or a mate or a second income to get you above water. You're going to need this. So if you're going to do that alone as a single person, you can forget it. You can forget it. No American dream. If you had a spouse, wife that had a similar work ethic, which is difficult to do, but similar work ethic, maybe they're the one that has a stable income and you have the more hustle, gig economy job approach, and you have those and you combine. But the problem is women don't want to be with men like that. So they're less likely going to choose you in that sense. Or if they do choose you, she going to be fat. All right. And ugly and oblong shaped with knock knees. So this is where we're going with it. And I've been telling y'all that we're hitting this. People might call it late stage capitalism, the introduction of people voting in communism or socialism, which we've seen that happen in the major metropolitan areas of New York City. We know that people are going to ultimately do that. That's where we're going. And that's where we're headed. We're going to have people that basically go on a universal basic income. Right? Okay. They're going to go to universal basic income and just say, fuck it, mail it in. As opposed to continue to go out there struggling and striving to get to some sort of American dream, only to be disheartened that they cannot afford it. They can't afford it, and they're going to figure out why. People are going to look for someone to blame as the reason why. Who do we blame for this particular thing? Well, the only person you need to blame is yourself. All right, because you had ample amount of data to make a choice in this matter, and you chose not to on a constant basis. Not only for 1 year, you chose it for 5, 10, 15 years down the line. I want you to ask yourself when you're listening to me. Subtract 15 years of your life and tell me what age you are. All right, you can put it in the comment on the live chat. What age were you 15 years ago? And I can tell you, you missed several waves and opportunities to improve yourself dynamically to reach the top 10 to 20% of incomes in the United States because you made a choice not to make a move and you took status quo. You decided, I'm just going to do the regular shit. I'm going to just mail it in 40 hours a week, do my job at home work, do this, and you got laid off and all that. Most of you guys sat around and did nothing, made no choice. Well, that's a choice. Making no choice is a choice. Making no choice. Well, I don't want to be an internet personality. I'm not going to put my face on the internet. That's a choice. Now, the people who did, a lot of them got money. Right? A lot of them got money. Like, oh, shit. They went crazy. Whatever they did, they went and did it. And they came out. But you sat there and said, fuck it, I'm going to go ahead and motherfucking sell the 7-Eleven hot dogs. And sit out there and look, I want you to ask yourself. I want you to do this. And this is not judging people. I want you to go look at people at their job. You might be outside right now listening to me. You might be at the gas station. Go look at people with jobs. Even you're in a corporate job right now. Go watch these motherfuckers. Go walk by their workstation, their desk, their cubicle, whatever they call it. Go walk by their little office where they share office with small motherfucking cube office with 4 people. Go look at these motherfuckers. Go drive up to that security gate with that motherfucker sitting in the box in the security outfit. Just sitting in a box like this all day. Twiddling they motherfucking thumbs. Waiting for you to drive up with your ticket. Look at the security guard nigga just standing there at Starbucks. Now, that is a choice. To me, that's crazy work. I can't do that. My brain will fucking rot. I would go crazy at a job like that. I would just go crazy like, wow, I cannot watch time waste away like that. I will feel like something's wrong. In Asia, they hire a lot of people like this, making like what the equivalent of $5 a week. All right, $5 a day, not even $5 a day. Somebody told me what these people make, and I'm like, holy motherfucking shit. I think it was like $11 a day. And they hire people like this, stand at the elevator while you walk to the fucking hotel, and they'll go out there and they'll point you to the elevator and push the button. All right, and then you'll walk in the elevator and they'll go stand. You'll come down 5 hours later. That motherfucker's still standing down there. Like, nah, nigga, hell nah. What kind of shit is this? In the Philippines, a bitch just opening the door. Hi. Closing the door. Hi. Just hi, nigga. Oh, Lord. And now these are good jobs because they get into these hotels and they work their way up. They're like, one of these days, I'm going to be the woman at the fucking computer checking you in. Like, I just look at this and go, I can't do it. I cannot do it. You can do it. I can't do it. I'm in a boss up mindset. I can't do that shit, bro. I can't sit around.
Yeah, boss up, nigga.
I cannot sit around like that. That is just miserable existence. I can't do it. I'm going to figure out another way. I'm going to be at home taking notes. Like, what the fuck do I need to do to move out of this shit? Okay, what do you do? Let me interview somebody. All right, these motherfuckers walk in the hotel. Nigga, what do? You paying $400 a night. I'm standing here opening the door making $11 a day. What do you do? Let me figure out what you do. Can I work for you? Nigga, what did Ice Cube say? Can I roll with you? What can I do? Let me speed up this fucking life. Nigga, I ain't about to sit here like this. Not me. But you can do it, nigga. You can do it. But again, like I say, that's a choice. The struggle didn't choose you. You chose the struggle. Don't be mad when you end up not where you want to end up. Don't be mad. Don't be mad at the results you got by the effort you put out. Don't be mad. And don't be mad at somebody else that chose not to live like that. And you chose to live like that, not for 1 year, but for 5, 10, 15 years straight. You saw these people put the ages in there. 15 years ago, they were 25 and 20 and 15 and 21 and 13 and 28 and 25, 35. Man, bro, I'm 50. Trust me, man, time keep on slipping. Time waits for no man. Do not sit around and waste your life living a life that you didn't deserve, that you deserved a better life. You deserved a better life. Okay. And there's some people out here enjoying a life that you never see. You never see them in business class. You never see the fucking business class. You never see them. Y'all be in the motherfucker. I'll be out here in business class and y'all be back there in coach. Okay. I'll never pay for that until you pay for it once. You'll be like, I can't sit back and coach ever again. What do I need to do? I need to figure out a way to never sit back and coach ever again. Fuck it. All right. I just flew back 18 hours from the Philippines, laid back in the bed, laid out, snoring. And you in a seat like this that went back like this. 18 hours in the back. No, see, I used to live like that. I chose to not live like that. So when I started doing what I'm doing, you're looking at it as, why are you doing that? And I'm looking at it as, I don't have a choice. I choose not to struggle. Pack like sardines and shit, all in the back. You got to take a piss and wake 2 people up, climbing over motherfuckers out here. You put your seat back like this, motherfucker behind you, your seat back in my lap. Oh my Lord. I paid for a seat too. Look, Boss Up is the only
Boss up, nigga.
Boss Up is the only way, because nobody's gonna feel sorry for you by you choosing a life of modesty while they're out there living a life that you can even imagine, but you have the ability to do it. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. I do know what to tell you. Boss Up. But you can join the Money Mindset. It's patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. Money Mindset. Money Mindset's going to change in the next 30 days. So this might be an opportunity for you to get into it at the price point that you can get into it, because it's not going to be the same 30 days from now. So go ahead and hit the link related to that. I might run a commercial later, but that's the Boss Up segment right there.
Boss up, nigga.
You'll get access to streams. We're changing the way the streams are delivered. We're changing the way the streams are replayed. So be patient as you join. You're getting access to them incrementally as they're being re-uploaded. Oh boy, little motivation for your ass. Little motivation for your ass here. We got Speaking of, did y'all see the notorious CGA out here? Hold on for a second. Where's my epic win? I think MC Hamster talked about out here the victory laps, showing too many receipts. Let's take a victory lap, an epic win victory lap. Where is it right now? Let's put this up on the board. I'm always going to tell you a scoreboard. Did you see? I went viral again, not delivering the dead pill content. As I've been trying to tell people, lifestyle content for me is it, just constantly ranting and raving about women. Yeah, you might get some loser niggas following you. All right, but I've been getting brand deal offers and vacation offers all for this one video. I got about 7,000 new followers on Instagram in less than 3 days. And I went viral. Okay. And this is for people who don't follow me on Instagram, because I don't put all of this shit on YouTube, because it's like the YouTube audience is weird. Bunch of weirdos. And plus I'm capped over here because I'm demonetized. So I got the weirdos in the comment section acting weird and shit. All right, but Instagram, they don't have that level of weirdo incel mania over there. So they can just let my shit breathe over there. Okay. But I'm back on Worldstar after appearing in Worldstar in the year 2021. I got back on Worldstar. They didn't say a nigga name, but they said Black American man gets A-list treatment in Beijing as locals line up for photos on his first day. And Hollywood CGA is back. I'll show you the video if you didn't see it go feral. All right. But this was a fun time. End up being that I ended up doing a quick trip to China, and I was supposed to stay in the Philippines for longer, and then my Philippine situation changed, and I found a way to sneak into Beijing on a short-term visa. And the way I did it was on a 240-hour visa, in which you can go to Beijing without getting pre-approved, but you fly in from one country, but you have to fly to another country after the trip. So you're just passing through China. You can't go, like I was in the Philippines, so I couldn't go to Philippines to China back to the Philippines. I had to go to another country. And so I had to go from Philippines to China to Cambodia back to Manila. All right. And so that's how I beat it. I started off in Japan. Then I went to Philippines. I went to China. I had to go to Cambodia, then fly back to Manila. So I stayed in Cambodia for 4 days, went to China for 4 days on this short-term visa. All right. And the video went viral. So I'll show you the Instagram version of it. Let me see here. Where's the Instagram version of it? Oh, okay. Let's go back. The Instagram version of it went crazy viral. So, and I didn't intend it for it to go viral. I had no clue. So we'll show you the video in case you missed it. And I've been telling my team for a long time that this is the type of content that I need to be doing. Like, I mean, on social media, like on these short form content. Good. What is your name?
Anna.
All right, good. My name is Greg. Where are you from?
China.
Beijing?
Honan.
Other than that, when you have a camera in your hand, everybody stops and watches you.
We are doing our social practice of our summer vacation. So can we make an interview?
You can interview me, yes.
Is this your first time in Beijing?
Yes.
Okay, today.
Good talking to you. That's my early opinions about what's going on here. Hello.
Let's take a photo.
You want to take a photo of me? Okay, very good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. 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 Gonna take a picture with me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hold on.
他说啥你能听懂吗？他这是啥呀？他这前置摄像头啊？对，他这是辣椒。
对，它属于铁类。OK。
All right, thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
拍张拍。
You want a picture too? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
你跟他对话应该没问题。
Have a good day. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
How are you? How old are you?
50。
50. Good English.
Yeah. 拜拜。冲我这边。
I'm making new friends. Oh, she wants a picture too. You want a picture? Oh, closer. Yeah, come here. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Where you from?
Beijing.
Beijing. Beijing.
Welcome to Beijing.
Thank you.
We are from.
United States.
Oh, okay.
California. All right, so that was the video. It got, how many views did it get at this particular point? Let's see the night of it real quick. It's at 630,000 views. And what was funny about it was once I got to where I was going, I started recording myself in the tourist area, and I started making a vlog. Once I pulled the camera out, they started jumping out of the woodworks. I mean, people were looking at me at first, but once I had the camera out, then they started coming up to me wanting to talk and take a picture. And you can see the way I was dressed. I looked approachable. I didn't look like I was mean. The older people would look at me a little bit, and then I would smile at them, and then they would smile back. All right, but they weren't overly friendly until they realized that I was friendly. So the younger people were the ones that were more likely to come over and talk to me. In terms of the women, the one taller, skinnier woman, you didn't see it on the video, but as I had the camera out, she walked by me and she looked and she was like, wow. Or she kind of mouthed something like that. That's why I called her back. And then we got that moment right there. So you got a black guy. There's not a lot of black guys. Despite the fact, Americans, I want you to listen to this. And I said this on Locals. For American people, you guys talk about passport bros. You guys talk about Americans, in particularly white men that travel to Asia and travel to South America. I'm just going to be here to tell you, they're minorities compared to the rest of the world. American black men are minority travelers. They're not everywhere. They tend to travel to the same places all the time. All right, Dominican Republic, Medellin. All right, but they don't tend to travel the longer distances and around that. American black men are the minority traveler. So that when you show up in a lot of places, you stand out, specifically in a Beijing, China. Now, in the Philippines, not so much. It's not always like that. Every now and then you might get something like that. Most people, they ain't paying you no mind. But American black men, as much as people talk about passport bros and how they going over there tricking and messing up the game, they're still a minority traveler. American men compared to Chinese, Korean, Russian, Germany, Australia, those are the majority travelers. They're the ones, the travelers. They're traveling more than everybody else. So if you think about the perspective, the ignorant perspective that people have about American men going over there, they're doing the least damage. The Chinese, Korean, Australian, Russian, Indian, those men are doing most of the damage. Those men are the ones doing it. Okay? that's 70-80% of the traveling men over there. The American black man is like less than 1%. Although we keep talking about it over here about these black men going over there traveling in the trick, they're a minority, a significant minority. I mean, it ain't even close to the point. That's the reaction that I was getting over in China, in Beijing. Now, there's other places to travel, but that was the crazy type of reaction I was getting. All right, just walking down the street, that people were out here, especially younger people, they were willing to jump out there and, you know, take pictures and stop me and stuff like that. Now, it doesn't happen in the regular areas of Beijing. They really ignore you for the most part. You know, as long as you're not causing a scene in this type of thing. So they ignore you for the most part. But if you wanted to see the video, yeah, in South Korea, you don't see black men out there. No, especially because black men typically travel to the low income areas, Pattaya, Philippines. That they're not going to go to South Korea and compete against that dollar point. Japan, even Japan is on the higher end scale of traveling. So you don't see many black American men traveling around in Japan. All right, you're pretty much going to be like the only one most of the time, or the only 2 or 3. So I just want to tell you guys, a lot of people keep making this idea about men and black men and American men traveling and tricking and old white dudes going over there, you know, taking advantage of young women. Shit. Dude, if you ask the Russians and Australians and the Chinese men and the Korean men, them the ones are dominating. And the men in Germany and England, those the dudes are dominating it. All right, they are the ones that, like, if the American men stopped, those countries will still be ticking 100%. 100%. So this is why we tell you to travel, so you can become less ignorant about the statements that you make and what bothers you and what you're out here debating. And none of you niggas are going to get on the airplane or get a passport. The American black man is a minority, significant. And I'm going to just say this. The young black American man is almost non-existent. Okay. Somebody said, did you pay for that publication to post you? I mean, that's crazy. I mean, again, the world gets to the point where you just don't think shit is real. Dude, I was in China with no fucking internet. Like, my internet was struggling. I didn't want to log into the internet. I didn't find out I was on Worldstar until I was in, I think, Cambodia. I got into Cambodia and I went on locals because I didn't want to go on locals while I was in China. So I got to Cambodia and then I went on locals and I saw Larry C posted that I was on Worldstar. That's how I found out. So I certainly wasn't paying Worldstar money through I barely didn't even want to post on Instagram. Okay. Let alone send Worldstar money. So that went viral all organically. And that's because it's different. What I've always tried to be is different and not the same. Okay. Once everybody starts stealing my talking points or just reframing my talking points or rediscovering what reality was after I discovered it 6 years ago, 7 years ago, I said I need to keep doing something different as opposed to keep doing the same shit over and over again. And I knew once I started doing this type of content that this is the type of content that will blow up. Why? Because not many men can do this. Not many men can do this. They can talk, but they can't show them receipts. Not many men can be in Japan like this. Okay. Not many men can do this. Niggas can talk on the internet about black women this and black women that and women this and repeal the 19th that. I was like, I need my own lane as not just what men and women can do. I need my own lane. All right. And now there's some men that do this, but there's not many men that can. So this is my lane. The free agent motherfucking lifestyle is the lane. So yes, indeed. Not many men to do this. So yeah, that's where I'm telling you, the growth is there. The after pill is here. Yeah. But yeah, man, dude, that was completely organic. It was not expected at all. And I didn't even going viral. I didn't expect it to go viral at all. I didn't expect it to go crazy. But yeah, I got great reception over in Beijing. This is the type of reception I got. Anytime I was recording, people was just coming up and talking and taking pictures. And some of the people were taking pictures You know, people are like, they're going to put it in their red book social media and talk shit about me. Bro, I could care less. I could care less. I mean, you guys are talking more shit about them of whatnot. So I had 3 days. I think I recorded 3 days when I was in Beijing, but people treated me well. Oh, by the way, let me just say this. People keep asking me about racism. You see there they are. They got a chunky ling in there, jumping in there. They just could not wait to take pictures of me and with me. They wanted to be all in the video. They want their kids to take pictures with me. Look at this nigga. Oh, a couple points here. Number one, I'm going to talk about the racism thing. But number two, height. Aaron Clary, shout out to Aaron Clary. Aaron Clary said this. Aaron Clary said, if you're a short man, if you're short statured, and you're in America complaining about being short statured, you need to move and go to a place where you're not short. So that he said, go to Peru. The average height of a man in Peru is 5'2", 5'3". The women are 4'9", 4'11". Philippines, 4'9", 4'11", 4'7", 5'2" tops. And the average man is 5'4", 5'5", 5'6". I'm 5'6", 5'7", area range. Soon as I leave America, where I'm a munchkin, I'm over there tall. I'm tall the rest of the world except for Europe. And America is Europe part 2, right? Once you leave the Europeans and the Russians, you're now tall. You go amongst Asians and people in South America, you're tall. Like, you're not short anymore, okay? And I have pictures where I'm standing next to women, average height, 4'7" to 5 feet tall, 5'1" tops. 5'1" tops. So now you've changed the game to where your insecurity is no longer height. Your insecurity is going to be something else. It's going to be something else, and you'll figure that out. The second part is people are talking about racism. Guys, stop with the racism shit, bro. Eddie Murphy had a classic skit about black people looking for racism when they travel. Press 1 in the chat if you remember the great Eddie Murphy, one of my favorite comedians of all time. The great Eddie Murphy in the Delirious show, when he was in the red suit, he was talking about black people going to Texas, getting off the plane looking for racism, talking about, is this your bag? All right. And he was like, yeah, it's my motherfucking bag. What you think, a nigga can't have a suitcase? Like, as a black man, you guys have been so scarred with believing that people don't like you because of your skin color. Well, while that might be true, you guys make yourself and prevent yourself from exploring the world because of this issue, thinking that the racism you face in South Carolina is going to be the same racism you face when you go to Japan, China, Philippines, Cambodia, and shit like this. But this is overwhelmingly not true. Well, I will tell you, people might not like you because you are black. Maybe they might not like you because you're American and black. They might not, but I'm gonna tell you, you're not gonna see it. I don't see it. I don't see people calling me out. Maybe if they're older, they might look at me funny. But trust me, you'll feel a lot more racism in South Carolina, in Southern California, than you'll experience going over to all these places. Way more. And I've been to these places a lot of times for many, many days. Most people were welcoming, accommodating, helpful, and shit like this. Now, when you get to like the Far East, Japan, they don't give a fuck about you. They just walk past you, but they don't give a fuck about anybody. All right. They're kind of in their own zone. They're not very social people. All right. So they're not socializing with you or anybody else. When I was in Japan, I was walking from the train. I was with the Japanese woman. And when people, they watch you when you walk by. And so she kept telling me, everybody's watching you. And I kept telling her, I don't see it, because how they watch you is they wait when you get past their peripheral vision. So once I'm past their peripheral, then they'll start watching me. But she kept saying, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's watching you. Everybody's talking about your muscles. And by the way, if you're muscular in Asia, you're going to stand out like Godzilla. So she said she was listening to what they were saying, and they were saying he must be famous. All right. And she was like, those guys were like, he must be famous because, well, I'm at a look famous and I was with a beautiful woman and we were on the we were getting off the bullet train and shit like this. And so she said a lot of their conversation was he must be famous or he must be wealthy or whatever they were saying. None of them were saying nigga and blackie, get out of here. Why is he here? Monkey. Nobody was saying that. And she was not reporting back that was getting that type of treatment at all. Most people were either not paying you any attention or paying attention to you. There was I experienced no racism. People were not bothering me. And they were mostly wanting to get in the pictures with me, as you can see here. Everywhere I went, they was just wanting to get in there. Come on, can we take a picture with you? Can we take a picture with you? So they didn't know who the fuck I was. Like, who is this nigga? Somebody said they thought I was Stephon Marbury. Who knows? Who knows? But I got very, very royal treatment when I was getting out there, man. It was great. This is the Great Wall of China. So I enjoyed the visit. But black men, this is another family. They were like, can I take a picture with you? It was funny how many people shoved their kids in the picture with me. It was amazing. But I will also say, just make sure you're cleaned up. Do not go out there looking like a bum. Don't look desperate. Don't have your pants hanging off your ass. All right. Do not look like a bum ass nigga. And don't run out there just for the attention because you might not get it. All right. And you're going to be like, Coach, man, I went out there and nobody paid attention to me. Well, maybe you look scary. Maybe you look unapproachable. Maybe you look ignorant. Maybe you look like a nigga. Right. And so they might, I don't know. But be careful when you go out there. And of course, have a little bit of money. What are we doing here? We got some super chats. Yes, indeed. And Crime and Law CGA coming up. We have Tyla coming up. Also, some Manospherian content. Maybe the Andrew Tate shit. Maybe we'll move the Andrew Tate shit forward. But we got a lot of show coming up. He said the fact that you got to tell people to present clean is sad. Yeah. Because if you come out there looking like a nigga, with your pants hanging down, unless you're young, yeah, bro, it ain't going to work. It's not going to work. They're not trying to be out there for niggas. They're not trying to hang out with niggas. Now, maybe some young kids might think you're cool, but you definitely ain't going to get the royal treatment when you come out there. Oh, man. All right. Anyway, shout out to y'all. I thought for the people who don't watch my social media, that went down last week. Totally organic. That was a great thing. All right, so let's see here. We got some people over on the Cash App and Venmo and all of that contributing to today's show. Shout out to Ray, says, welcome back, Coach. Thank you, man. Glad to be back. Thank you for welcoming me back. And don't go over there trying to look for by the way, if you go over there to the other countries and you don't know how to speak their language, you're not going to get very far. All right. So it's not that people are desperate just to get attention from a black guy, but you're going to have to respect their culture. Don't be loud and obnoxious. I know I've seen black women traveling and then they complain that these people call them names, but they're acting loud. Don't do that. Like, don't act loud. Don't be, well, they gotta have to learn to accept me. Don't go over there like that. You're gonna get a bad treatment. Sky Daddy says, let's go, big dog, and Coach, we trust all the glory. Shout out to V-Bad. And Daniel McGee says, shout out to my favorite African-American out here. Speaking of African-American, we got Donald Trump that wants to tell you about me being his favorite African-American. Look
Andrew
at my
Tate. African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm
KT
talking
the King
about?
says if body count truly mattered to men would not accept attempt to sexually interact with single mothers. This would be a great main event topic. Yeah, the body count mattering conversation is dead. All right. I didn't kill it. It's just cooked because there's really nothing you can do about it. The women are going to tell you what their body count is. Men are going to date and fuck whoever the women are with low or high body counts. The men that aren't going to do it, well, you're just going to be incels. So not many people are getting married for marriage purposes anyway. So it's not like you're disqualifying from them for marriage. But yeah, body count does matter. All right. In terms of what it matters for one reason, the ability for the woman to look and perceive to be faithful longer term in a marriage. That's it. Other than that, it don't matter. If I'm just trying to sleep with her, it doesn't matter. Right? I'm just trying to have sex with her. Her body count is irrelevant. All right. It could be 1, 0, or 500. It doesn't matter. I'm just trying to have sex with the woman. All right. But if I want a relationship with her and I want her to bond with me, then it matters. All right. I want to be able to trust this woman is not going to go fuck anybody that she's fucked in her past or be promiscuous during a relationship. That's where it matters. And most of y'all ain't get into relationships anyway. So what's the point of the conversation? What is the real point? And if it really mattered, why are men getting with single mother and obese women and women? Why are y'all getting with these women? So especially when you're older men don't worry about body count. Younger men who want a relationship, you're 19, 20, 21, you want a relationship with a girl and you don't want to be out there with the town doorknob, all right, the town moped, yeah, that matters. All right, the woman then got ran through and you're 19 and now you're holding her hand walking through campus. Yeah, bro, now you're going to look fucking crazy. All right, you're going to look crazy. All right, anyway. Somebody said anybody going to Pattaya deals with high body count women. For real. You go to Asia, them women getting ran through. You're not finding women with low body counts in Asia. Okay. In Asia or South America or any of that. Like they fuck for sport. They fuck for boredom. They fuck because, you know what I mean? What else are we going to do? Nothing is hot and sweaty. Let's fuck. Like they not sitting around. They got too much time on their hands. They fuck. They get foreigners fuck. Like their sex, the way they have sex there's no shame for them when it comes to this. The sex is that, and anybody want to dispute this, just all you got to do is just look at who's having the babies in the world. Look at who's having the babies. Asians, 45% of the population. They fuck. They start young, especially in the poorer areas, Southeast Asia, they fuck. They be having babies. They be getting knocked up by just any old body. All right, come on, bro. Stop the bullshit and the cap. It is what it is. Shout out to Jay McGee says, what's up, coach? Welcome back. Shout out to the McGee brothers. Good to see you guys back. Mr. Handsome Paul says, welcome back. Your highlights from your lean tour is truly inspiring and glad you made it back safe. Are you back doing coaching calls on Calendly? Thank you for the stream. Free agent lifestyle for life. I am, but I got to adjust my times because I'm also streaming more. So let me adjust my times and then book it this week. Shout out to Long Haul Money Trucker says, welcome back home. The new intro was fire. Free agent lifestyle for life. Whoever missed the new intro, you'll see it later on at the end of the show. And that's a co-sponsorship. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Check out the new intro. I'm rich, bitch. KT the King, go see Spider-Man. Brand new day. When you have free time, there's many moments in the movie that relate to what you regularly speak about on your show, especially the night rooftop scene. It would be a great main event topic. All right, I got to get a chance to see Spider-Man. Thank you, man. LL Kusi says, why do incels and older male virgins think they will be rewarded with a virgin wife for being virgins? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's no more female virgins out here. All right. There's not many female virgins. And if there is one, there's going to be steep competition for that woman. Okay. And you're probably not going to want to have sex with that woman. By the way, the Andrew and Tristan Tate, I think one of them boys really like virgins. I think it was Tristan. But in order to get virgins, he had to fuck 15-year-old girls. Like, just think about it. In order to increase your chance for a woman to be a virgin, you're going to have to go for women 14, 15, and 16, which would be highly illegal. That's going to get you in trouble. But once a woman hits 19 and on, you can forget about virgins. Forget it. Wash it out your brain. You might run up on one. When I was 19 to 24, I ran up on a couple of virgins that I can remember. All right, but and it ain't even the best type of sex. I don't know, man. It ain't even the best thing. I mean, I don't know. I remember I had this virgin chick when I lived in San Jose. She was like, I'm a virgin and whatnot. And I got it. And I was like, right. I guess my ego, I'm the first one to defile this woman and deflower her. But once you hit 40 and 50, forget about virgins. You don't want no virgins. Now, you don't want, like, any woman that I'm with, I know she probably got fucked like the day before or the day of that I saw her. And I'm fully fine with that. She might even have sex right after me with somebody else. I'm not marrying her. Who cares? These are nothing burgers for me. I don't give a damn about what the woman undone with her vagina anyway. All right. But if I'm trying to marry her and if I want a relationship with a woman and she has a past that I presume is promiscuous or I found her easily, I would have less belief that she could be faithful and true to me, especially at this age. All right. So I would not get into a relationship with a woman who claimed to be in love with me and she had a promiscuous past. I would be like, well, baby, don't make promises you can't keep. I don't accept promises. Just do what you do until you can't do it no more. And then I'll move on. I don't plan on being with you for very long anyway. like no woman, there's no woman I'm planning to be with for the rest of my life. I know this. I move around too much. I don't have a life that's stabilized for a woman to be with me. And there's not many women that are willing to move the way I move. They got shit that they tie down to their family and cousins and jobs and careers and schooling and banks. And, you know, they don't want to move countries and shit. Well, I'm just trying to, like, I'm not going to stop moving around because of this woman. So there's not many women I'm trying to stabilize with, which means in effect, they only going to be here for a short amount of time any fucking way. So I don't care what their body count is. I'm just enjoying them for the time that I'm with them, whether it be 24 hours, occasionally, casually, you know, every now and then, onesie, twosie, here skindarskis, 2 years, 3, 4 years, whatever the fuck it is. All right. I don't care. And I want you to feel that way too. But if you're out here looking for virgins and women with low body counts, I got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. You're not getting that. Not past the year of 20, not past age 24 or 25. That is non-existent. Low body counts. Mousy, you going viral in China. Those Asian lings were flabbergasted. Coach, I've been noticing more content on how Thailand locals don't want the foreigners there. Seems everyone has caught on now, and there needs to be a new spot. What are your thoughts? Is it true? I can't say it's 100% true, but anytime you gentrify an area, which Thai people, the people of Thailand are experiencing a lot more newer people coming over, younger people coming over that particularly are going to compete with jobs and moving into their areas, particularly low income areas, because these people don't have a lot of money. You see people going to Da Nang talking about they pay $500 for rent and this type of thing, and they are operating in their culture. Yeah, people are going to be sour about it. Just like people in Brooklyn were sour about all the Jewish people that and white people that moved into their area and popped up all these Starbucks, you know. So that's to be expected. That people are out here on the internet over the last few years since 2022 showing how you can survive over there with little to low income, and a lot of younger people, younger employee age people are moving to these areas. Yeah, it could rub people the wrong way. For sure. I wouldn't say it's something you would face on a regular basis. And certainly if you're on vacation, you would never see this. So, yeah, I mean, of course it's going to rub people the wrong way. And it rightly so. You're going to be fine. It's not something you're going to experience. Most people, especially if you go over there respectful of their situation, they're going to care less. You might have some old people and some people that feel like you're encroaching on their territory. It might feel awkward about it, but I wouldn't let that discourage you. Donnie E says, while you were gone, I did a deep YouTube dive on female covert narcissism. I was fascinated by this topic. It is a peak psychological manipulation tactic that is common danger for men. Please feature it more in future live streams. Female covert narcissism. We all experience that. That's why they're always projecting that we're the narcissist. But their dating strategy requires them to be narcissistic. All right. One thing that they do is once, that you should expect when you're in a relationship with a woman. Her desire is to make sure that she gives you full attention. All right. I'm sorry, that you give her full attention, meaning that you have to cut off the things that are important to you. And depending on how deep she is psychologically in this, she'll even cut you off from performing well at your job. Okay. She'll even cut off access to other women. That's required to get into a relationship with her. Now, once she understands psychologically, more dark psychology, more seduction, once she feels and understands that you have the ability to get other women, that maybe can turn her off, or she can be turned on by this. Okay. But if you give a woman the belief that she's the only woman for you as early as possible, where she didn't have to contribute anything to make you do that other than her presence, well, psychologically, she's going to lose respect for you over a rapid amount of time. For instance, one thing that she'll do is she'll control access to vagina. She'll say to you, okay, listen, I'm your one access to sex. I'm going to meet you on Sunday night for sex. All right, not for sex, but we're going to get together and hang out. And of course, there's intimacy, and I can't wait to see you, and blah, blah, blah. One thing she might do is she might bump that meeting to another day, closer to the day approaching. She believes that you're the only one she's having sex with. This tactic is to see how much control she has over you. This is a competition tactic. So what she'll do is she'll say, I'm not feeling fresh. I'm not feeling myself. I'm not feeling sick. I'm not feeling well. Let's meet tomorrow. As if she's going to feel better tomorrow. She might not feel better tomorrow. She might push it off. Oh, I'm not feeling better tomorrow. How about we do it when I'm ready? At that particular point, she now has control over you if you accept this. Okay. If you accept this particular tactic that she's doing, and trust me, it is a tactic. She's trying to gauge how much control she has over you physically, sexually. So that if you wait for that and you say, okay, yeah, tomorrow works, and you don't have another piece of pussy lined up, she doesn't have a fear of holding out sex from you or fulfilling your needs intimately. She doesn't respect it anymore. So this is going to remove leverage from you. You have less leverage if you accept that. So one or two things can happen. You could be like, okay, well, if you're not coming on Monday or Sunday, I'm fucking somebody else on Sunday. She needs to have that fear of making sure that she has that. She has to have that fear of knowing that you could do that. Because when she does, she gonna show up even though she don't feel fresh and ready to go. Oh, he gonna fuck somebody else if I see what I mean? Or you tell her, no, you be here, or that's the last time I'm making myself available to you. You be here on Sunday as you promised. I'm not waiting for you. I'm ready to go on Sunday. So you be here Sunday, or don't plan on being here any other fucking day. Okay. So that's it. All right. You don't show up on Sunday, you can fucking don't show up ever again. All right. Because you said you were going to be here. Don't push the shit off now. Most of the time, men fail these early tests. And psychologically, women are going to test you. It's a test. You know, like, I'm not manicured down there. Bitch, you knew a week ago that we was meeting on this day. Now all of a sudden, here you go pushing it off. I'm not trying to push it off. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to push you off. I'm ready for intimacy. I don't wait for you to be ready. Now, I'll wait for you to be ready to be intimate with you. So if you don't want to be intimate with me on Sunday, I'm going to be intimate with someone else. But what they'll do is they'll cancel this to the point where you can't bring in your backup plan. All right. Which we always tell you to double book anyway. So we tell you over local, double book. All right. That's why you have one in your back pocket. That's why you have a JUCO ready to go. Okay. She ain't ready to go. All right. Let's line up Sally. Sally ready to go at 7:30. You always double book. Because women will do this test. They'll make it like, oh, it's just too hard for me to, bitch, get the weed whackers out. Go ahead. Okay, you spotting. We'll put down a towel. Bring that shit on. Dish your pussy. Let's go. Toss your legs up. Now, she'll be like, well, I ain't ready then. Okay, go sit on the sideline. But somebody else getting filleted and filleted. Somebody about to get filleted tonight. but I don't wait for you. Now, doesn't mean I'm going to take advantage of you or coerce you or manipulate you to do it. You can decide not to do it. Just know that somebody else getting fucked that night. That's how I do it. So don't come to me and be like, well, I still want somebody to be faithful and monogamous with you, but you get the renege on pussy with me. Nah, you don't get the renege on pussy. You can, but it ain't going to work with me very long. Okay. You don't get the renege. Like, yeah, that's going to work once and then that's it. All right. You had one try, you failed, you reneged on pussy. Bye-bye. There's no more opportunities for me to depend on you to be sexually available to me, which in relationships, I should depend on you to be sexually available to me. If you don't want to do it, I'm not going to be monogamous towards you. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple, but a lot of men can't verbalize this. You can't set yourself up like this. You don't leverage this. You feel like you got to have another girl freely giving you sex, and then you can't manage it. And then your second girl bails out on you because, well, you're not contributing anything, and then you're all frustrated. Now you're on the internet making a video talking about these hoes ain't shit. Somebody says this sounds like coercion. Like I said, you don't got to do it. You don't got to do it. Now, if you come over here like, well, I feel like you made me do it. Well, you can leave. Okay, you can leave. Trust me. There's another woman I can have in here. You do not have to give me anything. I don't depend on you for anything. If you want me to, you better make sure you fresh and ready to go. Especially if you say that that's what you're going to do. Okay, it's pretty simple. Know what you're dealing with, but that's just a shit test. Never fall for that goofy ass shit. But yeah, if a woman is feeling like she forced to, I feel like I got to do it or you gon', well, bye-bye. All right, that's it. Bye-bye. That's going to be the last time. First and last. Grand opening, grand closing. But psychologically, these are games. Just so you guys know, there's no other reason for her to be doing that other than to psychologically test what you're going to do in that situation. Do we want to talk about this crime shit or do we want to matriculate the ball downfield? What's the time on my clock? All right. What's the time on my clock? Yeah, man. That's why I don't believe in monogamy, because if a woman wants me to be faithful, but she can renege on pussy, nah. Look, baby, you can do that with somebody else, but it ain't going to be me. Soon as you renege on sex, for me, it's over. All right. I did that. I was married before. I went through that. I'll never have one woman serve me up sexually. Right. Just to be waiting for her. And then she'd be like, well, on second thought, I don't feel like coming tonight. All right. Well, I feel like coming tonight. All right. So I don't know what you're doing, but.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
And then don't come tonight. But here's the other thing they'll do is that they won't come over that night, but they'll still text you and want to FaceTime. Well, can we text and FaceTime? No, fuck that. You know what's going to be happening? Somebody's toes going to be curling. All right, let's get on with this, man. Enough about that. Let's talk about here. We got Tyla. Should we talk about Tyla? Do y'all care about the Tyla story? I guess I'll briefly cover it. Inside of the mind of modern women here. We got the night show coming up tonight. I'll keep some of these topics here. Inside of the mind of modern woman, we have this young woman, Tyla. She's a good-looking South African woman. I think a lot of people don't like her for some reason. She's very popular. All right, but she's a little skinny, very small, petite woman. I think she's attractive, but a lot of people talk about some racial issues that people might be dealing with in South Africa that I don't have much information about, so it doesn't really affect me. She's not an obese woman, typically that black men like, so black men don't big up her at all. And she's very young, and I don't think she has much experience with relationships, but this is what she recently said, is that Tyla says modern men need to stop being divas and simp more. All right. And this is an interesting conversation for the manosphere community, that She's even verbalizing that men need to simp more in order to make relationships work. Now, here's the thing. I don't disagree inherently with this commentary. Although most of the manosphere might be mad about this, this tracks exactly what I've been telling you about relationships today. This tracks. I said, in order to make relationships work, men must simp. Okay. Now, I'm the only person in my right mind on the internet. While you get mad at this tracks exactly what I think about modern relationships and what most women think modern relationships are. A man gesture maxing, simping, doing over and above to get very little back. So let me see what her commentary is. I didn't get a chance to read or hear it, but there is an interview snippet in here. But this tracks. In order to make relationships work, most women in her age group thinks men need to simp. Yep, that's pretty much right. Okay. That's pretty much on par with what I think of modern relationships. So let's see what she has to say here. Okay.
One of the new songs in the album is called Mr. Nonchalant, but I don't know if you've seen, there's a lot of chat online about being chalant. So what is better, having or chasing a nonchalant man or a chalant man, and why?
There just needs to be a balance. Like, you need to know when to be nonchalant and when to be chalant. You know what I mean? Yeah, there just needs to be a balance.
I actually like a chalant, kind of a bag almost.
A bag.
I just love attention.
But yeah, you know, like that's how it should be technically. But yeah, the guys these days,
it's hard.
Divas.
They're divas.
Bedazzled divas.
Yeah. So
you know?
divas.
Yeah. I feel like I'm in the girls' bathroom right now. I'm just in the middle, like,
you like
absolutely, the guys. Yeah.
Men.
Yeah.
Nah, but not even that. Like, I just think, like, I don't know, like guys don't want to be simps anymore.
Guys don't. Okay, so guys don't want to be simps anymore. Now, let me just break this down on the dark side of female psychology here. What they're asking for is what they're not receiving. All right. So they're actually having situationships and relationships with nonchalant men who don't simp. Because in order to make relationships work, you have to simp, and men are guarded by not wanting to be looking like a simp. So men don't want to do public displays of affections. They certainly don't want to buy flowers. They don't want to open doors. Why? Because if they're seen doing this, people are going to criticize them for simping, which in my opinion is flawed, right? This is a flawed mindset. If you have a woman that does what she needs to do, doing those things is not simping. It's simping doing them for a woman to get access to her, to actually get her love. That would be simping. She's not giving you back in return. She's making you do it, which I think women inherently come out to relationships and dating wanting men to be golden retrievers. All right, come out here, sit down, put your paw out, roll over, and they haven't gotten anything. The woman hasn't given him anything. So they're not getting men to simp early on in their relationships because men are guarded, not trying to simp. All right, they don't want to be out here simping, even for a Tyla. Okay. So they're saying the men should be simping more, which means in effect, they're not getting this. Tyla says men need to simp more. She's not getting men simping on her, not especially the men she desires. So the men psychologically, the way this works, and you're going to see this later, if you exhibit what they are asking for, they're not going to respect it. That's what we just talked about earlier with the sex thing. Once she knows that she's the sole piece of pussy from you, what is she going to do? She's going to bargain chip for it. She's going to retract and renege it, and she's going to move it from here to there. She's going to play with you like a carrot on the stick. And because the men aren't simping, she can't play you like a carrot on the stick. She has to deal with your nonchalant activity. She got to deal with your super duper chill. You've been here before. You slept with other women. You slept with women just as good as her. All right. So she can't leverage that. And she feels like she has to chase you. You're a diva. And even the men that aren't worth shit ain't simping either. So they're not complimenting her, giving her free attention, giving her free compliments. They're not doing that. They're certainly not doing that after 1 or 2 or 3 sexual escapades with her. Once they done busted 2 or 3 nuts, right? They're losing attention. They're losing interest. In my opinion, I do believe men, in order to make modern relationships work, men need to simp more. But what does need to happen is women need to give more, and they're not giving more. They feel like they don't need to give more than what they're giving. Well, that's why you have a stalemate. That's why you're at a stalemate in relationships, because women, they feel like all they need to do is show up. They don't need to carry bags. They don't need to do this. The man should just show up, being out, rolling out the red carpet, putting on the fucking shoe, the slipper fits, and treating her like she's just a queen. Trust me, I have this even at the monetized dating level, and it is a phenomenal thing to see happening here, that women are like, I'm a queen, spoil me, do this and do that. And all in exchange for what? Some pussy somebody else got? For you to sit over there and look pretty? It's a difficult stalemate. You just gonna sit there and look pretty? Okay, I've got to convince you to show up and give me sex. I gotta beg you to cook and clean, and she could just remove that off the table. That's why we're at a stalemate in relationships. All right, I'm not telling men to do something different. I'm not telling women to do anything different. What I'm telling you is where we stand in modern relationships. This is because of this mindset, especially that it's spread across the internet. Let's continue.
It's kind of embarrassing now.
Yeah.
No, guys. No.
One of the new songs in the album is called,
Guys.
Oh, you
a simp?
Yeah, I can simp. I can simp. I got a balance.
I like that about you.
Do you know what I mean?
The simping.
Okay, so when there's two women in the room and one man, he's just going to fess up. Yeah, I'm a simp, but I have balance. There's no such thing as balance. All right. There is yin and yang natural balance, but there's no balance of simp here and she'll give you and then you give her and then she simp. Like, this is
fuck it. Yeah, I'm a simp. I'm a simp. Man.
Yeah, it's cool.
He's a simp.
Like, own it. If you love your woman, own it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly that. Guys.
Oh, you a simp?
All right. So just the conversation here. And of course he's going to say, yeah, because he's looking at Tyla. I want a piece of that little chocolate, half caramel, calico too. So
yeah, I can simp. I can simp. I got a balance.
I like that about you.
Do you know what I mean?
The simping.
Back it. Yeah, I'm a simp. I'm a simp.
And yeah, this is a nice piece of calico right here. This is a nice piece of calico. So yeah, he gonna say that shit. But of course, we've seen her disrespect Kai Cenat, and Kai Cenat was quote unquote simping and willing to simp and got nothing. Okay, got nothing back in return. In my opinion, this is more of this psychological tactics to get men to give women and do these things for her, only for her to treat you just like a pet at some particular point. It's only going to get you so far. It might get you in the door. It might get her, get you the ability to support her or live with her or take her out to fine dine so she can sit there and look pretty. But this is not something that I think men should pursue straight on in the head, thinking that this is going to work. Okay, because Tyla's not dealing with guys who simp at all. Right? It doesn't. She's not even attracted to men who simp. She just wants men to be willing to do it, or the type of guy she wants to do it. Okay. All right. So let's get into this one here quick. All right. Andrew Tate. Who's waiting for the Andrew Tate shit? Well, you're going to wait for some longer. You're going to wait longer, nigga. More psychology inside of the minor woman. Dark psychology here. Check this out. I reported on this on a video that got very good views back in the day on my Coach Greg Adams channel. This is Emmett Smith, who was blindsided by a divorce and very much crushed by his divorce in around 2019 or 2020. At the time, he had a wife named Patricia. There she is right there, who divorced Emmett Smith, claiming that she wanted to focus on her career. Okay, she said it was her turn.
So I could focus on my career.
Okay, she wanted to get involved in some reality TV show, or, she said that she, had kids and it was her time to shine. And she wanted to be all on the radio, all in the video, all on the record, dancing. She wanted to be out in the forefront while Emmett Smith retired. And of course, like most professional athletes, they face a high risk of divorce after retirement. Okay, because they move back home and then a woman is at home and like, oh, nigga, go practice football, go do something. And he comes back telling her to do this and that. She don't want no part of that. All right, she like, get out of my house. That's her domicile. All right, she's been running the roost for all these years. So she wanted to get out in front of things. Well, she's a She's a middle-aged woman who's I would consider attractive with all of that raccoon makeup on and wig, but she's a regular woman, all right, and especially in the industry of social media, industry of reality TV and modeling or whatever she wanted to do, singing. She's a regular woman, and she doesn't hold much attention. Like, what the fuck am I gonna be invested in this woman for, other than looking at her Instagram for a couple of pictures? Well, she didn't realize that. She thought she was ready to run, so she divorced Emmitt Smith back in 2020 when Emmitt Smith and his ex-wife Patricia celebrated their 20th wedding anniversary. Patricia emphasized that they are no longer the same people they were 2 decades earlier. In fact, she believed that she would become a better version of themselves over the years. Unfortunately, Smith and Patricia separated months later, eventually filing for divorce. Years later, Patricia reveals that she never truly took the time to heal following their separation. She says, I will say this, I want love again, says Patricia. I have not lost hope in love. I want to apologize to my exes because I didn't do the healing. As far as taking responsibility for myself, it was just not going, I was just not going into those situations even whole. So it was easier for me to slide into other people's identities, especially with their strong identities. So I definitely take responsibility. Shout out to her. And I know going forward, that's why this season, in this time that we're going to have, is about my healing. Patricia was previously married to actor comedian Martin Lawrence. Okay. So she's not the first celebrity. This, in my opinion, let me see if I can find this picture. This is an example. I would say she's in her probably 40s or 50s at this point. Yes, Emmitt Smith does look like me. I do get confused with this nigga every now and then. All right. We're about the same height. He's slightly taller than me, probably a little bit more brolic, and he's a lot more fatter than me. But this is an example of, unfortunately for her, she just doesn't have the legs anymore. She don't have the legs. So she's had Martin Lawrence at her young years. She had Emmitt Smith in her young years. She thought she still had that value. She ran out there and thought that she could just go up the ladder a little bit one more time. And unfortunately, she ran out of legs. Right? She ran out of legs. She ran out of the value. She thought she had more perceived value. And this happens to a lot of women. You know, fortunately for her, she was able to see it and apologize and said she was incomplete and traumatized or whatever it was. She didn't do the work. She was incomplete and not whole and didn't bring her full self into the relationship because it was about her, me, main character syndrome. I'm the prize. And ultimately she got with men celebrities that probably, I don't know how they're probably doing much better than her and doing much better without her. According to this article in the headline, it says, I want love again. This is where men and women are different. In the aspects of relationships, Emmitt Smith is probably similar to my age. We look very similar there. By this point, Emmitt probably doesn't want any love. All right. He probably like, I didn't love once or twice. I'm cool with it. Okay. I'm good. Let me just live my life out. He's able to do what he wants. He has enough money to do where he wants to do and go where he wants to go. He gets to fuck who he wants to fuck and have intimate relationships short term with any woman that wants to get into his life. He probably can't trust any woman in America's interest anymore because he's wealthy and retired. They're just going to come over there to rest on him. So he already knows that they don't love him for him type of shit. And he can't trust women for that. But we do find that women who have the opportunity for decades to love, screw it up, and then ultimately still chase it in their 40s and 50s and believe that they're going to get it. And it's like, God. Now, these are the type of women that they'll tell me to date her. All right. That's the type of woman you should date, CGA. She's beautiful. She's attractive. She's 47. Let's see how old she is. She's your age. You should be going after her. That woman would be dangerous to me because she would want me to love her and simp for her and get down on bended knee and beg her and carry her bags. And this would be tragic Why would I do that for a woman in her 50s when I'll do it for a woman in her 20s? I can do it for a woman in her 20s, and we can get right down to brass tacks. Okay, let's see how old this woman is here. All right, I'm not doing it for a woman that age. It just doesn't make any sense for me to do it. I don't care how beautiful she is. All right, she is a good-looking woman, but that just does not make sense to me. Let's see what her name is. Her name is Patricia. I'm going to assume it's Smith. Patricia Smith's age. That is going to be Emmett Smith's wife. Emmett. That's a slave name, ass niggas. Emmett. All right. 55. Oh. Wait, is it 55? No way, bruh. It is a tremendous red flag for me. I'm 50. Okay, you're 50. We make a great power couple. There's no way in fucking hell that I fall in love with a 55-year-old woman. All right, I don't care if I'm 75. There's no way in earthly hell that I'll fall in love with a woman in her 50s. And let me just say this. This is what I do see. When you go to Asian countries, this is another thing you'll see. The idea that women still got it in their 40s and 50s, that doesn't exist in what I would call underdeveloped countries. Any country where you can put a kid on a moped is an underdeveloped country. Okay, so that's going to be sign number one. All right, you can ride on a bike, a motorcycle with no helmet and put a kid on the back or the front of the motherfucker. This is an underdeveloped country. All right, and that's pretty much just Europe and America that you can't do that. All right, that's pretty much it. So any underdeveloped country, the women in their 40s and 50s, they do not have this mindset that American people have. The mindset that women still got it at 40 and they could be looking for love at 50 and shit. Whereas you can find women like this in China and Japan. You can't pop. Them women ain't popping. Them women are not popping. I don't care how much makeup and surgery you give them. Them women gonna be sugar mamas at best. And at worst, they're gonna get a foreigner to fall in love with their old ass. But it's really curtains for women in these countries. And I'm not to say China and Japan is underdeveloped, but you can't pop off at 55 talking about I'm looking for love. This is only really a tragic American deal. And it is annoying because as American men, we put up with this shit. Then they criticize you for going to other places where you don't have to put up with it, where it's nobody cares that you're with a 28-year-old woman, a 25 or 24-year-old woman. Nobody bats an eye. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody really cares that you're out here dating younger women. Nobody cares. Long as she ain't under 18, I mean, most of the time, they might not even bat a fucking eye then, all right? They just like, whatever it is, it is. So in America, though, they criticize you for this. They really just limit your potential for this and make you be saddled down with what we call, over there, they call leftover women, but I would call women that are way past their picking stage. Now, you can argue and debate this on the internet if you want, but it's not debatable for me because I have the option to go to another place where I don't have to put up with this shit. I don't have to argue it. I don't have to convince you. I don't have to convince the men that say, well, I like and prefer older women. Who cares? Like, I'm going to be somewhere else where I don't have to deal with it, where I have choice. You don't have choice, and that's what you're going to do. But trust me, this is not a natural thing for people to be doing. It's not natural for a woman to be out here running through 2 and 3 marriages going, I'm looking for love at 55. Like, this is just crazy. Trust me, I don't have to put up with this shit. I'll go somewhere and be on a date with a 24-year-old woman by sundown. And I'll do it here in America, all right, in your face. But I certainly can go to other countries and I never have to deal with a 40, 50-year-old woman seriously. I never have to take them seriously. You do, though. But to me, it's a despicable thing that they're doing. This is dark psychology. This is despicable things that they're doing here. I do have a couple more videos related to this conversation. Whew. I'm winded. I'm out of shape. I'm out of condition to do these long podcasts. Are you still enjoying the show? Check this couple out. This couple says, how often should married couples have sex? All right. This is what I was talking about earlier. How often should married couples have sex? What do you think in the comment section? What do you think? Okay. How often should they have intimacy? Okay. All right. So let's put this couple up on the board here. You're going to see. Let's see if you recognize this couple. Let's see if you recognize this couple here. All right. Here we go right here.
I try to have sex every day.
He try every day.
She don't give to me.
I like every other. Give me a little time.
18 years together, yes. 18 years.
Locked in.
Don't y'all still look at each other with them googly eyes.
Oh, I still chase that one.
That's exhausting.
Okay, real quick. I think we talked about it too. Y'all have sex every day?
I try to have sex every day.
He try every day.
She don't give to me.
I like every other. Give me a little time. Give me a couple hours.
I'm about to do a poll to find out
he
what
be
is
trying to do it a couple of times a day. Please get off me.
I feel like if we capable, we should do it every day. She feel like at least 2 times a week.
All right, who recognizes this couple right here? Interesting, man. That this couple is famous for CGA. All right, they've been a part of CGA show since about 2021. That is the woman that says this right here.
In these streets.
That's that woman. This is the woman
in these streets
that says this. All right, and here they are in the year of our Lord 2026, still out here
in these streets.
All right, let's play the clip.
Beautiful, I got a question.
Yes, babe.
If you weren't married to me, what you be doing right now?
In these streets.
You'll be in these what? I believe it too. She'll be tied up in the street.
Okay, interesting.
In these streets.
So she be tied up in these streets. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This gentleman is begging this woman for sex and intimacy in his marriage. But what we know is that she would willingly be tossing it back in these streets.
In these streets.
Not counting it. She wouldn't be counting how many times she would be tied up in these streets.
In these streets.
So this is what we're talking about. When you're married, you give up Larry. You gotta beg and plead for intimacy, but she would be in these streets tossing it back.
In these streets.
Beautiful, I got a question.
Yes, babe.
If you weren't married to me, what you be doing right now?
In these streets.
You'll be in these what? I believe it too. She'll be tied up in the street.
And that clip was from 2021. And here they are. He's still begging for these.
In these streets.
He's still begging for sex from his wife. Isn't this crazy?
I didn't say 2. I said every other day, every 48 hours.
So you look, she's still out here negotiating when he gets them cheeks. But she would be in these streets.
In these streets.
All right, man almighty.
You said 4 days?
About 3 days a week, 3-4 days.
You get it, it's enough.
You get it, it's enough.
In these streets.
It's enough. You get it, it's enough.
In these streets.
Wow. This is why I tell you I cannot be monogamous.
In these streets.
I can't be monogamous.
In these streets.
It doesn't pay for you to be monogamous because this is what the devil gives women in their mind, this leverage.
In these streets.
He tall, handsome, muscular, and still begging.
In these streets.
Somebody say he a millionaire. Some people say he played in the NFL.
In these streets.
And still beg. This is what happens when you give women too much power and control over your intimacy.
In these streets.
I can't do it. I can't do it, gentlemen.
Beautiful, I got a question.
Yes, babe.
If you weren't married to me, what you be doing right now?
In these streets.
You'll be in these what? I believe it too. She'll be tied up in the street.
Tied up in these streets.
In these streets.
And look at her. Look how she like, you get it enough. You get it enough.
In these streets.
And when the video played, her phone pinging, ping, ping. Who on the other end of that phone? We saw Patricia with Emmett Smith. Now she looking for love. If he divorces her, she be out here, oh, I'm looking for love, and throwing it back in these streets. Like, this is correct, man. This tells you how much impact I've had on this space. To see them years later still dealing with the same bullshit. I done fuck. Well, I can't say how many women I fucked since then. All right, because I won't reveal my body count on the internet. Plus, when you add the JUCO to that, well, this number's despicable. All right, it's not nothing that I would brag about on Al Girl's internet. But in between this nigga, the last 5 years, he been begging this woman for a couple pieces of pussy. I done ran through Asia, Central America, South America, North America, Eastern Europe, London, Western Europe. All right. I never had to beg for no damn pussy.
In these streets.
Not one piece. But here he is, monogamous, ecclesiastical marriage, and he's still out there. She be tied up in these streets. You get enough. Not me. Couldn't be me, bro. Could not be me.
Because even if it's not the actual action, you get something else. You getting some type of something. Irregular. But he'll argue like, I didn't just, like, we was fussing at me the other morning. Like,
See, he was fussing at me the other morning. Not me, bro. I'm not going to be out here fussing for no sex. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here from the notorious one. I'm not going to be out here fussing for sex. It's not me. If that's what you're used to in relationships, go for it. It ain't going to be me. I'm not going to be out here fussing with no woman that live with me out here walking around with her. No, absolutely not. All right. Y'all can play this game if you want, but I'm living the free agent lifestyle. Y'all can fall in love if you want and have genuine. That's the genuine burning desire. How about that? He a millionaire, tall, dark, handsome, muscular, rich. Football. Somebody said he got a Super Bowl ring, and he's still out here fussing for that light-skinned woman to give him some sex. That's love to you? Absolutely not. Unbelievable, man. We haven't come very far as a civilization, have we? Shout out to our brother. It is, let's see if I can say your name. Earl Renee says CGA is spot on with his message. I tried to control my ex to be healthier and be on a better path. Led me to lose my kids, put on a temporary restraining order, almost lost my house, and I'm only 24. I know. And he says, in a year away from completing my apprenticeship, CGA is right. Boss up, nigga. You can't control women anymore. All right. Guys that are trying to control women, I'm telling you, the best strategy is to not control them. What is the woman's favorite word? A favorite word that they want? They want independence. And I aim to give it to them, right? You have all the freedom to do whatever the hell you want. You can get away. You can fly away. Hey, you can do what you want to do, all right? My favorite phrase to tell them, all right, when you're on my time, that's the only time I care what you're doing, all right? When you're not on my time or my dime, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Bye. You can fuck who you want to, suck on who you want to. You can get an orgy, ran through a train, as long as, because I'm doing it when you ain't here. But you ain't getting my last name. I'm not claiming you. You ain't getting on my goddamn bank account. You ain't doing none of that shit. You free of me. All right. You free of me. What's that Fantasia song? All right. Free yourself. I'm going to give you all the independence you want. I ain't going to be a bugaboo. I ain't going to track your locations. I ain't going to text message you, but every fucking now and then. Okay. You're free of me. I have no control over you, but what the other part is, you have zero control over me. You got no control over me. You can't say what I'm doing and what you don't like what I'm doing, because when they get with you, they want to tell you what they don't like. Well, I don't like your Instagram. I don't like that you travel. I don't give a fuck what you like. I don't care what you don't like. I don't care what you like on what I say on the internet. Well, I don't like what you say on the internet. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm going to change what I say because you showed up. All right. I can care less. My point is to give women all the independence. You go, girl. Go get your money. Go get your career. Do what you want. Live your life out to the fullest. Go travel when you want to travel. Go do what you want to do. Now, when it comes to me, don't make any claims on me. Don't put any stipulations on me. Don't put any controlling mechanisms on me at all. Don't tell me who I'm a fuck. Don't tell me what orgy I ain't gonna have. She'll tell me, well, I don't like to have orgies. I don't like to have threesomes. Okay, well, I won't have a threesome with you. I told the girl that the other day. She was like, well, just so you know, I don't like to do threesomes. Okay, I won't have a threesome with you. And she was like, oh, so you mean you'll have threesomes with... You said you didn't like to have threesomes. That doesn't mean I don't get to have a threesome. I just won't have a threesome with you. Like, what the fuck? She was completely taken aback. Again, the dark psychology of women. She was like, huh? I was like, yeah, just because you don't like to have it don't mean I'm not gonna have one. Like, what the fuck? You don't get to come into my life and start telling me what I ain't gonna do no more. Okay, I won't have none with you. I might have one with those girls. What the fuck? But like I said, I don't control you. I don't tell you when to come and go. I don't tell you anything. You get to do what you want and live the life you please. And then you can see me and then go back home to your place, spend the night. The hell going on out here? This is annoying as hell, but I give women all their independence, baby. I'm a full feminist over here. I'm the actual realest feminist you'll ever meet. I want women to get the true nature of the world they want. And now, if you fail to get that shit, tough titty. Like, if you end up afterwards and you didn't get it, well, I struck out in life and I didn't get it. Now I'm looking to settle it. Well, that's fine. Go fuck yourself. All right. I'm going to be over here. I like women in their 20s. So if you age out of 20, I can move you to another area of life in my life, but you're no longer going to be La Reina. All right. My girlfriend, I'm always going to have women and girlfriends in their 20s. All right. Now you can be the wifey, but you done moved out of girlfriend territory. So that means you ain't getting tricked on no more. You ain't getting special gifts and vacations and attentions and shit and hotel suites and shopping sprees. You ain't getting that no more. You didn't aged out of that. Your job is to make sure my hoes are in line. Get my young girlfriends in line. All right. So when I ask you to order something, right, and I ask you to order that bracelet, it ain't for you. It's for my girlfriend. You ain't getting that shit no more. All right. You in another lane. And then once you get past 30, in your 30s and your 40s, you mama san and shit. You come in and make sure my fucking pad, my getaway pad, is set up for my girlfriends. All right. Make sure the maid clean the getaway pad too, so my girlfriends have a place to stay over when I go. You mama san. All right. I learned a lot going over there to Asia. I learned how the women fall in line at certain ages. Bitch, you ain't getting tricked on in your 40s. You crazy? Now, if you don't like any of that role, well, you're free. Bye. You don't have to accept this role. I'm not forcing you to. I mean, you could go somewhere else. Go somewhere else and go get that love. Go get that loving feeling. But you ain't getting it from me. It is what it is. But this comes with leverage and options. Shout out to Marcus Hill says, Marcus, glad to see you back on YouTube. He says right here, YouTube be dry as fuck without the Boss Up show. Shout out to the Free Agent Lifestyle and De-Evolution. Been studying those like I got a test coming up. We're going to show you something here, interesting enough, related to that. So thanks for reminding me, sir, because I got to show y'all this clip because some of y'all been new to my show. And if you have a chance in the chat right now, tell me when you start watching yours truly, the notorious one, the benevolent monarch, the king of kings, with 2,000 people in the chat. Just like I ain't left, but I know y'all been missing me, man, because content creators, they can't keep up with your boy. So y'all been missing me, and y'all want to hear about this Andrew Tate shit. When did y'all start finding out about CGA? Kid Cudi says, yesterday on a live stream, you said the Philippines is an easy layup, but Austin Holloman said women in Manila are too conservative and that he's struggling down there. Which one is true? Okay, number one. Shout out to you guys that have been together here 2017, 2021, 2018, 2019. JLP's Fallen State interview. Some people here after COVID, during COVID. Shout out to you. Guys, listen. let me just say this, bro. If you are going to these countries and you don't have any money, you're going to struggle. Now, if you don't have any money and you're goofy, like I said, you're going to strike out. The people over there are not desperate. They're desperate financially. They're not going to take just anything just on GB. So you can't just walk out there and be like, here, I'm from America, and they just fall down like bowling pins. That is not how that works. They are not impressed that you're a black guy. All right. Now, there's some lower quality, lower hanging fruit type shit out there that might go for that, but you're going to still have to have some motion, game, and some swag about yourself. You can't just show up and be like, oh, now if you're dealing with women over there, when you get over there and you're like, I'm on a regular woman who goes to school and wants a relationship and she lives with her parents, and I'm still fucking those women, by the way, on the slide. You just don't know about it. But you're wanting to date them regularly. And the Filipino women can be quite conservative, although they do get a reputation because there's a lot of women who are, you know, they patch their way up having sex with foreigners. So there's that. But if you're talking about relationship, they get quite conservative very relatively quickly. So he is correct. If you're going over there and you're meeting women off of Pina Love and Tinder and Bumble, they're going to come at you conservatively. If you are upfront and honest with them and saying, this is a hookup, I'm going to be here for a short amount of time, you're going to whittle it down to the women who are willing to do that. And some of those women still might pursue a relationship with you while still fucking other guys on the side while you're back in America. Or they might not be doing it. We don't know. But those women tend to, if you approach it that way, they're going to push relationship and marriage on you pretty relatively quickly and easily. You're still going to have some means or reason for them to want that from you. Not a lot of women over there are going to date and marry foreigners. So you already limited. Not only that, you have a high amount of competition. Philippines is amongst one of the poorest nations over there. So you have a lot of men that come over there. You got competition. You're dealing with a competitive marketplace. And I think American men, especially at this point of the passport bro movement or the free agent lifestyle, the men in the internet give you the idea that you're just going to hop off the plane and it's going to be the women are just desperate and they're just going to see you and you're American and they're going to fall over and stumbling all over themselves. I'm going to tell you, that's not how it works. That's not how it works in the Dominican Republic, despite the men reporting that those women just grab at you and they just want you. And a lot of these women are going to be, they don't tell you that these are escorts and hookers. Now, they're not full-time hookers, but they hook. Okay? They don't tell you that part. They don't tell you that most women don't mess with foreigners. Don't think those women are going to just be falling all over you when you get off the plane, because it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Yeah, when I was in Central America, Costa Rica, there were some women that they don't give a fuck about you, bro. They don't give a damn. They never gonna mess with you. They're never interested in any foreigners, or maybe just that black guy, maybe a white foreigner, or no foreigners at all. They're not gonna just start falling all over themselves. The women that do are women that are freelancers, the women that are open-minded to dating them. But just know that there's a high level of competition when you get there. When I was in Brazil, dudes thought they was going to show up on the boat and all them women was just going to lay down and fall down. But when they showed up to the boat, it was 50 niggas. 50 niggas and 20 women. And now all of a sudden, the same issue you had in America, you had in Brazil. Men were bigger, taller, faster, had more money, more swag, more game, more mouthpiece. And they was mouthpiecing the bitches on the boat, and you was sitting off on the side acting like you was going to have two bitches sitting in your lap. I'm just going to tell you, you better not believe this. I know people might show you that on the internet. I hope I haven't showed and demonstrated this. I have a certain way that I move to make sure I'm guaranteed what I want when I get there. But at the end of the day, Don't let these people fool you that you're going to get off the boat or the plane and they going to fall all over themselves, stumbling to get after you. Okay. Because they see foreigners get off the plane every day. I'll never forget when I went to the Dominican for the first time. I'm on the plane. It was Soul Plane. I'm thinking I'm going to get there and it's going to be a resort. It's going to be peaceful. It's going to be bitches out in Sosua, and I'm going to walk down the street and they're going to be jumping down there, grabbing my pockets. I get on the plane and it's Soul fucking plane. I'm in Miami and it's a plane load of niggas. It was a plane load of niggas getting dropped off. We got off the airport. It looked like ants. I was not one white person on that plane. On that plane, they had NBA niggas and rappers on the plane. I remember the nigga Hassan Whiteside was on the plane. That's when I knew. I was like, oh, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. There's NBA niggas on the plane. And bitches was clamoring at the NBA niggas, the American Strags. And it was Strags going over there. It was Strag. I was like, nigga. And they was going to a hip hop party. I was like, oh, nigga. So I thought I'm about to get off the plane and have my pick. You. All right, shit. It was Soul Plane going down there. And that was 2019. It's now been 7 years later. Trust me. There's a plane load of people coming in and out every day. So when you leave, new group coming in every day. And while you there was a plane load dropped off that day and dispersed across Manila that day. New group every day. There's groups coming in of niggas that was there 6 months ago talking to 4 women, telling him he back in town. And they lined up ready for him, wait for him to get off the plane. So y'all better realize, it ain't just, you're just going to step off the plane the first time and it's going to be desperation for them. They're in dire straits financially, but trust me, they have people clamoring for them from around the world. That goes for Thailand and all of that. Anyway, shout out to Kid Cudi for that question. But I try to not sell you a dream. The shit is rough. Oh, somebody said the military bases is over there. Japan got the military bases outside of Nagoya. Bruh, stop. It's 250 niggas down in Nagoya military base in Japan. Trust me. You're not that impressive walking off the plane. There was a whole in Pattaya. They had the whole Rolling Loud niggas come through. What year was that? 2024? Trust me. You fucking women that got ran through by the Rolling Loud niggas. Hold up for a second. Rolling Loud Pattaya. 2024. Let's look at the list that came through Thailand in 2024 in Pattaya. And those women didn't even know who they was getting ran through by. They didn't even know the niggas. They halfway knew them. Okay, so here we go right here. Right there. Rolling Loud, 2024, November 2024. Pattaya. ASAP Rocky, Tyga, Quavo, Akon, Waka Flocka Flame. I don't even know the rest of these little name niggas down there. Lil Wayne, Wiz Khalifa, French Montana, Denzel Curry, NLE Chopper. So you know he done fucked 50 women down there and probably got kids. Rich the Kid. I already know he done got kids down there. Playboy Cardi, Gunna, Ken Carson. Trying to figure out if I know any of these other niggas. And these bottom name niggas done ran through a whole bunch of them girls down there. Just already know. So I mess with girls that got ran through by these guys. Gunna. And think about the fans that went down there. Just know. Somebody said CGA. Yeah. CGA, add me to the list. So y'all going down there thinking y'all putting hands on virgin hips that ain't on. See, that's just the dudes that was there that weekend, right? I mean, let's not sell you a dream, man. I mean, don't get to here dreaming. You gonna find a wife out of this group? Them girls got tossed by dudes that was just smoking weed, didn't even know. What's your rap name? I don't know. Whoever. Monkey double backflip. You think the girls know who I am? They don't know who I am. They still getting touched on. Oh, God. And here's the good thing about it. Every year, there's a new group of women that turn 18, 19, and 21 down there that re-enter the marketplace. They'll never run out of people. Like I said, 45% of the people in the world are Asian. All right, so that includes the South Asian people, the Indians, Pakistanis, and all of them. All right, they considered Asians and shit like that. So they're never going to run out of them. There's billions of them. Billions. All right, anyway, let me play this because we got some other people here that I need to get into the support. But I want to play this video. This is a throwback right here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Let me go back right here. This is a throwback. This is young CGA right here. I want to show y'all. I've been on that shit for a long time. And for the people who are just joining me and finding out and discovering who I am, they think my message has changed and shit. And they're like, oh, you changed and you promoting this and that. Listen to this guy right here. Look at this. This is when looks like I first moved into Newport Beach. This is the year is 2021, April 2021. My beard is less gray. I'm a little bit fatter in the face because I started gaining weight. I stopped training. I'm in my townhouse. Somebody said I don't change my background. I got the gaming chair, which I think I just got rid of this year for a more mature chair. Let's listen to what I'm talking about right here. Put your earphones on. Let's go ahead and share the screen. Take a look at this. And I talked about this yesterday. I've been talking about it for 2 years. 2 years straight. I've been saying that pay for play is going to be all systems go relatively soon. I said the idea of men paying directly to women at some particular point, or women selling themselves. This is more what it is. Women being able to sell themselves in a marketplace in order to survive, to take the shame away from SW work, all right? XEXW work, right? That's all going to be washed away. They're going to get rid of all of that. I've already seen it with the progression of where things were going. Women and womenist groups were already arguing this. And so in this dating landscape, as you know, we're kind of in the relationship and dating coaching, right? Giving you advice regarding relationships, dating, and marriage. I said this stigma about pay for play is going to be outdated. The idea that women are selling themselves and then you judging them on that, it's going to be outdated. This is 2021. Now, people are going to say oldest profession, blah, blah, blah. But this is where I say covert versus overt. The point I was making was showing this article saying Manhattan to stop prosecuting prostitution, part of a nationwide shift, which I said more cities are going to do this. At the time, Los Angeles did it, then San Francisco did it, then Manhattan did it. And I was monetized at this point because you can hear me censoring myself saying certain things, sex work. I'm not cursing and saying sex work. But I said, because of economics, this is after I wrote The Evolution, I said, the stigma is going to go away, where you're now saying you want the women to call it prostitution to make yourself feel better for it. But I said, women will have no choice but to go this way. There's nothing you can do to stop this. Now, people are acting like they just discovered this now. Oh, the dating marketplace is monetized. They're saying that now. I was saying that in 2019 going into 2021. And I was saying, like, this is where we're going. Let's continue to hear what he's talking about. The idea that women can hustle some peace leave on the side while they're a teacher, while they're a nurse, is going to be outdated. You can no longer judge them on that.
Not only that, they will not be prosecuted for doing that. Not only that, more men will line up to pay. How do I know? Well, OnlyFans was just a precursor to this law. And then before OnlyFans, you had Seeking Arrangements. Before that, you had Instagram models. Before that, there was kind of the MySpace women promoting themselves. We saw women that were doing PORN, getting married, saying that they wanted people to erase their past performances. And I said, you know what? Oh, the career industry of women focusing on their career, it wasn't working. And I said, the womenist movement faced a battle where they try to put women in jobs and careers and didn't give them that option. They've also removed the idea that women can be stay-at-home moms. They said, you don't have a choice there. You have to focus on careers. The career thing wasn't working. They pulled the plug on it when they brought in the COVID, and 70% of people who lost their jobs were women. They could no longer keep fighting that equal pay, equal wage. Not only that, corporations are kind of crumbling.
All right, you can see I'm very much, this is CGA monetized. I'm saying COVID, womanist movement, other things that I'm censoring, PORN, very much the censor version of CGA. And this is why you see content creators can't really be their true self, is because they're monetized, right? They can't say the things that are going to trigger them and get demonetized. But this is me telling you right now, this is going to be the current state of the dating marketplace within a few years. I was saying this in 2021. You're going to see it open. This was before you seen this conversation open on Instagram and TikTok. Now you see it open because I told you that this was going this way right here.
There's really no future in corporations. Okay. You think that's wrong? How about the fact that they're letting people work from home now? Corporate buildings and land now. Corporations are the whole thing's being shifted. And I'm looking at this shift and I write the book about it. I'm like, yo, something's changing here. And part of that was selling themselves to make money is going to be gone. More men will participate in it, and more women will be provided safe spaces to do so. So the career woman thing, they may do it just a little bit, but being on Seeking Arrangements, walking the streets, going on the internet, selling themselves, it will stop being prosecuted. And here we are. And RPM talked about this. He said, Black men are going to be the last one, and they're going to be financially phased out because Black men are they're the last bastion of, hey, I'm going to get the woman to like me for her to be with me sexually. That is such an outdated approach. I don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, I'm like, are you in the real world, or what world are you in now? There are some women still holding on to that. And these women are older Generation Xers and baby boomers.
Okay, so my point that you can clearly see me here early on. When I said I was ahead of the game, I was ahead of the game. I was one of the few people talking about it. Aaron Clary was talking about it back then. RPM, shout out to him. He was talking about it. But I was saying this is going to be more prevalent. A lot of dudes were saying, no, this is that. You just got to have game. You got to have a mouthpiece. You got to do that. And I was like, just wait. Can you deny what I was saying back then that you don't see it more today? You certainly didn't see it the way we saw it in 2021. You can see it in 2026 openly. As I keep saying, it's going to be overt. It's going to be in the open. You can't deny it. You can see it right there on Instagram. Women are admitting it on Instagram. Men are admitting that they're doing it. There's no prosecution, no crimes. Nobody's being convicted of it other than Diddy, but that was a whole different situation. Oh, you just got to add a mouthpiece. I don't pay. I'm never going to pay. You're seeing more men just saying, I'm willing to do it. Tell me how much. Tell me how much. So I said this back then, and this was not a lot of people were admitting this. We see more people now talking about this, but I was saying this back. This is April 25th, 2021. And I was telling you back then, you can't deny that you cannot deny that I hit the nail right on the motherfucking head. All right. And this was at a time where people were vehemently against saying that this, no way, CGA, no way. By the way, I had just started getting into monetized dating. I don't think technically I was tipping my toe into it. So I wasn't barely doing it back at that point. I was just reporting on it. I was seeing the data and I started to investigate it a little bit, but I really wasn't into it too much at that point in time. So, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm hate to be Coach Radamus, but I did see that. I was looking for something else and I end up coming across that clip and it just popped up. I was like, holy shit. Sometimes I got to pull my receipts just so you can see that I've been hitting the nail on the head. And think about this. Your common manosphere, maggot, incel content creator. When I was saying this, these men were in their early 30s, maybe their late 20s. They were still telling you game, muscles, mouthpiece. This is going to be how you're surviving. Also, black men. Black men are the ones still fighting this. Black men are the only ones still trying to convince these women to admit that they're prostitutes. And I'm like, why do you want them so bad to admit they're prostitutes? Why? Why is that necessary? You see what it is. You can choose to operate accordingly. But what's happening is these men are priced out. That's what's happening. These men are getting priced out and they're frustrated. So what they're doing is they're trying to make the women admit it so they can go, aha, see, you're just a prostitute. And I'm like, it's never going to happen. You're never going to get them to openly admit it. And even if they did, it's not going to change the fact that that's what they're doing. I got to play this clip just so you can see the levels where it's going here, how it's translating. Let me see if I can play this clip. All right, I had it on my Instagram. Y'all don't mind if I pull this up. Pause. This is an example right here. Now, this type of video, this type of woman, you could not find this on the internet in 2018, 2019 when I was talking about this. Certainly not in 2021. But today, this type of woman is common in today's marketplace. Here we go right here. So this woman would have been probably in her late teens, early 20s back when I was talking about this.
In my dating life, there's only one or two options. You fully provide, you get to fully enjoy me, have a loyal version of me, have the calmer version of me. As long as you fully protect and provide, I will not be a problem child. Now.
All right. So there it is. So if you fully provide for me, I'll provide for you. Okay. And you get, look, I'm going to sit back and be pretty and sip tea. Now, dudes are going to say, this is just prostitution, pay for play, and blah, blah, blah. But look at the women. You ain't wrong. If this guy, at this point, just put a price on it, I'd rather pay and get on down. So look at this. Look at the comment section. Look at the comment section. This is proving that I was on point. I love this. Good advice. So you selling it. You see where I said it. Black men are going to be the last to catch on. Where almost everybody in the world has caught on. All right. Yep. It is what it is. But black men are the still ones that are fighting this. They're still trying to figure out a way to penalize them for this. They're still trying to find a way to restrict rights, or they're saying that society's going to collapse as a result. All right. And who's going to pay for that? Dude, trust me, somebody willingly going, I'm not going to do the work for that. Come on over. All right. And let me fill them jaws up. Let me fill them jaws up. Here's another example right here. We have a guy out here. This is the golf cart girl who's blown up on social media. Shout out to her. She discovered being a black golf cart girl. She discovered a secret that I talked about back in the day of the white girls being golf cart girls and making a lot of money. Also finding their future husbands through flirting with their fathers and selling drinks at the golf club. All right. This woman out here, a beautiful dark-skinned woman. Look at that. Beautiful woman here. She's been getting a lot of views for being a golf cart girl. And she does what we would call finessing men. All right. She finesses men by getting them to buy drinks and tip them and all of that stuff. This has been going on in the suburban community since forever. These girls just smile and play like a cheerleader and sell these men drinks on the golf course, get them drunk, and they start flirting with her and offering her to pay for her college and meet her son and giving them tips, $1,000 tips and shit like this. For black men, this is something that they've never really experienced, right? Because them niggas don't go to golf courses. But this has always been something that white women have done. I've showed this back in the day. But this woman's been going viral because she's a young black woman doing it. Now, apparently in this video, there's a black guy who recognizes her or recognizes her technique. What does the black guy do? Typically of black guys, they try to say, oh, I know what you trying to do. They the type that go to the strip club and tell them they used to date stripper. Any stripper bitches in here? Shout out to you. These niggas go to the club. I know how the shit works. I dated a stripper. I got a couple of I used to pee, and I had a couple of girls that I used to put in the strip clubs, and I know how girls get down. And they'll tell a stripper bitch everything about her game. They'll go to the bar girls in Thailand and tell her, I know what you doing. You got to sell me drinks, and you going to get me to, this type of nigga. You can't try to get money off of me like you get money off these other dudes because I know your game. I know your technique. You try to get me to give you $100 tip. These niggas. But you know what they're going to do? They still going to try to do the crispy mouthpiece. They still going to try to do it and not give the tip. You can't get me like you get them other niggas. Ha ha ha. Because so let's hear this real quick. So we got this nigga out here that try to run the game, the finesse game back on the golf cart girl.
Hey man, don't fall for it. She do not like y'all.
They're not going for right now.
You gonna take one, only if you take one with me.
I would probably die.
What about later?
Later one's later.
Later on this evening after you get off. She told her boy on the girl, she said, go ahead, throw 100 on there. You got it.
And he did.
He did.
You guys don't got it. It's okay.
Oh, we got it, but we look.
Clearly you don't.
So that's a no. Yeah, you want to get shots after you get off.
I'll think about it.
No, it's okay. That's fine. I'm cool with rejection.
Yeah, that's so it's a no.
It's a no?
Mm-hmm.
I can't have my water.
No, you can't.
Dang, see?
Okay, so you see right there. So she said, nigga, she said, if you broke, just say that. So the guy was like, and then she told the nigga on the Instagram, and then she told him, and then to get the extra 100, and he gave it to her. Ha ha ha, nigga, but it wouldn't be me. Yeah, but you think that, I could take you on a date and you take a shot with me and you think you can give me some shit for free. See, these type of dudes, they will claim they know the game, but they be out here begging the most. That's why we call them the pussy beggars. They think they smart. Oh, I know what you trying to do. And then he all loud. And then he told the other nigga, and then he gave her the 100. See, what they don't realize, it's the other dudes are just playing a part of the game. They got the 100. They're willing to lose the 100. They planned on giving the 100. They'll make the 100 back. They'll probably get to the pussy before you get to it with the dry begging. She even called him out with the, well, he had it. You trying to make him feel like shit, like he got finesse. Well, he had the 100. You don't got the 100. It apparently is that you don't got it. That's a technique that she knows that the guy that preys on the guy. I got $100, and then he end up gonna giving her the 100. But then tried to beg for free drinks and to have her get a drink and take a shot to try to take her back to the Momo. Like, this the type of dudes that claim they got the mouthpiece in game and they know the game and you just don't know it. But to the women, and they also think the men don't know the game and they getting finessed. What's happening is they're the fool. They're the clown. She knows they're the clown. The other dudes know they're the clown. You're trying to get around the way. You ain't going to get nowhere with this girl. It is what it is. This is why these groups of women don't fuck with black dudes. Because they know you're going to try to get more for less while criticizing the other dude for paying at the same time, as if the other dude got finesse and played when you're the one getting played. You're the one don't realize this is just part of the game.
Okay, now time to finesse you guys. What do you guys want? Double shot?
Can't finesse.
Yeah.
They can't finesse finesses. Can't finesse finesses. Guess what? She gonna probably pull off. Okay, niggas, I'm at next hole. Can't finesse finesses. Bro, just come out here. Look, if you broke, just say that. You think she respect you? Oh man, they finesses, and I tried to finesse them. I respect them now.
You guys are the finessers?
Oh, she said you guys are the finessers? Fool me. You could have fooled me.
Don't fall for a boss.
Don't fall for a boss.
Boss in the eyes. She don't reject it.
Oh, now you want to do a custom.
Hey, man.
After doing all that complaining.
Ooh. Now you see, now he ain't loud. Oh, I was just giving you a hard time. I was just messing with you. I was just playing. So now he's simping on the back end. Now he gonna simp on the back end, all quiet now. Now he quiet. Oh, I was just, I got it like that. I do got a knot in my pocket. I was just playing. Now he playing. Now he dry pussy begging. Now he quiet about it. Come on, loudmouth. Tell us what's up. Shit, now you want a custom, nigga, because you couldn't get it for free. You didn't have a mouthpiece.
I better see 100 on there.
Ooh.
You don't put custom 1 cent.
I better. He said, I better see 100. Guess what? End up giving her the 100. After all of that motherfucking yik yak. All of that yik yak. All that wasting time. You could have just came up with the 100 the first fucking time. Don't fight the feeling, nigga. Like, I'm telling you, these guys supposedly got the rules of the game. They're the finessers. They're the P's. They supposedly know what's going on. End up motherfucking begging at the end. Just this is why we say money talks, bullshit walks. This is why we say money talks, bullshit walks. When you got money, you don't got to talk. You can talk way motherfucking less. You ain't got to do all of this and do all of that and try to see if you can finagle and get a deal and Jew her down. Bro, money talk, bullshit walk. When you out here ain't got no money, dry begging, now you got to motherfucking run your mouth. All right, unbelievable, man. These guys think they're the coolest dudes in the room, but they end up in the corner in the back, end up simping in the back and then coming back. I put my finger up her butt and I done had to do this and I done had to do that. Look, she be scamming. And she makes no secret about it. By the way, also, the other guys know that they're not getting scammed. The guys that pay her and give her the other tips, they're not getting scammed. Just so you guys know. They're fully cooperating in the game. They're playing the game. It's kind of like cotillion. May I have this dance and may I go? Everybody knows what this is. It's like when you go to the strip club. Everybody knows you're not going there for drinks and conversation. You want some girls to rub their oily titties on your face, and you're gonna tip her. But niggas go to the strip club, man. Don't be giving her tips. Don't be giving her dollars. Don't put dollars in her G-string. She gonna want more dollars. Yeah, but I came here to put dollars in her G-string, nigga. Like, that's why the club is here. So she can shake her ass and put her oily titties in my face, and I put dollars in her G-string. Oh, man, don't come over here. She finessing you out of your money. That's not finessing. That's the purpose of the club. Everybody knows that's what the club is for, nigga. Dudes will be like, don't go to Thailand to the bar girls. They're going to make you buy drinks. They're going to sell you drinks in a bar. So you went to a bar in Thailand. Then you say they are finessing you out of drinks at a bar. So you want to go to the bar and not buy drinks? Is this what you're doing here? I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is the finesse. You went to a bar with bitches. Then they wanted drinks. Like, you didn't think that you were going to have to give her a drink? You thought you were just going to order a drink and just sit there and look at her? Where's the finesse? It sounds like you didn't know the rules. Let me school you on how this works. All right. This is how we play the little game. We act like everybody likes each other. We give drinks, money spreads, and legs open. All right. This is pretty much how it goes. Everybody's agreed upon this except your broke ass. Now you're going to go in there and not do it and try to get what you want. Good luck. This is gonna be very frustrating. You're gonna find that people are gonna be frustrated with you. They're gonna be short with you. I figured I'd go to the bar, drink myself, and then talk the bitch out of the bar. Tell me how that works. Meanwhile, I would have had 2 women by the night. All right. I'm gonna be back at the bar getting my 3rd woman by the time you're trying to convince. But go for it. You do you. You do you. It's not a finesse if that's the rules. It's a finesse if you didn't know that was the rules. Okay, if you didn't know that was the rule, that would be a finesse. Like if you went out to a restaurant and a group of girls walked up to you and it was like, "Hey, I'm interested in getting to know you," and they sat down and they start asking you to buy drinks, and you're like, "Hold up," that would be a finesse. Because that wasn't part of what you agreed to. You were there just having lunch. And then they came over there acting like they were interested in you, only to get drinks from you. That's a finesse. That would be a finesse. They don't work for the bar. They just popped up in your chair and then started smiling in your face and asking you for a drink. And then you paid for it and then they walked off with the drinks. That's a finesse. That's completely different than people that work for the establishment. Oh my Lord. You men don't know your fathers didn't teach you anything. And that's because you men don't get out of the house, barely leave the porch, and you haven't learned anything. You learn about these so-called pimps that teach you reckless behavior with women. And we're going to get into that main event now. We're going to talk about why I'm going to tell you why you should never be a pimp. I always will warn you, never become a pimp, because this is exactly what happens. And we're going to talk about Andrew Tate here in a minute. Let me do some sponsors and some support. We're going to get the main event going on here. This is why I tell you, anybody that tries to be a pimp, this is a short endeavor. Most of the time it's going to end very badly and poorly. And Andrew Tate is example number 1 of why I told you to not be the pimp. This is the pimp I warned you about. Never do this. He's supposed to be the picture or portrait of masculinity. I'm going to show you what it turned into. Exactly what I tell you pimps turn into when they end up being a pimp. Greg Terrible says, "Hey, coach, men like," he says, "Coach, hello, coach, man with Sandman, MGTOW gone, and you MIA. These YouTube streets are boring." He says, "Got to the point where I got the free agent lifestyle on Kindle." Shout out to you. Thank you for getting that. You had to do something. You had to do something. Offset says, "It feels like ages since our last chat, but great news. I've hit 1,000 subs and I'm still on track to reach the 400 more watch hours needed to start earning. The adventure continues. Thanks for everything, CGA. Also, my girl is still on leave and not working." Damn. Can't get rid of her? Man, kick her ass out the house, bruh. Tony Ocasio says, "Sup, coach?" He says, I've been to a lot of sex parties, swinger parties in Manhattan, New York, and I noticed something. Going to sex parties is more effective than bars and nightclubs because in those places, there's no distractions, phones, or awful people. You got what you want. He says you got what you got, and then you leave. Now, some people don't want to go to those environments because it's kind of like the people First of all, they can't get into the environments because they don't have any class or reputation. All right, number one. Number two, they're always going alone. Most of the time at these parties, you're going to have to bring some other meat. All right, you're going to have to bring another woman. All right, you can't really technically go alone. Sometimes if you're a bull, you can go in there alone. And then number three, guys typically want to have perceived that they got a woman that otherwise wasn't going to give sex. All right. Especially men that are young. They have a hard time going after women that are forward. Okay. So a sex party, the woman's forward. All right. You might, she might be naked, half naked sitting there. You might have seen her already get penetrated and nutted on by another man. She might be sitting with her other boyfriend, her boyfriend. She might be holding another Johnson and then looking you in the eyes. She might be getting violated and then holding on to your Johnson at the same time. This is what men are not very comfortable in these places until they get older age. This is a lot to handle. Men particularly want to go after women that they feel like was not going to have sex and they convinced her into having sex. This woman, other than you showing up, would have went home alone. Okay. She is not forward. She is not promiscuous. She was just, she was just feeling you, that type of shit. That's how men want to operate, which I think have ruined the marketplace. Men want to credit, or they want to say the simps ruined the marketplace. The tricks ruined the marketplace. The pimps, the feminists, the women. I've been on record to say that men going after women that are perceived good women to defile them and finesse them out of sex has ruined the marketplace. Those women were not supposed to be finessed and played with. Those women were supposed to be, now, yeah, she had a bar or a nightclub, sure. But women that were not women of the night, women that were the good moral, your sisters, your cousins and them, they were not supposed to be played. They were not supposed to be finessed out of sex. But men have made a game out of that. And then wonder why women get defensive when they get played and finessed. They wonder why women then start setting rules for other men and why, okay, and why your wife going and why women get ran through and they can't pair bond. Then you complain about it. Why these women get ran through and well, y'all running out there running through them. You're running out there mouthpiecing them. You're taking these women, running through them, and then saying they can't pair bond at the end of it, and then saying that they got a high body count and they're not worth anything. So at one point, you can credit the simps and the tricks and the pimps or whoever for messing it up, or the women or the unrealistic expectations. But let's be honest, the men going after women that are perceived to be the good women to defile them, play them, and kick them to the curb and pump and dump them have overwhelmingly messed up the marketplace. They've made it harder for men because now the next guy comes up and she now feels like you're trying to finesse and play her out of pussy. So what does she do? Oh, you got to do this and you got to do that. She feel like she got to get something because the last couple of times niggas done kicked her to the curb. Right. So she's like, I ain't letting that happen again. So like I said, some men don't have the ability to go after a promiscuous woman in an open sex party. Because an open sex party, you can see the woman getting violated right in front of you. Are you willing to go inside of a woman that, like, I don't like the woman to go inside a woman after I seen her get going inside. I don't like that. I can't do sloppy seconds. I can't knowingly do sloppy seconds. Once I see niggas sucking on her titties and violating her and finishing on her, I can't be like, I'm in next and unbutton my shirt. All right. I can't be like, nigga, I'm gonna take my shirt off too. Like, I can't get in that mindset. Nigga just all over her. And then he walk off and shit. And then I slap his hand, yeah, nigga. And she still got it on her specimen all on her belly. And then I'll be like, cock your legs up. Let me unbutton my shit up. Take my pants down. I can't, that ain't for me. I ain't the type of nigga. Y'all can, but I ain't, not me. I'm going first and then I'm out of here. Y'all niggas can clean this shit up after me. I'm tagging this nigga in and he still got Oh, all right. Don't worry about that. High fiving them. You really did her dirty. Watch me. I'm about to do her dirtier. Nah, man, I ain't trying to have no competition. It ain't for me. I'm first or I'm last. I don't know. Y'all can do what y'all do out here, but I got some support to get through. Shout out to No Government Name. Coach Alini, can you explain why religious people get triggered when told that they are mentally ill and have low self-worth for putting their faith in some imaginary outside of themselves? Meanwhile, crash out when people try to empower them to believe in themselves. Now, because we're supposed to have this belief system, they get mad. I'm like, why don't you believe in yourself? Who wants to do that? Justin O says, I remember when I went to Singapore as a 6-foot black dude, a police officer, female, pulled me to the side and asked me for my autograph and picture. She was my tour guide for the weekend, and yes, I smashed. Shout out to you. Yes, indeed. So yeah, that's available to you there. It will happen. It will happen. It's not that it's going to happen a lot, but it can happen. And I had a female tour guide in Cambodia, and she was tour guide plus. But she showed me a nice time. Can you explain? Okay, I got that one. Why religious people get triggered. Oh, you said it twice. Shout out to you, UK black brother living in Switzerland. Welcome back, Coach. I just returned from Cyprus. It was my 3rd holiday this year. I have booked my next trip to Estonia next month. It will be my 41st country that I visited, and I have zero racism experienced on my travel. Shout out to you, black man living in Switzerland, going around Cyprus in Estonia. Shout out to you, 41st country. Congratulations on that. That is incredible. Shout out to you. That's a lot of travel. Definitely can accomplish that more if you're living in and around Europe, because you can get a lot of countries in a short space. A lot of countries clumped up in there. But yeah, man, a lot of guys are fearful of experience racism. And if that's preventing you from traveling, you're missing out on the world. You're missing out on the world. Don't let that prevent you from traveling. Bunny Parlay says, I'm concerned about your mental health being out here in the free world with all those linglings and all of these young, hot pieces of calico. Me and the fellas are going to a get together and find you a suitable wife from Jackson, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee, or Birmingham, Alabama. Please let it be one of them fat black women with the buffalo hump on the back of her neck that can cook a sweet potato pie. All right. I want her quiet, millie mouth, meek, and mild. All right. I do not want no loud mouth, big old black woman. I want her fat. I want that woman like in Soul Food. What's that woman in? Was it Soul Food? Let me see here. I want that woman in Soul Food that, let me see here. Soul Food. White people are like, what? Let me see if I can find that woman in Soul Food. Yeah, Loretta Devine. Let me see if I can pull that shit up. Loretta, is that her name? Loretta Devine. I want me a big black mammy ass woman like that. All right, let's see if I can pull her ass up here. Where's she at? Yeah, big black ass woman. Big flat black woman. Oh, where's she at? Here she is right here. Okay, we got her. I don't, where's the vote? Okay, here she is right there with the short haircut ass. Yeah, where's she at? Any of them fat black women out here watching me? Hey, I'm not going to be faithful to you. Just know that. All right, but baby, if you can cook me some sweet potato pie, yams, hog mogs, mustard green, collard greens, catfish, fried chicken, biscuits, gravy and biscuits. All right, all of that shit, baby. I'll build you a home with your big black ass. Peach cobbler and shit like that, and marmalade, and what's the motherfucking peach marmalade and the shit, the jelly my granny and shit used to have in the fucking ceiling counter. All of that shit. Dirty rice, jambalaya, motherfucking Boudin, all of that shit. Galligator, po' boys. All right, this. I need a motherfucking grits, all of that shit. Yeah, baby. Macaroni and cheese with the top shits all crispy and shit. Make me fat. Come on, baby. And give me a fucking beer. All right, I need one of them. Do they got some of them sisters out there? I need some of them sisters. I need a sister like that in my life. I'll marry a woman like that. I'll marry you. I won't stay faithful, though, because I'm going to have me some light-skinned bitches out there from Birmingham, too. I'm going to have some of them light bright, high yellow, light bright, almost white. Okay, shout out to Carter, says, Coach, I finally did it. I told y'all last August I got my new commission job with 6-figure potential. Well, I made it happen. Did my first 6-figure year in my early 30s. Just 2 years ago, I lost my car and my job and was flat broke. 2 years. We always tell you, it don't take that many years for you to boss up.
You better boss up, nigga.
Okay. Carter, congratulations to you. You're showing and proving what I'm teaching you. You says listening to CGA's advice made it possible. No broke dating, no game, mouthpiece BS, no clubs or bars, no dead weight relationships. Most importantly, nobody got no goofy. You didn't get no goofy bitch pregnant. Guys, 2 years, you can turn your whole life around. The life that you have today can be turned around and redirected positively. Just like that. It don't take long. It is not like a 10-year. Now, to get to a certain level where you see me living could take 10 years. Okay. DJ, about the Tyla story, I'm only willing to win. He says, while I'm winning, vacation, excursion, nights out, I may decide to invite a woman to share in that experience, but whether it's her, another woman, or no one there, I'm still winning. Facts. I don't think women estimate how men can win without them. All right. Men can figure out a way to win without a woman. Like I figured out a way to have women like accompany me, be a companion, a courtesan. All right. But also not depend on that, not have to depend on like being under control of that woman as a relationship, her removing her love and then me falling apart. So I can live life and travel without the woman. I can live life and travel with the woman. That's freedom. And then if that woman doesn't like the scenario, I can be like, okay, step to the side. There's a new one. No hard feelings. Or I can say, fine, I'll be able to do it without you. Not a lot of men want that power. Not a lot of women believe that men have that ability until they see it. Once they see it, then they know you got it. Then they're like, oh shit, like, damn. Okay. Once they see you do it, and that's why it's important where my Instagram shows that any woman that deals with me, they see it and they like, okay, all right, that's a different type of guy. He can do that, and he certainly has options, and he has the ability to go amongst different races of women of different countries, different women in different cities. So there's nothing I can do to control that. There's nothing they can do. All right, so then they have to play their lane, which there's a lane that they can play. And where both people can benefit. If you're a man and you're trying to get the one where you're not trying to lose and you're trying to get the woman not to lose or not to win, that's a horrible position. Horrible. I never want a woman to feel like she lost. Now, that doesn't mean she won't, because all women are going to feel like they lost. But I don't want to make the woman feel like she lost and I won. I always want her to feel like she got what she wanted. Got enough, at least temporarily. Like it was worth it for her. It was worth it. Like she can't look back and say, damn, he got over on me. I don't want to feel like I got over on a woman. That's what makes me different from most men. Most men can only win with women by making her feel like she lost. Right? And I want you to know that's a very immature way to live life. That's not good. That's going to catch up to you, nor will you have the energy to keep that up for a long period of time. Once you get 35, 40, 45, that's a lost energy. You don't have time to waste energy on that activity. Like, because you have a life, you have other more important things, you got bills to pay, a mortgage, you got kids to support and people to get through college. Like, you don't have time to have that type of negative energy transaction where you did that And the only thing that made you feel good about that is she lost and you won. All right. All right. That's not a way to live life. All right. That's bad, negative mojo, bad energy. You're going to see this with Andrew Tate. All right. I keep warning you. That's not going to last very long. Andrew Tate is at that year where he actually tried to change and mature out of that, but it was too late. The damage was done. He got over on too many women, one too many women, so many women, the nigga didn't even know who was reporting him. Like, I want you to think about this. He did so many women dirty. He was asking, well, which woman reported me? He didn't even know. Just think about that. I want you to think about that when I'm trying to teach you. Andrew Tate would probably listen to me now. He wouldn't listen to me back then. He would listen to me now because he's at the age of maturity. He's at that 40 age. And he's in desperate need and he's down bad. He probably would listen to me now. But he didn't even know what motherfucking women was reporting him. That's how bad energy, that's how much bad energy he put out there. Right? As a man, that works for a little bit. That's a point in your life. But once you get 35, 40, 45, 50, you don't have any time to waste trying to do that for the rest of your life. Right? You don't want that. So let's get into that main motherfucking event. If you're a tater tot, Andrew Tate supporter, which I've never really bigged up on my channel or made videos about him, and I'm not shitting on him, but he is a case study. I want you to think about this. This is no jealousy or hate for the guy. I'm not trying to kick him while he's down. This is a case study because he's exactly what I warned you about. Unfortunately, main event. Shout out to you for watching this show, but do me a favor. Just give me the likes. Don't pass or scroll. I'll give Andrew Tate his just due. He changed the internet. He changed social media, his team, the people that work for him. He created the clipping concept that people use today. His social media has been, as far as probably being the person that people want to get rid of and eradicate from social media, his efforts and his creativity or his team's creativity to make dozens and dozens and thousands of accounts to where you cannot censor the guy makes him one of the most uncensorable person that walks the earth. Okay, because most people can be quieted down relatively easy. All you got to do is get in touch with Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, and everybody quiet. Okay, Twitter and TikTok, and nobody will ever hear from you again. Andrew Tate has been able to circumvent this system through his affiliates, through his war room, by designing ability for young men, particularly in the young age groups of 13 to 21, to go out there and be his catalyst to promote his content. Now, people might think he's the most smartest, intelligent person in the world. No, he's the person that has more reach, and that is through his affiliate program. Now, everybody has adapted this particular concept, and Andrew Tate has created it. He created it, or the people that he worked for created it, and that's why he's one of the most visible voices and is able to go into the political arena related to his message. I don't believe he's a political prisoner. All right. I believe he's associated with some politics, but that's not why they're persecuting him per se. Are they trying to silence him and his power and his ability to communicate to young boys? Absolutely. Because he has so much influence over young men. All right. And they do need to quiet it down. With that being said, there are other people like him that I think are struggling men who are struggling to identify who they are, find their purpose, which a lot of people are. They clamor to men on the internet and they end up getting what I call bait and switched. So Kvicular, if you're a Kvicular fan, is one of these guys. And this is Kvicular recently on a live stream applying makeup. This is him after several plastic surgeries, now applying makeup for whatever reason. I don't know the context of this, but this is exactly what I talked about the infiltration of the manosphere in and around 2021 of gays, CIA agents, and FBI agents, and alphabet soup agencies to discredit the space to the point of where it is today. All right. You just have a lot of inexperienced men. Men don't have relationships, real relationships, marriages, having children. They're lost and they're looking for direction. And they're going to reach out for men who are able to circumvent the social media system to become popular. All right. These aren't the best men. These aren't the men with the best knowledge. They just found a way to circumvent the system. Clavicular through clipping and investing in clipping and having other people invest in him. Andrew Tate through clipping became a powerful voice, not because he's smart and intelligent and saying the most right shit, is because he circumvented the system, leading you down to gay incel manospherian content. All right. All right. Eventually, Andrew Tate started leading you down to fugazi content. So is Clavicular, and you cannot deny this. You can't deny it. It's just going to happen, and it's going to be more prevalent. You can't stop it. You're going to see more and more of it. You've seen Sniggle being accused of it, and people are going to say, well, they're not true manosphere. Just trust me. These men have a lot of reach to young men, young, vulnerable men who are looking for direction. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's what it is. All right. And you heard it here first. Sorry if you disagree. Like I said, go fuck yourself. I'm not here trying to get people to agree with me. I'm 50 years old. I'm here 10 years in doing this shit. I don't give a fuck if you disagree with me. I really don't give a fuck. I won't lose sleep. All right. I have my opinions and it is what it is. And you guys watch me say my opinions and I move the fuck on with life. You see what I'm saying? So you're not here to debate me or make me see it another way. Don't give a fuck what you think. All right. But you give a fuck what I think. It is what it is. And it'll be how I say it is, because that's how I do it. All right. So all right. So going to the Andrew Tate situation, we have a video here of him losing it in jail, according to this commenter here, this video. Now, the reason why it's important is Andrew Tate has claimed to profess to be a pimp. He had a course called Pimp. He holds degrees. So we cannot deny that he claims to be a pimp, right? He admits to being a pimp. He also admits to sleeping with women and having relationships with them as young as 15. But we know even he had a relationship with a woman, his bottom bitch, which people are discovering. Ghislaine Maxwell, pimp culture has a bottom bitch. His bottom bitch was Vivian. They claim that she was 14 and 15 at the time. She certainly was 15, maybe as young as 14. Either way, not something that I'm going to defend the guy over. This is not something I'm going to defend you over. He also Tristan admits to having intimate sexual relationships with virgins, 15, and targeting women who are teenagers through the what they call the love bombing, not the love bombing, the lovers strategy, by convincing these women they were going to be a relationship, moving them over to their facility, and then bait and switching them and getting them to be involved in some sort of OnlyFans or porn. Now, whether you want to go deeper into that or say there's no evidence to that, there's plenty of evidence to this. It's not even a conversation. To say there's no evidence is basically you saying find the evidence. But you know that there's evidence. Okay. You want us to go dive into it and pull the evidence out. Well, their evidence is them admitting to doing it, whether they were admitting to doing it to entertain you niggas or admitting to doing it because they actually did it. The evidence is there. All right. So there's plenty of evidence to this shit. Don't ask me to find the fucking evidence. All right. Well, there's no evidence or proof. Plenty of it. All right. You just wait. Now, the reason why I tell you to not be a pimp is because pimps are cowards. They find the most vulnerable people. Let me give you an example. They find the most vulnerable people and they try to finesse them into selling their body, which I can never agree to. Now, if the woman comes to me and wants to sell her body, that's completely different. But this is an example where they find potential. They go after vulnerable, broken women and they get them to do despicable things and them play them for their money and shortchange them. I'm never going to big up shit like this. That's not what I do. I wouldn't even do this for business people. Like if I ran a business, I would pay people for their work. I'm not trying to finesse them and make them pay them peanuts or nothing and have them get nothing out of it. So the reason why I tell you that they're cowards and snakes and nothing to aspire to be, even though you guys still try to convince you and me to say that this is an admirable profession. What tends to happen is these men claim to be the most powerful, most knowledgeable men that have information on women, but when they get their ass thrown in jail, they bitch the fuck up. Now, no matter what you think about Andrew Tate, he's exactly following this path. And this is why I warned you never to become a pimp, because he was out there allegedly doing this, admittedly himself doing this. Now he's in there, thrown in jail, and he's now complaining about being taken advantage of in prison, turning into a bitch like I told you pimps will do. Now, I'm not calling Andrew Tate a bitch. I said he turned into a bitch. Like I said, pimps do. They go to jail and turn into a bitch. They're not the man when they go to jail. They're not the man when they go to jail. I want you to listen to me. And they're going to jail. They turn into a bitch when they go to jail. Now, this is the alpha male. This is the top G. This is a man that asked to be arrested. He threatened these people to arrest them. He said, come and get me. Now I'm supposed to be listening to this nigga bitch and complain about the accommodations in prison? No, the fuck not. You bitch ass niggas. If he was a real man, he'll be in there doing his time that he asked for. If he was a real P, he'd be in there doing his time like a real man standing on that shit. He wouldn't be in there talking about how the jail's so small and how the shit's so rusty and how the toilet full of shit. He'd be in there doing his time. He'd be in there stoic and masculine. He wouldn't be in there bitching like a pimp bitches. He a bitch. He's a bitch. Just like you bitches are following him. You a bitch too. Now, let me get this straight. If I went to jail, I would be complaining about the accommodations too. If I went to jail, I will be complaining too. The reason why I will be complaining is because I didn't want to be in there. I didn't ask to be arrested. I didn't commit a crime. I didn't tease the system. I didn't go after the New World Order. I didn't ask to be in that motherfucker. So guess what I would be doing? I would be in there saying, what the fuck is this shit? Look at these niggas. And why am I in here ain't getting no rec time? So what I'm saying is I would be complaining too, but I didn't want to go there. I didn't set up the situation and scenario to go in there. I didn't tell y'all, man, to be this and be that and be this and alpha and stoic and that shit and then turn into a bitch when you get into the motherfucker. And now I'm supposed to sit there and feel sorry for you after you done went on the internet and bragged about getting over on women and 14 and 15-year-olds. Nah. This is why I told you never become a pimp, because every pimp becomes these bitch ass cowards. Every single one of them. Every single one of these punk ass pimps end up becoming these bitch ass cowards when they go in the clink. Every single one is like, I told you this before Andrew Tate got in this situation, that's what pimps do. Yeah, they cool when they on the street. Soon as they go to the clink, they turn into a sassy bitch. Now, let's get to it. Let's get into it. Now that you know the temperature and the temperature's rising, if you go out here and do this shit, that's going to be part of what happens to you. Your ass going to get picked up and do football numbers, nigga, in unconventional, bad accommodation facilities. Nobody gonna feel sorry for you, nigga. And now he black all of a sudden. But wasn't he calling people niggas, NIGGERs, not that long ago? Now he black. Or he getting the black treatment all of a sudden. Okay. In other words, what I want to hear from Andrew Tate is, nigga, I'm praying 5 times to the east. I'm doing my push-ups and pull-ups. I'm eating bread and stale cookies. They can't break me. This is what I want to hear from Andrew Tate. They can't break me. I'm doing 1,000 crunches. I don't want to die. I sleep without motherfucking clothes and socks. I sleep in the freezing cold. I play fucking solitaire with the rats and the roaches. That's what I want to hear from Andrew Tate. And anybody supporting Andrew Tate, that should be every tweet that nigga puts out right now. Every tweet should be, nigga, I'm in here doing pull-ups. I sleep next to the toilet. I shit on top of the shit piled into the fucking toilet. That's what I want to hear from Andrew Tate. That will be continuing his message of him being the most alpha, dominant, masculine man in the history of the manosphere. Someone said they finally broke his spirit. Here's what I'm going to tell you. He was already broken. Every pimp is a broken man. And we're all broken. This is not a criticism against him. We're all broken. We're all broken, man. We get broken. But he was broken before he went in there. That's why he was doing what he was doing and convincing you to do it. And you thought it was cool. I stepped to the side. I didn't say shit about it. I was just like, y'all can big up the nigga if you want it. But he was already broken. I showed you the receipts. He said he'd rather sleep with a 10 transgender than a 1 Hulk Hogan looking bitch. That's a broken nigga. He broken. I told you that, and y'all said I was hating. I was like, that's some broken shit. Oh, he just joking? Okay. Now y'all seeing what I'm talking about. Okay, he was already broken. But sometimes when you're a young man, you can't see that a man is broken. Because we're all broken. Every single one of us. We get hurt, traumatized, broken. It's hard to be a man. We're getting beaten up all the time. It's tough. We get pressured. We get rejected. We have bad expectations on us. We're expected to do pull miracles. But as a young man, you can't see it. As an older man, I could see it. And I would call it out from time to time. And I said, yeah, that ain't my speed. Oh, you hating, you jealous. Okay. All right, whatever. But that's some broken activity and broken activity. When you're out here saying that you're an alpha masculine man, but now you're saying a man wanted to sleep with you and you continue to hang out with that guy, what does that say about you? I don't hang out with guys that want to sleep with me. I don't hang out with men who want to sleep with me. But I don't hang out with men who want to sleep with me for clout. I don't care if the nigga got 5 million subscribers. I'm not going to hang out with a nigga. There was manosphere guys hanging out with Kvicular for clout. They was trying to get in Clavicular's face. Hi, my name is so-and-so, and I do this, and I've been doing this. And Clavicular's like, I don't give a fuck, nigga. And then guess what? Clavicular show up putting makeup on his face. Like, you know, we have a broken system for men. We have men that don't know how to be men. And then when you tell a man how to be a man, you have women and men to tell you that that's not what a man is. We're confused. We're all broken. This is what the manosphere has jumped up to be. Now you have people supporting Andrew Tate and saying that, well, Epstein's not arrested, or the people on the Epstein's list not arrested. So you're saying that he's doing what Epstein did? Is that what you're saying? You're saying that he did what Epstein did? And we should be cool with it. We should defend it because the other men weren't arrested for it. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm not going to go for that shit. All right. I'm not going to go for that. I'm not going for that. That's not a defense. That's not a defense. That's a horrible defense at that, nigga. I mean, you might as well show up with the bloody glove, nigga, and put it on the OJ's hands with the fucking latex underneath it, because that's flimsy as fuck. I'm not gonna support you because he did what Epstein did. Epstein didn't get caught, but he did. All right, let's continue here. Let's show you this video from TV YouTube channel called Festify. I don't even know. Sorry, shout out to this channel here.
A fan actually managed to zoom in and catch a glimpse of Andrew Tate in prison. These guys will do anything. Apparently, this is him in solitary confinement. It's all fun and games on the surface for things, but actually, prison is a lot darker than it seems for him.
He's doing a keto. He's doing a keto. No.
That is Andrew Tate right there. He's watching us record this video, and nobody's going to offer this perspective that we're going to offer. And Andrew Tate's the only one that's going to understand it, and he's going to take our advice, and he will fly us out and have a meeting and a podcast with us. Mark my words.
The actual reality is Andrew Tate has moaned on X about his time in jail since being arrested, describing dirty water, persistent stomach problems. Apparently, he's literally been shitting himself in prison, no visitors, and a neighboring inmate who is a cannibal who screams through the night. We all know 23 hours in solitary confinement, you can lose track of time, but also someone screaming through the night where you cannot sleep either. These guys, I said it, and I'll say it again, even weeks in this place are not going to come out mentally the same. They're going to come out disturbed from it all.
Okay, so let me just go back to there, man. I feel bad. I would not wish that on any person. All right. I wouldn't wish that on any person. I do know people that have gone through some similar situations in that, and they're broken for a long time, forever. They're never going to be rehabilitated, in my opinion, under those circumstances. However, let's just go back. He asked to be arrested, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Didn't he ask for this? Didn't he know that this was happening? He knew it was coming. He did get on the internet and say, come, hold on for a second. What's the dude, the governor? Let's pull this up. DeSantis. This is why I want, this is just a lesson for men. This is a lesson for men. This is not for Andrew Tate. We can't do nothing about him. We can't do nothing about Andrew Tate. I'm not trying to teach him. I'm talking to you men to tell you this shit is not a game. I know you think the internet is a game and you can't tell what's real or fake. Gentlemen, that this shit, this internet, this ain't a movie. CGA is not a movie. We're real people. Prison is real. I know y'all saying the Andrew Tate fucking video is fake and you can't believe the internet. He in a real predicament. So when you get up here thinking that you can do what he does, you can't do it. I'm just here to tell you, you can't do that shit. Do not follow, emulate this shit because it ain't no game at the end of the day. I can't find the video. I can find an article related to it, which is says right here, arrest me to DeSantis. All right. And he said it on Candace Owens' stream. So let me see if I can pull this up. Candace Owens. I don't know if I can use her content either if she copyrights. All right, but let's see here. He called them weak, pathetic, and shouldn't be trusted, or I'm not sure what's going on there. All right, but everybody's seen it, that he did definitely do this. It's not something that is hard to find. It says right here, March 2025 interview. He angrily taunts Florida Governor DeSantis. He yelled, "Come and get me," and dared authorities to arrest and raid him after Florida launched a criminal investigation. And DeSantis states that the Tates were unwelcome in the state. Now, this is why I tell you men, you need to talk and listen to mature men who have healed and not broken. Because sometimes he's going through this. He has a lot of yes men. He doesn't have people to tell him to get him straight. He's kind of the one calling the shots. And nobody's here to reel him back in and be like, look, not even Tristan Tate can reel him back in. Tristan Tate had to just look off on the sideline. It's like, damn, what you get me into, nigga? And, you know, they have a vow of loyalty. So he's not going to go away and abandon Andrew. He's going to go down with him. But when you taunt government entities and tell them to arrest you, and they have the power and ability to arrest you, do not think they're going to give you great accommodations when they do it. They're going to break you. Anybody ever been to court? Anybody been to court? I always tell you, man, avoid court. Whatever you do, avoid court. And if that's through marriage, you're going to go to court. Okay. You got to go to court to get married. When you deal with court, the prosecutors, the people trying to convict you, they're going to fucking torture you. They don't give a fuck about you. The judge doesn't. Nobody doesn't. When you're a respondent, a defendant, them people are going to do some despicable things to you. You're going to say, what about my rights? And what about inhumane treatment? Oh my God. These people are they're going to call you the worst person of humankind. Later on, say it about the same person in the next case. They don't care. You just a case number, throw you away, especially when you taunt them. So it's best to not taunt these entities when you're an unprotected person. Yeah, it's cool on the internet to sound cool, but when you get behind them real cold bars, you get in that courtroom, don't complain, especially when you've invited this shit. Don't complain for sympathy after the fact. I'm just trying to teach you. This is real shit. This ain't internet no more.
As someone said on X, Andrew Tate and his brother are reportedly facing intense hostility and verbal abuse from other inmates at the Miami Federal Detention Center, and their lawyer arguing they have a target on their back. Has anyone told their lawyer what the two have done to women? Andrew Tate just tweeted day 11 in this special housing unit. This is punitive housing for people who murder their cellmates. No commissary, no phone calls, no yard time. The worst conditions the US Gov provide terrorists and psychopaths. I'm innocent until proven guilty. Extradition detainee. I'm wanted by a foreign state and I'm an American citizen. So why am I here? He also said he's getting thousands of letters received from the UK. They always say that we're heroes and that everyone loves us, and nobody in the UK believes the government. They're also asking why the US is treating me this way. I wish I had an answer. So actually now, Andrew Tate and Tristan have been accused of serious charges to do with women in the UK, but we've actually seen...
And this is always the picture I see of Tristan when Andrew Tate is talking that shit. Tristan often looking scared and confused, all right, as if to say, if I blink 3 times, somebody save me. Okay. I've always noticed this look about Tristan. He's never looking quite as confident as Andrew is looking. He's never speaking. They play their roles very well. Andrew's the mouthpiece and he's the maybe, I don't know what his role is in the operation. All right. But he often is looking befuddled and confused and like, nigga, this better work type shit. All right, you better have the fucking key in your sock, nigga, when they lock us up. All right, because okay, but he's often looking like this. Every single video I see, he looks like this, like nigga, like you better, this better work type shit.
A victim, a lawyer speak on her behalf about some of the charges and accusations that are put against the Tate brothers and why they're locked up now.
Met Tristan Tate when he came to visit Miami. They met online and then ended up meeting in person. And, you know, she thought he was charming and she thought he was impressive. He was really successful. You know, he was showing off as he does. Like she felt incredibly special that he wanted to spend time with her and that he was interested in her. She said,
lover boy strategy. I've told you about pimps, guys. They often all employ the lover boy strategy. Now you might have some gorilla pimps out here and some gangbangers that pimp the way they pimp, but you know, there are some gangbanger or gorilla pimps out there, but most of them employ and have historically employed a lover boy strategy in which you would call simping if I did it, but you would say, oh, that's being a P if he does it. It's not just straight up, okay, here, bitch, here's the rules, here's the blade, get on the blade, sell some pussy. It's never that. It's almost rarely never that, unless you just with some gangbanger niggas. All right, that's usually a boyfriend, an ex-boyfriend, or somebody that pimps on them or something like that. And you would call that simping in another world, which is weird to me. So the thing is, do I believe these women? Now, that's where you're going to get me interesting enough. I don't believe the women per se. I don't believe their perspective of the situation. I don't believe their perspective. The way they're perceiving it, their point of view is just their point of view. Okay. There's a lot to be there's a lot to be discovered as to why they did what they did. Now, if they were minors, there's no defense to that for the Tates. If they were of the age of majority, even 18 or whatever it is, then you're just going to have to see that. Well, describe the relationship. Describe what you knew. Tell us the details. And you're probably going to find out that they were in agreement with it up to a point, and then they weren't in agreement. This is similar to where I was talking about women who are in relationships or marriages where they have control of sex, where, you know, they're one a monogamous relationship, but then they start reneging on sex, and then they start complaining about how much sex you want. And then they start saying that they feel coerced and pressured into having sex. Well, I didn't coerce or pressure you into having it, but I did commit to you, and you committed to me. You committed to me as the sole piece of pussy that I get to enjoy. Now you don't want to give it to me. Now you're trying to limit access to me, and now you feeling like I'm pressuring you in to perform. That's where the line's blurred here, and I would have to hear the details of the story to feel like Andrew Tate did this particular thing. Okay, but they're just pointing out their perspective without hearing his side of the story. Or if we're just going to take his side of the story of what he self-reported, then we got to go with that. We got to go with that. So that's my point of view and perspective of this.
Yeah, like he made her feel incredibly special, and she thought they were falling in love. So when he invited her to come to Romania to be with him, she was excited to go. And, you know, they paid for her ticket to get there. She flew over to Romania. She essentially started seeing red flags and felt like things were not right from the beginning. She thought she was going to spend time with Tristan in Romania, that their relationship was going to develop. That was the purpose of her coming, that, you know, she was a musician. She would, you know, find work, play her music, grow her music career. But repeatedly, she's being, you know, introduced to this webcam business and being asked if she wants to do it.
The problem is,
okay, so there it is right there. She was asked if she wanted to do it. Hey, this is an opportunity to make some money. She could have said yes or no. We don't know at that point. Now, the way they framed that is that he coerced her to do it. I don't see it from that report. All right. But judging from what he said, then we see how it goes. So let's see what he said about it, how he gets women to do this.
Going to have in the UK, if their core allegations are that they just got women and forced them into doing webcam, they've said this numerous times. No matter how much you slice it and dice it and say it's political, they've said numerous times that they got girls who thought it was going to be their girlfriend, but their main objective wasn't to get with them. It was to get them to do things on webcam. They've said that themselves.
You know, you don't have to do it, but just think about it. And here's someone who does it. And all of the women are living in a house together, and they're all seem to be working on webcam. And now she's in this house, right? And there's sex toys, and they're staying up all night. And people, you know, these women don't seem happy. And all of them are in a relationship with one of the brothers, which is strange. You know, do they work there? Or are they in relationships? Why are they in relationships with someone they're supposed to?
I just, for the women, this is when you think you're special. Okay. You think you're special and you're not, especially to a man that is successful, and you can quickly identify that he's successful. And, you know, he used the lover boy strategy, and you thought you was going to be over there just getting tricked on and eating getting fed grapes by these nigga and riding around in his car with your hair blowing and showing his motherfucking headrest so you can make videos on the internet and just coasting through life. And then you realize he running the operation over there. At that point, do you leave or do you stay? Do you try to figure out how to work your way up the hierarchy of the hoes? And then you realize you hit your head and now you tumbling down the ladder and you just another piece of ass and another webcam subscription. This sounds like choice at this point, unfortunately, from her perspective. The way she's explaining it, I can't feel sorry for the women, just to be honest with you. That sounds like a choice, but let's continue.
Working with, it didn't feel right, and she starts to panic. She formed a connection with another young woman there, Mary Doe, and once they started talking, comparing notes, they just realized that, you know, they were lied to, that they were brought over here for some other purpose than what they thought.
Somewhere actually the lover boy method is really popular is Amsterdam, where these women are selling themselves, but they get a boyfriend who controls them. They're basically saying these women were working under the oppression that their partners, they're going out with Andrew and Tristan, and they're essentially doing it for that reason. But then they realize Andrew and Tristan have said the same things to all of them, and it was just to get them into webcam.
Okay, so again, he admits that he's employed this strategy. I'm not a big fan of employing this strategy. A lot of young men in the manosphere, HS Tiki-Taki was exposed to doing this on the inside of the manosphere thing. I think Kvicular has said that he has this side business. I believe Justin Waller possibly might do this. I've been accusing some of these podcasts of doing this to you incels and enraging you while benefiting and monetizing the women, which I think is one of the most despicable things about the manosphere, is that they parade these women in front of you and they're potentially getting a cut from it while then shitting on these women. And you guys are subbing to their OnlyFans and Instagram. I just think that's a despicable thing. Although what these guys are doing is something that I would not engage in as well, is that tricking these women into getting into this business, which that's what they admit to doing. All right, get them there, make them think they're in a relationship, control them through force and brute force and strength and intimidation, possible coercion, finesse them out of their money, and then, and then if you lose them, you lose them. But he also says he doesn't want to lose them, so he kind of gets them and reels them back in.
I just wanted to leave. And she's, communicating with her parents, like, I'm just going to sneak out of here, communicated with a friend who was a Marine sergeant. And so like the brave serviceman that he is, she just wanted to sneak out. But he had been trained. He knows he has an obligation to report human trafficking, and that, he's not going to leave her to try and figure this out on her own. He did the right thing. He made a report to the U.S. Embassy. And so that initiated a raid. And so, we don't know what happened behind the scenes, but eventually the different Tate properties were raided. The women were rescued, and Jane Doe and Mary Doe just did the right thing, right? They were taken into custody by law enforcement, and they did the right thing, and they cooperated, and they told the truth of what they saw and witnessed and experienced.
Okay, so let me just tell you where he messed up. All right. Not to say that he could have done better for his business, but apparently the woman that they're talking about was an American woman. All right. Which the previous women that he had dealt with were Eastern European, Slovakian, where that shit goes on a lot. You can see these women being trafficked all over Europe and Asia and shit like that. The Eastern women seem to be vulnerable to this and don't have any means of being supported and gotten out of the sex trafficking business. Whereas American women ain't going for that. Canadian women ain't going for that. These women, women that are from particularly London, you can't really do that to them because they're westernized and they have support groups and they have education and they've been educated to avoid these things. So he tried to do this to an American woman and it backfired. All right. So I don't know if he's had a group of American women before, but this particular woman was from Miami. All right. This woman was from America that ended up doing all of this to be the first straw that broke his back in this particular case that she's talking about. They're not talking about the London case. They're talking about in this case.
Experience.
People have said on Reddit that UK prisons will be a lot better than what they're experiencing now as they wait to get extradited. People said, I'm sure he'll keep us updated on his Twitter, what it's like. Reading through the paperwork of the UK case, one of the most bizarre things I found is them offering £20,000 to the UK government courts to say, reveal the victims in which women are actually accusing us, and they actually declined it. This is on the official document. On August 11, 2025, the CPS again rejected the offer, telling the complainants, whilst you've offered the undertakings that your clients will not disclose the complainants' identities and would pay £20,000 if they did do so. Basically, if the Tate brothers come out and said, look, these are who are accusing us, they're saying in their lawyer's defense that they will get cyber attacked. All these victims won't stand a chance at a fair trial to get bullied online. It'll be.
Now, let me tell you something. I agree with the government of UK in that situation. There's no way in hell that they would tell Andrew Tate who the victims are. All right, by name. Because between all of the incel manosphere podcast variants, them women will get brutalized if their names were released, and they would certainly be released under whatever account they release under. He'll say, I didn't do it, but they got 150 accounts. So these names would be released. Them women will get brutalized, exposed. I mean, it would be bad news for those women in that case. And the UK government knows that. They're not giving up the names, number one. Number two, for him to not know and be aware of who the women possibly are, that's a red flag. And that tells me he's got too many women potentially that are what they call, I think the term is a loose key. He's got too many loose women out here where he don't know what woman could be the possible woman that would report him. That's just too many women. And now he also claims that he's done this with hundreds of women, later on backtracking it to maybe 10 or 20.
Health for them.
Loose ends is what I mean.
Saying if anyone else finds out and that's the case, we'll pay 20,000. The Tate brothers knew this UK case was coming up, and to try to get ahead and prepare themselves for it, they put an application to say, let us know who is actually accusing us of the crimes of rape and human trafficking and all the stuff you're saying. But they rejected it, protecting the victim's identity still. And obviously it's going to be the ways they started webcam and what made them get into it. And the Tate brothers have left a massive digital footprint because it was actually selling courses on how to start yourself. So these guys have said everything they've done. And
this picture, this woman is definitely filtered. All right. Significantly. All right. Body, what do you call it? Body shape. All right. Even in the face and the neck. So this is not an accurate picture there. All right. Might even be a real woman.
Pretty much being accused, and how they got these girls into it when they said stuff like this on camera.
Be in charge of her own phone contact with members who like her. You are setting yourself up to get scammed. All she has to do is type a sort code and account number to a member, and that has happened to me before. I went to the room, smashed the room up, told her I knew what she did. She sent me all the money, but that has happened to me before. Let them take full control over their accounts. They will run away.
Woo!
I like to keep the girl's passwords. I logged them in and logged them out. If you give the girl the password to her account, there's a chance she could run away and try it by herself. I've had that happen. Be in charge of her own phone contact with members who like her. You are setting yourself up to get scammed. All she has to do is type a sort code and account number to a member, and that has happened to me before.
Stop this. Okay, so let me listen. We all say things on the internet. What I'm trying to tell young men, as you guys are saying there's no evidence and shit like this, what I'm going to tell you is what they are a victim of, if anything, is that when they were saying this, you could do it. Understand what I'm telling you. It's kind of like Bill Cosby saying that I give women Spanish fly in 1970 and joking about it, right? Whereas then by the time 2018 comes around, it's like, oh, he was really doing it. So through the lens of 1970s, saying that you spiked a woman's drink and gave her Quaalude and she passed out and you went in for the pussy in 1970s, okay. People would be okay with this type of thing. Nobody would go crazy. But in 2018, everybody's like, oh my Lord, like this is crazy. So what they're saying in 2016, 2017, 2018, control the woman, keep her password, don't let her run away. Not many people had a heightened sense of that was not good as compared to 2026. Okay. In 2026, this is not the common position you would put a woman in, even in a relationship or a marriage. You wouldn't put a woman in this situation, which I've always told you. Men who try to control women are going to end up quickly in these situations, quickly, as opposed to maybe what I do. I might end up in the situation and I might shit the bed, but I'm not getting football numbers. You're getting football numbers for this. For controlling women. You cannot talk about you're controlling women and access to their accounts and their money. In today's world, this is not the play. You're going to get football numbers, okay, with this type of admission. And unfortunately, if they can connect it to a crime, there's no statute of limitations. They can go back to 2016 and you admitting this. That's the problem with it, depending on what the statute of limitations are.
I I went to the room, smashed the room up, told her I knew what she did. She sent me all the money, but that has happened to me before.
We know, especially in the UK, when it comes to rappers and stuff, they will literally be playing these videos to them in court and showing the jury this stuff. And it's going to be their own words that end up putting these guys behind bars if they do so. Remember, this is manipulation in many different ways.
It's interesting for a lot of people, that dichotomy of your life is an interesting one. You stated the view that modesty is feminine empowerment. Taking your clothes off on Instagram is not empowering. It's empowering to say that no man but my husband can see my body.
Correct.
And yet your past, this contradicts your past, where you had women on webcams.
Correct.
And this is what you're accused of to a large degree.
Well, accused of, it's not a crime. So put it.
I mean the sense that, you know, that
yeah, I don't like that.
Contradicts, and especially, and we'll talk about you becoming a Muslim, but
so again, this is again, number one, he's saying he matured. I don't do that no more. That was in the past. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll find out. But my point to this is the manosphere. I've been critical of the manosphere for doing exactly what he's saying here. You're saying to men, women are whores. They should be covered up. They're not marriageable. They got high body counts. And then on the back end, you got a OnlyFans, a webcam business. That I don't like that. I'm not here. I want to be fair. I'm always trying to be as fair as I possibly can. For you to do both things and say feminism rules society, women need their rights restricted, and then be over there running a webcam and OnlyFans business reeks of some sort of double dip or finesse. Who are you really finessing? It sounds like you're finessing the men. It sounds like you're using the men's pain from dating and relationships to monetize them, to make them go buy your hoes OnlyFans content. That's what it sounds like to me. So at that point, I can't say you're a hero to men. I could say you're finessing the men. You're using these young men to, that's what I can say. I really don't know, but that's what I'm hearing here. Him saying, I don't see any problem running a business like this, and then jumping out here saying feminism ruined women and shit like this. Like, nah, bruh. To me, you're using the red pill pain, the red pill ragers to front your business. Let's continue here. Let's continue.
It contradicts your faith.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of life. The beauty of life is as we grow, we change. And I've been very honest and open about the fact that I used to have a business which helped girls make money on the internet. It's kind of funny because I grew up in Luton. I grew up in a council estate, single mother household, in a council estate. The most crime I was around. I was in the kids whose school who got arrested for murder. There was kids who stole cars and crashed the cars and died.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck he be talking about half the time. That's why, I mean, I don't be listening to him. But here's the thing. This is where I have a problem with men. Is that you know full and damn well how women are treated in the law. You know how it is. And here I have manosphere morons in 2026, as if I haven't been doing this content for 10 years straight, coming up here being a manosphere moron idiot, talking about where there were consenting adults and women should be held responsible. Are you so dumb to believe that that's how the courts are going to treat women? This is why I think the manosphere has jumped the shark. A bunch of you women-hating men believe for some reason we have matured enough as a society to treat women like mature adults. Like we're going to be like, oh no, those women made a choice and we're just going to turn a blind eye at some particular point. This is why I call the manosphere a bunch of immature, gay, incel maggots. It's because that if that's your argument, you have some growing up to do, my fella, because that's not the game we play in the Western culture. We don't play women get to make mistakes and you get to get over on them and then they take accountability. That has never been the game we played, and it never will be. It never will be. The women are always going to be treated as the victim, whether they consented or not. And you better accept it, because arguing it makes you an idiot at this point. You're an idiot if you're arguing that. Go take your ass somewhere else, not on my channel. We know what the situation is when you step your ass in court with some allegations. You think they're going to go through the de-evolution? Oh, this guy knows the game. He knows about feminism. He knows about this. So we're going to treat this woman like she's a fully grown adult. Nobody gives a fuck about that in Normieville, in United Kingdom, in the courts in Los Angeles and Miami. Nobody gives a fuck about that. You do not want to be that dude. You do not want to be on the side of no allegations from none of these flimsy ass schizoids. You don't want to be it. So the best thing you could do is to not be in the situation where you're not providing aftercare. You're not giving in there, just doing their money. You think you're going to go in there with the Pimp's Bible. I'm going to go in there with the Iceberg Slim textbook. You're going to get football numbers. That's what you're going to get. None of you incel manosphere niggas are going to be on jury duty. You ain't going to be on jury duty. You ain't going to be in there being the jury foreman, talking these niggas off the ledge when it's 11-0, 11-1, and you the whole holdout talking about red pill talking points. And you going to get motherfucking roasted out that room. Okay. So leave me alone with that manosphere bullshit. Leave me alone with that incel talk. All right. Women are always going to be seen as vulnerable and victims, whether they're 2 years old or 59 years old. They're always going to be able to be led to the motherfucking slaughter and then say they didn't want to go there, but they drank up all the drink and smoked up all the smoke and snorted up all the 2C and took all the fucking charter flights and went up all in the Intercontinental Hotel and ordered all the room motherfucking services and smoked up all the weed. And they went to all the fucking buffets and they took all the fucking pictures and they went on the boat ride and the helicopter ride and shit. And they posted it all on social media. And at the end of the day, they were victims. That's how the shit works. And if you're still complaining about this in 2026, you got some growing up to do. Yep, they was at the Prada and Gucci store and buying Fendi and motherfucking and Chanel and wearing sunglasses and getting tricked on and getting fed grapes and rode in the Bugatti. And then at the end of the day, when they wanted to stop, they said, stop, no more. That's it. That's how the shit works. That's the game we playing. Cassie played it. It don't matter who you are. Cassie, Diddy, Andrew Tate, CGA. That's what the fuck game we playing. Bill Cosby. Pill Cosby, take your pick. Take your fucking pick. That's the game you playing. All the Goyard bags. All right. And as soon as they done eating cake and cherry pie and they want to go to boba and get boba tea and sip motherfucking and drink Hennessy, soon as they want to stop. No more. And they reporting your ass. Simple. It's simple. So what do? We talk about steps that you take to do it. But y'all don't want to do it because you feel like, well, I shouldn't have to do it. Okay, well, don't do it then. All right. Sit over here and look like this nigga trying to fight his way out of it. Stammering this. All right. Come on, bro. Looking like this. This is how you look at the end of the day. Okay, do what y'all want to do, but as men, do not come complaining about the accommodations in prison. Do not complain about women are victims and they're fully mature adults. That kids good. Now, don't talk to me about that bullshit manosphere talking point from 2016. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it in the year of our Lord 2026. Don't waste my fucking time. I'm too old for this shit. Go to some of your 36-year-old podcasters with that bullshit. I don't got no time for that shit.
Help people get traffic to a website.
This is a massive crime around the world that it's not cracked down on enough. I do think Andrew Tate drawing so much more attention to himself and being so outspoken definitely did draw more eyes on this case through the investigating stuff, but he left a massive digital footprint, which in this day and age is actually going to be used against you in the courtroom to put you behind bars when you say things, whether you meant it or not. A lot of the stuff he was talking about many years ago before he was this famous actually matches up with the crimes they're accusing him of is his biggest problem.
The prosecutors in Romania allege that Andrew Tate was in charge of the business. In the past, he's played up his role.
I had 4 premises and I had 75 girls on the books. They weren't all working at once, but I had 75 girls who would do like 1 shift a week or 3 days a week or 7 days a week. 75 women worked for me at the peak of it all.
So how many women work for you?
Don't know. Can't remember.
You were saying 75 at some point?
Yeah, that's a complete lie.
I'm not making up the numbers.
Sure.
Everything I'm saying now is everything I've seen on your website at some point.
It's difficult for me to say exactly how many women worked for me. I can't think of a number. There was a while when I was involved in managing some women. This is 10 years ago at the very beginning of it. And I made some money, but it's not the beginning of my empire. It's not why I'm successful, and it's not something I have anything to do with anymore.
Andrew Tate had a controversial kickbox.
Can I say this? Like, this is at the time where during this time of what they would call the manosphere, a lot of people were jockeying for position to be famous. Okay. And you had a lot of people, especially in the manosphere, backbiting each other and backstabbing each other and trying to be the top content creator. And at this time, this was right when Kevin Samuels had died. Andrew Tate had taken the lead in terms of being the most visible person talking about this type of information. And there are a lot of people that were trying to be the next person. They were trying to be the next person to get name and reputation. I did not participate in that to an extent, meaning that I didn't try to jump on every podcast, collaboration, and interview. I kept it to myself. All right. I didn't try to clout chase and do content with people that I didn't trust. I did some 21 convention shit and some, I went to Donovan's thing and I did a couple of collabs, but I wasn't trying to be out there. What he is a victim of is his own need to put himself out front with that particular business. Now, there are businesses all over the world that does exactly what he does that will probably never get in trouble because the people are behind the scenes. You would go into the bars or whatever it is that the operation, they're never going to be seen or touched because they're not making content. They're not doing interviews. They're not being interviewed by the BBC. There were content creators trying to be interviewed by the BBC and interviewed by Dr. Phil and interviewed by Oprah. People were trying to get out there, which I said, I don't want to be on those interviews because those interviews are forever. They're going to take those interviews and what you said. They're not there to favorably make you look favorable. They're there to expose you. He was taking these interviews with these people to put his name out there, but these interviews now are being played back as evidence to damage him. You see what I mean? So I wasn't chasing those interviews. I was just like, I'm good over here. Like, I'm not trying to be up here because as we see these very interviews, these people who he invited into his space to be put out there are being used against him. And they're measuring, they've done their research. Didn't you say in this video? Didn't you say? And he's like, oh, I didn't say it. What? Okay. So I've always been someone that didn't pursue that type of thing. And I've always said I wanted longevity in the space. And people's like, oh, these people are bigger than you and they got more money than you and they got more subscribers. Okay, well, unfortunately, some of them are dead. Some of them are in jail. And here I am still sitting here with 2,000 people in the chat. As a man, lesson for men, longevity is how you win this game. Not popping off and getting popular, peaking, and then flopping at the end, or not making it and not living and seeing your success through it. This isn't a shot. This is a lesson for men. You might think I'm jealous of him, but he in prison. He got a whole bunch of series of problems that I don't want. And that's because I chose to just discipline, stay consistent, try not to, don't just take shit over here in interviews and try to get yourself out there. Because once you expose yourself, you put a target on your back. The more he went out there, he put a target on his back. The more he went out there, he put a target on his back. And guess what? You can't be mad. He can't be mad at the situation he's in. He's tried to take on governments and political, the liberals and the conservatives. He tried to get into that arena. Politics is dirty. Politics is dirty. It's a dirty game. There's such things as political prisoners. Even Nelson Mandela, political prisoner, served what, 30, 40 years? You think Andrew Tate is different? Political prisoners get assassinated. Look up governments. They like, oh, he gonna win? Kill him. They set him up with hookers and then get him knocked out of the race. Look at Gary Hart, Bill Clinton. They the one nigga, the black Republican nigga that had the fat white girl, and he was a piece of nigga. They gonna find a way to move you over. So if you think that you can go into these arenas and play a dirty game and come out clean, you're wrong. Know this as a man. Don't come out here and say he shouldn't do that to them. You volunteered to get into that arena. You stepped up in there. Trump, they tried to shoot a nigga, what, 2, 3, 4 times and tried to get him to sit down. Come on. You want to get in there and play the game? Politics is a dirty game. It ain't a clean game. It ain't about moral and righteousness. It's dirty. They delete people. They get people missing. They crash Black Hawk helicopters, nigga. You understand me? They put your ass on the helicopter and crash that bitch. Oh, shit crashed and life goes on. So you can't be saying that he didn't ask for this and he a political prisoner, nigga. Oh, okay, you gonna get involved in politics and out here calling out political people. Trust me. Trust me. It's a dirty game. He was not above the fray. And he didn't have no dirt on nobody else neither. Epstein did. Let's continue here.
Boxing career, but it's an argument to say that this guy never would have had the funds to actually push his content the way he did through all these channels if he didn't start this webcam business. So if he never done that to get to being a millionaire, he couldn't have pushed his content out there and used people at the start. So we wouldn't have seen the Andrew Tate today without this webcam business.
In the case file, the women say they were not allowed to leave the house on their own.
How much freedom did the women that worked for you have?
They didn't work for me. They worked for themselves, and I helped them with a few things. I had less control over them by helping them out than any normal boss of any normal job would have control. I just helped them find a cameraman. And the idea that I had control is absolutely insane.
Man, I mean, we can't even believe this, bro. We can't even believe this because this is not what he said in his videos prior to this.
Less control than the boss at McDonald's has over McDonald's employees.
But Andrew, what you're saying is diminishing your whole webcam business to just being the person who found the cameraman for the
Correct.
women.
I'm telling you, there was never a substantial webcam business that made £300,000 a month.
So you lied about it.
It was, I wouldn't say it was a lie. Certainly, there has been a lot of exaggeration online. I'm certainly not the only one guilty of it. I think
Okay, so that's his. Okay, I'm with this excuse right here. I'm with this. So he's saying that he exaggerated this for you incels. So you were the marks. That's what he said. You were the marks. So he made this all up for you incels to think he's so great. So it was all a grift for him to get you incels to plunk down that 150 for the war room. That's what he just said. All right. You were the mark. As I said earlier, either the men were the marks or the women were the marks. I'm here saying I'm leaning towards the men have been the marks the entire time. All right. He's been marking you out, getting you to believe that he's speaking out on your behalf, but he's using you to buy his webcam shit in his business. All right. So I said that a long time ago, and y'all said I was a hater, and he just said that that's what he did. All right. Come on, man. I know y'all think I'm a hater. Look, I'm not trying to hate. I'm just trying to make y'all see shit because y'all can't see it with a third eye like I can see it. I can call it out and call a spade a spade. He's saying y'all bitch ass incels were the marks. And I had to lie to big up myself to sell these girls on the webcam. All right. I told you that he was doing that. And there's a lot of dudes in the manosphere doing that. But y'all out here calling me hater for some reason. All right, here we go.
Everybody on Instagram is exaggerating. Filters exist. Rented cars exist. People exaggerate on the internet.
Oh, wow.
I'm the only person who's being punished for it.
Oh, shit.
Andrew Tate wanted to make money, but he never saw it was going to come. He actually got too famous for his own good because it was COVID, it was the pandemic. People was constantly scrolling through their phones. His clips had them engaging. He was the most Googled man on the planet. That means people want to find out more about it.
Heaven forbid. If I wasn't famous, would any of this be even mentioned? No, of course not. So I did this back then. I was a younger man. I didn't know then what I know now. Now I have different morals and different principles and a different outlook on life, and I wouldn't do it again, of course. And I'm sure if you ask any 37-year-old if he thinks the same as he did when he was 21, well, they're probably going to say no. Jay-Z used to sell crack. He was a drug dealer. Now he's a mogul of the music empire. That's how it goes. That's life. Sometimes as a man, you got to get out of the ghetto. It is what it is. And I'm not going to sit here and say sorry for it or pretend to be sorry. I know that I didn't do a fraction of the bad things I could have done or was offered to do. I mean everything I said here. I mean that female empowerment is modesty. A woman who is powerful doesn't have to be ogled and stared at by random men, because when she decides to cover up, she's saving herself for the people she cares about or believe gets to see her. That is empowerment. I believe girls who get constantly naked on the internet are not empowering themselves. They're actually embarrassing themselves. I do believe that.
You can see why I don't do collabs. You can see why I don't do interviews and shit. I don't do too many of these things because they forever. I mean, he was constantly doing it, and everybody thought it was a win. But I'm telling you, it ain't ultimately, especially when you're in this situation here. Now he got it out of the ghetto, and I got it out of the mud. Jay-Z's a billionaire. How did Jay-Z get in this conversation? Is he even black? All right, he was calling y'all the N-word not too long ago on Twitter. All right, but now Jay-Z. Okay, let's continue.
Did I once profit from that 15 years ago? Yes.
So you've evolved.
Of course. I think I'd be
the
a fool
reason
if I
Andrew
hadn't.
Tate does have somewhat of an argument in some capacity. I'm not saying he's not guilty of any crime, and obviously there is other charges along with it. I'm saying nowadays there's been an era where men were pushing women into OnlyFans constantly. That is manipulation and the same sort of thing. They would also hire out mansions. It could be a form of human trafficking where they're staying there. They didn't want to do it at first, and women regret things after. So this could become an issue for many people, not just Andrew Tate, in the modern day world. They didn't have 75 women, but there's been various influences that had at least a couple.
I wasn't even like trying to make it happen. It's like someone low-key came to me about it, or like I was talking to someone about it, and it all kind of just happened. And then from there, I kind of like never looked back, and I just kept scaling it.
How many girls do you have now?
Right now, I have like 6, 7, but I had like a lot, like double at a point. But I kind of just like keeping it small and just focusing on like, just making everyone as big as possible. Because sometimes you have to spread yourself too thin across, too many people.
And the Tate case is always going to be worse than others, like I said, because they sold a course on this. They left an entire digital footprint of what they was doing to be used against them. And to throw it in as well, they got very serious charges of rape. We know how difficult that is to prove in the courtroom. We covered the Young Fiddy case. We covered a bunch of cases on this channel. We'll see how them allegations play out and the proof they have for that. But that mixed in with trafficking is going to be a very long trial when they finally touch the UK.
Okay. All right. So shout out to them on that situation there. Like I said, there's a lot of men, young men out here, vulnerable men who are lost, who are on the defense of this guy, which I understand. This is your hero and you feel like he's speaking out on your behalf. But what I'm saying is I want young men to understand it's going to be hard. It's actually, you look at me, I'm 50 years old. Not a lot of people make it to 50. Certainly don't make it to 50 in good health and good wealth, and certainly don't make it to 50 with their mind in a good situation, healed and, feeling like they have good control of their lives, which that's what you want to do. If you follow anybody that professes to push you to pimp women in any category, you're not making it to 50. You're not making it to 50 without serving a bid. All right. You're going to serve a bid where you lose 5 to 12 years, if not 90 or 50. Okay. Especially when you're broadcasting that's what you're doing. All right. So in this situation here, they're using that evidence against them. Didn't you say? Didn't you say? Didn't you say? Maybe in some court in UK, they may attempt to do the same thing. Didn't you say? Didn't you say? I know you're saying you did it now, but didn't you say? You might say they don't have a case. Well, tell that to him in jail right now, where he needs to be. And I think this is, if somebody can give him a message. he needs to be telling men that he's handling this situation very well. That what they got on him don't work, and he is wearing none. He likes the slop food that they giving him. He likes the pig slop that he eating. He loves the accommodations. He eating this solitary confinement for breakfast. Everybody in there is scared of him. Okay, they scared of him in there. He doing Andrew Tate emergency war room speeches in that motherfucker. That's what he needs to be saying. In order for him to win me over, as for him to say that, yeah, he built for this shit. That he holding a podcast and he got collaborations and he's teaching everybody in there through the solitary confinement door that he's holding stoicism. That's what he needs to be saying. But him to come out here with a series of tweets saying how terrible this is should be your lesson, because it's real. People who are out here, when you get into pimping women and controlling them, that's what you get in today's world. You get exactly this treatment. Okay. You get exactly this, and nobody will give a fuck about you at the end of the day. And they actually, sad part about it is that one guy they put in there at the end, he's next. They're giving you a shot right here. What's this guy's name? He's a content creator. They're showing you right now, oh, this the next case we building. This the next one. He up here bragging. He got these hoes. He got this. He making money. Let's look at them books. They literally just said that right here. Look, they put these pictures of these hoes up here. All right. These the hoes y'all want. Yep. Very Eastern European, Transylvania bitches out here. Slovakian. Yep. All right.
In the modern day world, they didn't have 75 women, but there's been various influencers that had at least a couple.
Various influencers that have a couple. Ooh, wee. They watching, and it only takes one woman to go. Somebody said vampire bitches. All right, it only gonna take one. Even with myself, even the way I conduct myself, and I've admitted this, it only takes one woman to come up here to make a whole shit a stink of the whole thing, and then all of a sudden, okay, it only gonna take one of those women, because I don't try to control my women. I don't be like, y'all do what you do, you come and go. I don't take your passport here. The only thing I do is refundable ticket and non-refundable. That's it. You can come and go, please. You can do this. Here's some money to leave. Here's a cab. Here's this. Here's that. Let me cover my bases. Aftercare. Let me make you feel better for the shit. Okay. Now, the dudes that are out here employing women under businesses and under umbrellas, it's going to take one of these funky assholes. One. And they need two. All they need is two. Because they going to get one and one girl to tell the other girl. And they can make problems for you. Problems. And I know this because I worked in the business where I worked in coaching young women. Young women cause problems, which means in effect, when you do a business like this, it's temporary. It is not something you're going to do for 12 or 15 years, 20 years. You're not going to pile women on top of women. Normally what will happen is your first series of women are going to be on program. Your first series of women are going to be on program. Game going to recognize game. They going to be about the macking. They going to be about the pimping. All right. And I know this because I would go into programs in year one. I would get them all on the, I would get 90% of the women to do as I tell them to do. I was a savior. I was the best coach since sliced bread. I had the new direction. And so them women were about me. Then what would happen by year 2 or 3, there were a new group of women that came in, or young ladies on the team, where I was not the savior. I was not the hero. I was just the coach that has always been there. So they didn't look at me as, oh, he came and saved the show. Oh, he's a good coach. He changed. He's better than the previous coach. I was just the coach there. So it's harder to convince them. You need the girls that are there to convince them. If them new girls ain't convinced and they just see you as, oh, you just the dude, they can easily turn on you. Those are the girls that turn on you. It's the new girls. The year 3, year 4, those girls come in and they don't, you kind of laxed on giving them the Kool-Aid. You slacking on your pimping. The other girls are disgruntled. And then they come in there. And then one of them two come in there and mess up the whole operation. My point is, this type of business is a short-term business. It is not long-term. It is very short-term. Get in, get out. And don't leave no evidence, no trail. Get in, get out. Anybody that I know that has been a so-called pimp, a former pimp, they only did it for a short amount of time. And they got in and got out. Once they had to maintain a roster and keep that shit going for years and years and years, that's where the trouble starts. And there's no amount of coaching and pimping that you can do to keep your girls on track for a long period of time. It's no longer this. Eventually somebody gonna pull the plug and snitch and cause some problems for you. So be ready for it. And you can see this with Andrew Tate. There's so much proof out here. There's so much proof. Anyway, get in, get out. Get in, get out. What are we doing here? Super chats. Tranisha says, welcome home. I can feel your frustration because most low frequency people limit themselves to their 5 senses. Truth be told, it's the men who don't want average women to befriend prostitutes and know too much. Once a woman knows too much, she's useless to a guy. Most men need a woman to be dumb so they can get over on her. Once she has a sense of who she is, he's no longer can get over her, and he will not waste his time. He will be like, never mind. Men can't deal with women who kind of have a sense of what they want. Oh, okay, I don't want that. And he won't deal with her. Shout out to him, says, welcome back, coach. I listen to CGA because this is a grown man talk here, not the boyosphere where guys haven't had a relationship till their 30s. Crazy. All right. And they're figuring out what I've already known. Shout out to our brother Chin. I can't pronounce the rest. Glad you're back, CGA. How much counts as paying tuition? And would you appear on Paul Elam's Repairing the Manosphere? Okay, shout out to Paul Elam. I respect him. I'll appear on this show. All right, shout out to you. But I have to coordinate it because I'm actually going to be double streaming, so it's going to be hard for me to get on out there. Fuscari says, glad you're back, coach. You're the most entertaining live stream on YouTube, probably in the planet. These ninjas have to understand that everyone pays everywhere. Doesn't matter what country. Women aren't free. He says you might get better treatment elsewhere, but you still have to pay in some sort of way. There's a system where there's something going on there, but guys will deny it. All right, I'm like, what about your haircut? What about your clothes? What about? Well, I'm not giving it directly to the woman. Okay, again, their solution is the woman doesn't benefit. As long as the woman doesn't benefit, he won. I don't find dating and relationships I won, she lost. She lost, I won. So if your argument is you didn't pay her directly, that's an immature argument. You're saying that, okay, I was able to do all of that, pay all of that into it, but she didn't get the benefit of it. Like, what kind of shit is that, bro? What kind of argument is that, nigga? That's your argument? Well, I didn't give her the money. It didn't go to her hands. So it went to the bartender, the restaurant, Louis Vuitton, Yves Saint Laurent, motherfucking Gators, Stacey Adams. It went to the barber, the car wash, nigga, Armor All. So they got the benefit, and it's fine. All right, but I didn't pay her though, nigga. You did all that shit, y'all, that jewelry and fake jewelry and shit. You done all of that, all them fake earrings in your ear. You done did all of that shit. But as long as she didn't get the money, it's not a pay. All right. But the restaurant got the bar, the waitress, the bartender, nigga. Okay. The DJ, the club, all the money went to them. Your argument is just because she didn't get the money directly, it don't count. Oh, I'm talking to you, Mr. Lucario ass nigga. Like, come on. That is a dumbass argument. That's you basically saying she got no benefit and I did. I don't get that argument. No, nigga, bread was broken. Bread was broken. Stop, nigga. The do-rag, nigga, the Duke Wave fucking pomade. Come on, shut the fuck up, nigga. The Jordans. Shut it the fuck it up. Like, this is dumb. Like, dude, y'all just beating around the bush, nigga. That's why I can't deal with low frequency niggas. Like, I can't. Circular conversation. So money was spent. All right, anyway, gas. Nigga, everybody ate Uber Eats, wings. Somebody ate some wings. Somebody had to eat. Denny's. Shut the fuck up. Carl says, I read that around 70% of black women in America are obese or overweight. After paying more attention, it definitely doesn't seem far off. They also said that the biggest weight gap between men and women, which might explain why some think black men have lower standards. Well, this is true compared to the black women will say it's because of the BMI. It's not an accurate representation of weight distribution and what's overweight or not. So that 70% is based on BMI more than likely, which I will agree BMI is not the best way to determine who's obese, because based on my build, I'm obese. Okay, because it would take basically going to be taking your height and looking at your weight. They're not going to take anything about percentage of body fat or any of that. But if I'm saying I'm 185 pounds and 5'7", 5'8", 5'6", nigga, whatever the number is, that was going to show up as obese on the BMI. They don't expect the guy to be that short to be that weigh that much. So that's going to show up as obese. Unfortunately, we can say that even without the BMI, we can certainly see why black women would be considered obese, because they are obese, right? They're overly developed. They're big and large, specifically in the southern region. Okay. All right. So in the South, people tend to be overdeveloped and large for a variety of reasons. They have a slow society. Men tend to like women that are overweight and large. Men are now admitting this, that they're openly targeting women like this, which I've told you that that's what they've been doing. They've been saying that's a win. Obese women in the modern world have never been high standard women across the board. Not to say that you should like skinny women, but obese women are definitely doesn't make good mothers or good partners. They certainly probably make good, soft sexual relationship material. All right. But, yeah, there are a lot of black women that tend to be on the obese side, but many can't help it because they tend to gather weight around the buttocks and the thigh areas. Not are all tall, so they're almost all going to be below European standard heights, which Europeans tend to be on the taller side. So you got some woman around 5'2", 5'3", 5'4", that has large breasts and large thighs and buttocks. They're going to look fat, right? They're going to look extremely fat. And then when you compile all of the lifestyle choices that they make and the lack of tend to lack discipline around gyms and this type of thing, and men like fat women in that particular demographic, yeah, they don't have an incentive to lose weight. Men will say put more meat on your bones and the woman is skinny. And the funny thing about it is black men will say a woman don't have ass, and them niggas don't have no ass at all. Like, black men will run around here with their pants and no ass all sucked in, no body, fat stomach, and they will look at a black woman and say she don't got no ass. Nigga, what does your body look like? Look at your body, pants hanging off your ass. Nigga, you ain't got nothing going on. All right, so anyway, enough about that. It's enough to say about what black women look like. Look at what these niggas look like. These niggas look pathetic out here, all right, in a massive way. All right, the black man be looking pathetic out here. Shout out to Cali West says the black manosphere is mad at CGA because he bossed up and chose SYSBM instead of trying to collect black women and get them back in line like O'Shea Doo Jackson. Shout out to you. Yeah, I feel bad for the Black manosphere content creators, man. I see these guys all the time on my Instagram, and they be like, black women this and black women that and black women this. And I'll be like, guys, black women are gone. Gentlemen, it's a wrap. You guys can't even, you black men can't even go to Easter dinner and tell the group of black women in that house what to do right now. You can't go to Thanksgiving dinner and pound your fist on the table and snap your fingers and get the black men and black women in line right now in your own family. Yes, your fast tail ass cousin who hot in the pants, your series of aunties or single mamas, your grandmama, big mama, your mama, your sister, none of them motherfuckers. You can't tell none of them shit right now, but y'all jump on the internet and got so much shit to say. Get all the way the fuck out of here, niggas. Don't ever get me involved in how to fix black men and black women. Y'all can't do shit with your own family. You can't even walk into your own family's house and slap your wife, your mama, and your grandmama like the Three Stooges. Poke your grandmama in the eye, slap your mama, and then give your wife a motherfucking nose twister. You can't even do that in your own household. Tell me I'm not lying. You can't even stand up at the table in your own Thanksgiving dinner and have people shut up at the fact that you stood up. All right. He said, don't forget they aunties. Can't tell your aunties to do shit. But y'all on the internet saying what? Oh, we gonna do this and what we need to do. And y'all, look, stop the bullshit. Stop it, the cap. I don't have time for this shit, but I do have time to give y'all a great show. Hustle Every Day says he didn't know he didn't know he was being set up. He's not smart. Also, what woman is falling in love in 2026 really, especially if you're older, for sure. Women don't fall in love anymore. They don't in America, United States. There's no women falling in love. Okay. At all. Forget it, man. There's no women falling in love. All right. Maybe in the Philippines, you might get a couple of them. Like in those areas, these women today have way other bigger plans and goals in life than you. We men fall in love, and how we exhibit love is control. So we want to love her, and the way we love her is to control her. Unfortunately, that's what we do, especially when we lack experience. Okay, I love you, so therefore, let me control you. Let me prevent you from doing this. Let me prevent you from walking out here. Let me prevent you from staying out late. Let me protect you and secure you. Let me provide for you so you don't have to do these things. Let me keep you away from people. Let me choose who your friends are. Let me choose. Guys, I'm just here to tell you, women want relationships, but they don't want that. They don't want control. They don't want that shit. They want a relationship, but they don't want you telling her you can't have that whore friend that's been her friend, that male friend that she went to college with, her ex-boyfriend. I can't talk to him no more. Let me delete my Instagram. Now, if you find a woman like that, it's going to be temporary. She'll do it for a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, possibly a year, but that's about it. All right. But yeah, bro, wake the fuck up. Yeah, y'all need to wake up. They don't want to be controlled. They want to be free. And I tell them, you can be as free as you want with CGA, baby. And a lot of women want that. They'll be like, cool, they take that shit. I don't own you. I don't control you. You don't report to me. Don't tell me about, but also don't tell me about what's going on about your personal life. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about your job. I don't care about your struggles. I don't care about your rent being due. I don't care if that $500 that I gave you, you spent it and you need another hit. I don't give a motherfuck. I don't own you. I don't control you. I don't support you. I don't do any of that shit. I don't cape for you. I don't advocate for you. I don't protect you, bitch. I don't meet your emotional needs. Now, take your pick. Now, what they want is a guy that meets their emotional needs and is available. And then when they don't need you available, put your ass on a mantle and you wait while they go out to brunch and they go out with their male friends and they go to the club and they go to the bar and they hang out and then they come get your monkey ass off the motherfucking mantle. All right, here, be available for me emotionally, feed me grapes and carry this bag. That is what, all right, that's what they kind of want. That's what they're aiming for. Pay for this. Support that. Do as you should. Buy me your flowers. Listen to me. All right. I don't give them none of that shit. Choose one. Be faithful to her. Don't have any other girls. Don't like any other girls' pictures. Exhibit control over me, but then no control over her. Nah, I mean, look, pick one. And you gonna have fun. But nah. Shout out to Hustle Every Day. Money Mindset dropped some jewels. I dropped that 50 and got back on track with my biz. Ninja, I was lacking. But moving forward, shout out to you. And he says, yeah, coach went viral again. And why? Because hating ass ninjas saw him with them hoes. Free agent lifestyle for life and boss up lifestyle seems to be effective. And I agree. Okay. Ever since I started showing the lifestyle, the cope for men has been amazing. Or you pay for that, or you set that up, or these are paid actors. It's like, you can't win. And I knew that was going to be the catalyst for attention for a lot of guys, because a lot of guys can't really see that what I'm telling them is how you're gonna win. I'm like, this is the life you want. All that other shit, you're wasting your time. Kevin Sullivan says, welcome back, coach, sending tuition. Also, a ninja paid off his truck this morning. Appreciate you and the coach gang for keeping me on track and focused. Shout out to you. Congratulations to you for paying off your truck. All right, that's free. And make sure you keep that truck oiled up and healthy. Shout out to our brother Swarthy Wither says Red Pill star Sydney Starr arrested. Coach, sorry. Who is that? Sydney Starr? That sounds like a Sydney Starr. Is that a red pill person? Sydney Starr arrested for child sexual assault. That sounds like a, who is that? Ugh. What kind of, is that I think he meant reality star. All right, shout out to you. That's what I'm gonna think you meant. Snap Tech Fix says CGA back in the building. Free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. All right, I don't know. Is that a transgender? It's a transgender. Okay, so that's a red pill star then. All right, that's apparently Andrew Tate would advocate for you going after that. All right, niggas would be like, man, why you hating on the nigga? Steve says if Tate was smart a year ago, he would have quit, retired, sold everything, bought a house in the Midwest somewhere and lived an anonymous life. Like the gambler, know when to quit. Shout out to Steven. That is it. Know when to hold him, know when to fold him, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the deal is done. All right, yo, at some particular point, I'm going to just dip. All right, I'm going to just dip. They be like, this nigga done just stopped. All right, at some particular point, I'm going to be out there somewhere in the southeast of Asia, sweating bullets, wearing a tank top and shorts and sandals, or flip-flops as they call them, somewhere on the beach, gone. Shout out to Trinidad Sheldon says the power of life and death is the tongue. Andrew Tate bragged he was ready to go to jail, and Biggie said he was ready to die. Any questions? Listen. I know this is a long stream, but I want you to listen as men. The power of the tongue. This is why I told that black guy, if you're going to denigrate yourself, like I would never denigrate myself because I will never let my spirit talk negatively about me. I can't do it. I can't, even self-deprecating. I can't do that regularly. Tupac has a song about a car driving up, a seven deuce Cadillac driving up next to him and shooting. He has a song. Okay. Biggie says, I'm ready to die. Dies. Life after death. Dead. Andrew Tate, take me to jail. Goes to jail. Okay. Be careful about what you say, because when it shows up, self-fulfilling prophecies. Even myself, when I talk about marriage and divorce and why I wouldn't get married again, because I think I would get divorced again. More than likely, if I got married and I said, you know what, maybe I'm wrong about this, and I got married, I've talked about getting divorced so much that I'm probably going to get divorced. Like self-fulfilling prophecy. Even if my best attempt was to get married and make it work, I would always be on edge to get divorced. I'm probably going to get divorced. Like it would not even, like it's going to happen. Self-fulfilling prophecy. So once you speak these things into existence, it becomes real. That's why we want you to have the money mindset. I'm going to be rich. I should have been a millionaire a long time ago. I said that in the Free Agent Lifestyle book. And I knew that that was my course of action of what I was pursuing. It was millionaire or bust. Millionaire or bust. So when you speak these things and the reality shows up, you got to be ready for it. Donnie Yee says, I said it before, I'll say it again. Spouting wells get shot. He says, you got to know when to shut your mouth. The men that don't want to learn this lesson about Andrew Tate, y'all just sensitive. But that man made some very, very classic missteps that he's now paying for. By the way, did Andrew Tate get it for free? All that sex he had for women, was it for free? Again, all men gonna pay. All men. Shout out to 8 on Smash. Tate's downfall was gossiping online and making videos about his business. He gave all the evidence for free. LOL. Okay. There's an energy of pain. You're gonna pay one way or another. Not every time though. Like if I shoplift, I probably am savvy enough to shoplift 10 times. Time number 11, you're going to get got. There's bank robbers. They'll rob 9 banks and they'll have this money and they'll sit up there and be like, let's just do one more job. They get caught on the 10th. Okay. Then what happens? They start backtracking crime number 1 through 9. Now they got to go federal charge 10 bank robberies. I mean, come on. You gonna pay. It only takes you one to pay for all. So all of that time he was out here, I was thinking he was getting all that access to free pussy. Now he paying for it right now. There's always an energy, a transactional energy going on in everything. When you exercise, you have to pay an energy. You exhaust what? Your lungs, taxing your whole body. Endorphins start kicking in and dopamine. You get a rush. Your body pays. Over time, if you run outside on the pavement, your joints are going to pay for it. You keep eating McDonald's every day, your body gonna pay for it. Now you taking motherfucking 8 pills a day. So you might not pay immediately. Okay. But down the line, there's a payment. You eat enough candy, you're gonna get a cavity. Not the first time you eat cavities. I'm sorry, not the first time you eat candy. The first time you eat candy, you're not gonna get a cavity. Didn't pay for it. But keep eating candy. You're gonna get a cavity, nigga. You're gonna have to have a root canal. Now you paid. So eventually it's coming. Just know it. And that's what I'm trying to educate men. You guys are worried about the time for time transaction. I paid and I didn't and I never paid it. Trust me, at some particular point, it's coming. Same thing with niggas on child support. I never paid for pussy. Are you on child support? Yes. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. There ain't no way you can say you ain't paid. Nigga, you paying royally. You getting the money taken out of your account. You paying for that one nut. You nutted one time. You paying for that sex over and over and over again. Over and over. You nutted one time and you cream pied one woman once, and you're paying for it over $200,000 later. Stop. But men don't see it this way. They just see it for the one for one. Shout out to Matt, says, as a free agent, legacy nigga. He says, how do I go about life having legacy and kids? Is surrogacy plus single fatherhood the safest guaranteed way without risk of a woman sabotaging anything? Well, you can bet that she gonna sabotage it. Just imagine you're trying to manage the saboteur. Okay, so the relationship is going to be sabotage, guys. It's women today, like somebody said, women don't love today. Women do not survive long-term relationships. Just look at it right now. Go to any relationship right now. Look at any woman, these women talk about, I just need a man that does this and I want to fall in love and I want to do. Just go look at our fucking resume right now. No man has survived. None. Not many men have survived long-term in a relationship. Best 20 years that I can think of that I know right now. 20 years, 25. Most of these fucking things, they implode. It's going to end. It's almost built in and guaranteed. When is she gonna? Oh, we grew apart and this and that. I had a couple that was at the gym and she was like, oh, they were talking to me about, am I single and shit like that. I don't remember what they were talking about. And she was like, oh, I've been with my husband for 20 something years. And I told her, she was like, are you married? I was like, no, I was married before. And she was like, oh, you know, they getting into the business. And I was like, listen, if I was still married to my wife, I would be married just as long as you. All right. I would be reaching that 23, 24 year right now. But we divorced after 9 years. Okay. So you're the same age as me. I would have had the same length marriage. But guess what? I don't and you do. So somebody saying, what's the safest way? If you involve a woman in child raising, trust me, it's built in. The sabotage is coming. Now, whether you can hold on and enjoy the ride, whether you can ride the shit out, whether you can enjoy the pain and the needles in your eyes, whether you can buck up or cuck up, or choose your poison. But if you want to come out here and have kids today, I don't care where you have them on this planet. The way women look at kids is that it's their kids. That's their kids. It's not yours. And in any event, there's a separation, which is highly likely. There's no guarantee that just because you have kids or get married, you're going to stay married and stay raising these kids. In fact, you're almost close to not likely to do so. If that happens, good luck. So what can you do? The safest way is to not have a woman involved in that, which means in effect, surrogacy. That would be the safest way to do it. Okay. If you want to avoid the X factor, the variable, which is the woman, her moody behavior, her opinion, and how she sees the world and how she feels that she owns the kids is going to be what you have to contend against. At that point, I can't help you. But what you can do is surrogacy can eliminate that. You can eliminate that variable. Now, you do have to be able to afford that. You have to have a nanny or somebody to care for that kid, or another woman, a woman to deliver the child, a woman to not sue you for the child. I mean, but you guys act like when I say this that I'm killing your hope. Just do your own research. Don't take my word for it. Go out and look at the amount of women who are divorced, single mothers, some nigga knocked them up, versus two-parent households today. That a man has raised his seed from birth to high school graduation and he didn't miss a moment. Don't take my word for it. Now, if you live in a place like Newport Beach, California, where your demographics is going to be on your side, you're going to be like, look at all these suburban people living and coexisting, raising kids in two-parent households. Yep, go. That works for you. Go to any major metropolitan area. The data is going to be on my side. It's going to be 80% people not doing that. 80% people are not doing that. Go to your own black ass church and tell me what happens. Look at your own fucking family. Look at your own fucking family. If you are a black guy, look at your own family right now. Go to your family Thanksgiving house and see how many women are with the child's father right now for whoever's reason is to blame. Look at your own fucking family, or go to your girlfriend's house. during Thanksgiving and Christmas. Look at their fucking family and how many men still involved in the children's life in that fucking family. Go look. Don't take my word for it. All right. Don't act like I'm telling you something that, damn, coach, man, this seems kind of bleak and dark. Look at your own fucking life, nigga. Don't just take my word for it. Don't just use the internet. Look at your own communities. All right. It's right there. The data's right there in front of you. Shout out to Matt for the co-sponsorship. We're winding down.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right. Look at your own mama and daddy. Fuck out of here, man. Shot. And if you look, the data shows us if you're with a person, you're from a broken home, your partner, your girlfriend, your spouse, your wife is from a broken home, your chance of surviving a relationship is damn near zero. Zip. Surviving a marriage and raising the kids all the way till the kids hit high school and go to college. You got a damn near 0% chance of that happening. That's for two people come from both broken homes. Zip. Okay. That is the worst case scenario of two people getting together. Worst case scenario. All right. The best case is both people come from two non-broken homes. They have a way greater chance of surviving. Soon as you go broken home with a two-parent household, it's still an increased chance that they're going to divorce. Now, if it is the female child, if it's the female that came from broken home or divorce and the male came from two-parent household, the chances go up. I'll say it again. If the female, the woman, came from a broken home or a divorced mom, and you came from a two-parent household, your chances of divorce increases. If you came from a broken home, but the female came from a two-parent household, your chances are better than what the previous one I just said, but you still have a higher risk than if both people came from a two-parent household. That's pretty much the standard. Now you can cry in your soup and say I'm doom and gloom and I'm ruining your chance, but it is what it is. And by the way, I used to do these shows a long time ago. I got this evidence all in my head. Now, this is the shit that people go and repeat and never say CGA, said so. But I've actually done these streams and presented this data so many times, it's ridiculous. So look it up yourself. All right. Well, that's just statistics. What about non-statistics? Okay, I don't know what to tell you. All right. I don't know what to tell you, bro, but it is. You come from two broken home people get together. You damn near have a 0% chance of making that shit work long term. It's impossible. All right. You already have a history of people blowing shit up. Caitlin says, Coach, are you for or against PDA? I'm not against it personally. Besides, how do you expect people to know a woman is yours if you're not going to kiss her in public? To be extremely against it doesn't sound it does sound gay. Anybody that's saying you shouldn't have PDA with your girl, that's gay. Any manosphere nigga saying that's gay. Nigga, I'm cuffing my girl in public. And she better be on my arm. My girl better be draped on me like a cheap fucking suit. All right. If a girl with me and she ain't draped all over a nigga and I shouldn't be able to reach into my pocket to get my wallet. I have to break off. Bitch, get off of me so I can get my wallet. Like, that's where she better be over me, nigga. She better be over a nigga. She better be on my arm. Bitch, on my arm. That's what you doing. If she walking next to me and avoiding me and not let me, oh, hell to the motherfucking no. Hell no. She better make a nigga, when I slap her, cuff her ass, she better be like, yeah, that's yours, daddy. All right, type of shit. All right. Yeah, don't be, that's incel and gay to be out here. We shouldn't be kissing and holding and hugging and holding hand. Nah, you better be over a nigga, grabbing a nigga, not letting the nigga go. All right, you better be behind me on that hand, Get Get on over here. I'm pulling you. All you hear is high heels clicking. Click, 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 click. Know about women in high heels. All right. They are not very stable on these heels. That's why they always looking down where they're going to step next. All right. I take my speed of walking just slightly faster than they can handle. Okay. So I know what they can't handle. I know when they're going to tip over and fall. So you got to know about high heels in women's wardrobes, you fucking incels. All right. Study, nigga. Study who you want to be with. So study their shit. All right. She got 6-inch stilettos and shit. All right. She got the motherfucking, all right, strapless motherfucking Louboutins. All right. So I know what type of shit she on. All right. If she in the Philippines, she got the motherfucking shit with the wide ass heel shit. All right. I know what they can handle. I'm going to go slightly faster than what they can handle. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So I can click, 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 click. That bitch, you know. But if you had them walking all slow and shit, you know what I mean? Giving them time to look around. No, hell no. All right. Asking questions. Can I have this, daddy? Nah, come on. Click, 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 click. Yeah, know her center of gravity. She got little titties, big titties. Is her shoes uncomfortable? No, they're uncomfortable shoes. No, if she got them boots with the high heels with the fucking shit wrapped around her shit like Julius Caesar. You know what I mean? Like, you know, she can't move very well. She look good, but she can't go too far, you know? So no, you got to pull up right there so she can take a few steps and walk to the fucking seat. You can't walk her all through the casino in them shits. You know, y'all niggas walking her over here and walking her over there and walking her over there and shit. You know, she got them shits on. She got them Julius Caesar shits. Y'all got to study women. Y'all act like y'all want women and then mad when you figure out what women want, as if you didn't study them motherfuckers. Like, study women. They like handbags and little trinkets and knickknacks, and they distracted by little shiny objects and shit like that. Y'all want to change them. They shouldn't want this shit. Yo, man, they women, bruh. Y'all act like you want women to be men. You know, y'all want women to be studs and loser niggas like you. Know what they want, know what they like. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Study them. All right. And when you do this, you're going to find that it's easier to deal with them because they like, okay, you understand. All right. Leon Lovelace says, my daughter's in town and she needs a surprise medical exam. I need to pay out of my pocket. It's okay. I still need to boss up. Daughters are expensive. Daughters are expensive. Y'all want to have kids. Coach, I want to have kids. If you have a daughter, please understand they about to run your pockets. I ain't just going to give them shit. Dude, women are expensive. And they like expensive little shit. Like we can deal with a couple pair of jeans and a couple t-shirts. We're good. Couple baseball caps, 2 pairs of sneakers. We're good. Y'all niggas don't change drawers every 3 months. Y'all got the same drawers and t-shirts y'all been wearing for 6 years. Women need new panties and they need new bra. They need new motherfucking lip glop and a little purse and a little baggie. They need a little makeup palette and they need a new eyeliner pencil and it just be sick. And they need a new pap smear. They need to get a Plan B and an HIV test, and you need a new shirt, a blouse, nigga, a new jacket. They want to feel special and shit. They want to, you know, this is them. They need a new haircut. They need a new wig, a little extension piece, a little shit for their hair. They need the little bobby pins to go into the motherfucker. They need that shit. They need 50 bobby pins to keep that look. You be like, oh, I like your hair and that natural shit, that little messy shit, that little sweet back, the little swoop, and the little bit. They need 50 bobby pins to do that shit. Then they come out here. Do you like it? You don't even say shit to her. And she spent an hour putting bobby pins in her fucking hair. She spent an hour straightening it and then another hour curling it. All right, yo, bro, they're interesting characters, but when you understand them, it's not pain. When you know going in, I have a daughter, I had a wife, I have a mother. These people are expensive human beings, and they don't intend to spend no money. Even if they got some, they don't intend to spending it. even if they like you. But they like you. Okay, they like you. That means they're cool with that little ounce of weed and a bag of chips. All right, for that couple times. And then they woke up. Okay. You have a woman in your life. I don't care what she is. They need a little motherfucking hair ties. They run out of shit. They consume a lot of shit. And they don't mind consuming it. They go to H&M and they go to these little fucking Temu and Shein and they buy shit and throw the shit away. Dude, I took a girl on vacation and this happened several times and it's just mind-boggling. So they tell me, you know, what's the itinerary, what we gonna do. They go in there, I don't buy it for them. They go in there, Temu and Shein and Fashion Nova, and they start ordering their shit. In fact, the last couple of women I went on vacation with or had flown out, they've all done this. So they go in there, they order all this shit and little trinkets and $18 motherfucking jewelry and $25 heels, and they buy all their shit. Dude, I go look in the trash can that right before they're leaving, they done threw all that shit away, bruh. All of it thrown away. I look in the trash can and I'm like, yo, like, you threw this clothes away, you know, because you do the last sweep of the hotel room before you leave. And I was like, yo, all these clothes thrown away. They just wore that for them. They wore that for that occasion. They throw that shit away. Why? Number one, it's not wearable. Those clothes are not for long-term wear. They're normally to wear for their Instagram photos, to go for that night out. And it's in the trash because now once they worn it for that picture or whatever it is, they can't wear it again. And the clothes are fast fashion. They're not meant to be washed and worn and shit like that. So they just did, man. I'd be like, what in the fuck? Like these, I'm like, this shit is crazy. They just throw the fucking clothes away. Like, my Lord, man. I mean, nigga, this is crazy. He said no evidence on the next man. Yep. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable how they just consume shit and they constantly just consuming. All right. They just constantly buying shit and running through it and got to go back and get some more of it. And it's endless. I don't care how cheap the woman is. It's endless. All right. There's some women that you can get away with. Like you find a little Chinese woman. She worked for Google. She just goofy and shit. She got her little glasses on and her little phone. She's satisfied in her little backpack. She good. All right. There's a few women that aren't like this, but most of them are like this. They just run through shit. I need this. I need that. They constantly got to go out and I need that. I ran out of that. I need this. I need to get more of that. So that's what it's hard to not deal with that. And if you have a daughter, please be ready for that. Y'all want wives and daughters and y'all want them. Then you want to tell them what they can buy and when not to buy it. And just it's tough. Anyway, shout out to the Coach Gang. We got the outro coming up. And the evening stream coming up. So shout out to y'all. Enjoy. Thank you for being back. I was glad to be back. Peace.
Bye.